Chapter Under House Arrest. That boy has such a thick skin. Sitting in the carriage, So Q couldn't help but fidget. Just now, in order to trigger the plunder, So Kai had slapped Lu Snotty more than 30 times before it finally worked. However, the item plundered. So Q's mouth twitched uncontrollably several times as he looked at the folding fan quietly resting in his inventory. A folding fan personally inscribed by the renowned scholar Tao Qingchun. So Q truly hadn't expected that after practically stripping the guy bare and trying to steal his pulse, he ended up with only the fellow's treasured folding fan, and that kid, his face swollen from the beating, didn't dare to fight back. What a pity. Upon returning to the Su residence, So Q was surprised to find 3 carriages parked at the gate. Young master, the governor requests your presence. So Q had just gotten out of his carriage and was about to return to his courtyard when he was stopped by a man in armor. Upon seeing the newcomer, So Q immediately straightened up. The man was his father's top aide and favorite disciple, General Jing Yuming of Liangzhou, disciple, and practically a son. Jing Yuming often acted as Suki's elder brother. He was arguably the only person in all of Liangzhou who dared to discipline Suki, and who was willing to do so. Suki recalled being pinned to the ground by the man as a child, receiving a sound thrashing with a bamboo stick. Suki's expression became even more respectful, his manners impeccable. Please lead the way, General Jing. Jing Yuming nodded in satisfaction and turned to lead the way. Brother Jing, what does father want with me? Suki ingratiatingly asked on the way. Jing Yuming glanced at Suki and said calmly, it's Sima Lu who's come calling. Young master, so might want to consider if you've had any recent conflicts with the young masters of the Lu family. The Lu family? Could it be Lu Biti who ratted me out? How did he get here so fast? He doesn't even have an extra pair of legs. My father's already here, and it's only been a meal's time. Suki was startled, then thought again, that can't be right. Lu Biti went off to drink and caress with prostitutes. If his father found out, wouldn't he break his legs? He wouldn't dare to tattle. As soon as they entered the hall, before Suki could speak, did you take the folding fan from Magistrate Lia's family? Su Taining's face was as dark as the bottom of a well. No, Suki was startled and replied directly. At the same time, Suki thought to himself, this thing, I really didn't take it, the system did. The scapegoat system felt a stampede of various animals thundering through its circuits at that moment. I took it. In the end, didn't it all end up with you anyway? Hearing Suki, Su Tianing's expression softened slightly. He turned to Magistrate Lu and said, Magistrate Lu might have made a mistake. Perhaps you should check with your son again when you return. Suki seized the opportunity to look at Magistrate Lu. Hey, this guy, with his little mustache and shifty eyes, he really does look like Lu Snot. Lu Nongjiang rubbed his hands nervously before speaking. My lord, I naturally wouldn't dare to suspect young Master Su. It's just his servants. Would it be possible to summon the servants who traveled with young master so that I may question them? Seeing Su Taining's increasingly gloomy expression, Lu Nongjiang's heart trembled, but his desire for the fan overwhelmed his fear. He chuckled nervously. Please forgive me, my lord. That Tao Qingchun fan, I spent a fortune having it brought from Zhongzhou. It's the only one in the entire northern region. To think that that scoundrel son of mine stole it. Good, So Tianing replied indifferently. Lu Nongjiang was overjoyed. Naturally, Lu Nongjiang returned empty-handed. Of course, the fan was still safely tucked away in the system's inventory. There was no way Lu Nongjiang could have found it. However, this incident did have some negative consequences. After investigating Su's actions at the Kunjing building, Su Tianing issued an order, and Su Q was immediately confined to his room under house arrest. So Qi was not permitted to leave his room even a step before the pulse testing meeting the day after tomorrow. This damn fan is a curse! Suki muttered. However, he also knew that handing over the fan would likely make his situation even worse. Confined to his room, how could he possibly go out to plunder pulses? All his resentment vanished when he heard from his confidant that Lu Menite's loss of the folding fan and his overnight stay at the drunk Red House had been exposed, and that Lu Nongjiang had beaten him half to death, leaving him bedridden. Serves you right, you got what you deserved. Suki happily lay on his bed. House arrest wasn't anything new to him. Some people just feeling refreshed. Ha ha! 2 days passed quickly. Early that morning, all the 15 and 12-year-old boys in Liangzhou City left their homes, braving the wind, snow, and biting cold to head towards the governor's mansion. For today was the annual pulse assessment days. Under house arrest was also pulled from his bed early by his worried mother. Mother, what is this? So Qi stared at the bowl of broth, its contents resembling a network of veins, his face a mask of terror. Qi retorted impatiently, it's pulse water. Drinking it will help your pulse grow stronger. The saying goes, you are what you eat. I got it from a temple on the mountain outside the city. They say it works wonders. Su Qi, deeply averse to such superstitious practices, was about to refute. Qi Li looked at Si earnestly. Son, nothing showed up in your assessment when you were 12. This time, the results might not be good. Although your father said he won't send you back to the ancestral lands, your mother and I still need to cause him less trouble. Those old Su family men already resent your father for seizing power. Don't let this add fuel to the fire. Hearing his mother's heartfelt plea, So Qi knew that even though he was certain he now possessed a pulse, he could disappoint her. Fine, I'll drink it. Under Qi Li's gentle gaze, So Qi lifted the bowl and drained it in one gulp. Even after leaving the manor and settling into the carriage, So Qi couldn't forget the horror of that culinary abomination. This is insane. I'm never trusting mom again. So Qi was on the verge of tears. The system was gleefully chuckling. So many people, noticing the carriage, had stopped. So Qi lifted the curtain and saw that the extremely wide road was blocked. So Qi, you bastard, when you return to your Su family ancestral lands, I will personally and cordially greet you. At that moment, a venomous voice hissed in his ear. So Qi looked and saw Lu Bitu, his face bruised and swollen, in the carriage next to them. Didn't your father beat you up? While I may have called myself your father, I'm really not. What's it got to do with me? Why are you bothering me? So Qi looked disgusted. Besides, you went whoring around yourself. I didn't force you. Go bother someone else. Liu Pu's eyes widened. Why did this fellow always play his cards so unpredictably? He wasn't making any sense, yet he carried himself with such an air of authority, as if he were profoundly right. Big brother is still so imposing. So Tong appeared beside the carriage, several others with him. So Qi glanced at them, seeing that they were just a bunch of second-tier young masters, sons of lesser officials in Langzhou City. He wasn't interested in engaging them. Which dog is barking? Before abruptly closing the carriage curtain, Su Tong's companions exchanged knowing, teasing smiles. Su Tong, however, flushed crimson with embarrassment. Inwardly, he seethed with hatred, vowing to ensure Su Qi's demise at the first opportunity. Chapter 7. The Pulse Testing Ceremony. Before the governor's mansion lay a vast plaza. Across the plaza, indigo-colored lines shimmered faintly on the ground, radiating a dazzant glow. This was the Great Yuan Empire's pulse testing array. Every city with a population exceeding 10,000 possessed one. Langzhou City, a major northern city with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, naturally boasted the highest grade pulse testing array. Under the organization of the governor's soldiers, all the boys who came for the test lined up in a long queue. So Qi dismounted from his carriage when they were not far from the square. To avoid congestion, riding was not allowed for the rest of the journey. Isn't that the governor's son? Whispers immediately arose upon seeing Su Qi, his clothes elegant, his bearing superior. I heard he was detected as pulseless at 12. Why is he here? Probably still clinging to a sliver of hope. Heh, this guy really doesn't learn until he hits rock bottom. Why are you speaking like that? For ordinary people like us, to have the chance to surpass this renowned young Master Su of Liangzhou in something. Don't you find it exciting, according to you, entering the pulse array alongside the governor's son, and his pulse less while I have a pulse? Sounds pretty good. Although there had been many cases of individuals testing with pulses at 12, only to become pulseless at 15, most people believed that such bad luck would befall them. They were all confident, in their eyes. The notion that someone could be pulseless at 12 but develop a pulse by 15 was simply inconceivable, especially in Su Qi's case. At that moment, the ones most eagerly anticipating the pulse testing ceremony were Su Tong and the other collateral branches of the Su family, all hoping to demonstrate exceptional talent and aptitude. After all, since that lord's legitimate son lacked a pulse, the next heir to the Su family could be any outstanding member of the clan. So Qi was quickly collected by Jing Yuming and led through a special passage directly to the governor's mansion. Glancing at the others still queuing, So Qi couldn't help but think smugly, privileged class certainly had its perks. You dare come to an occasion like this? A sweet, teasing laugh suddenly sounded nearby. So Qi looked up and saw a woman in a light green gown sitting not far away. Chen Bican then. So Qi's lips curled into a slight smile. This was Chen Ye Wang's daughter, the eldest Miss Chen of the Chen family. Perhaps only the two of them, both 15 years old, enjoyed such privileges. If Su Tianxuan, the governor of Langzhou, was the top official, then Chen Ye Wang, the regional administrator, was the second in command for years. Chen Ye Wang had been keen on a marriage alliance between the Chen and Su families, hoping to marry his precious daughter into the Su household. Unfortunately, So Tianxuan had remained non-committal, and Su Qi himself had no interest in this scheming little vixen, so the matter had dragged on. It wasn't until Su Qiu turned 12 and was found to have no pulse that the Chen family felt a surge of relief, as if they'd finally turned the tables and become the masters of their own fate. Chen Bijan looked at Su Qiu with an enigmatic smile. If I were you, and hadn't shown a pulse by 12, I'd be clinging to my home, desperately waiting for this day to pass. Well, I'm not you, so I'm not desperate. So Qi rolled his eyes, then mumbled, I've never actually heard anyone insult themselves like that. You. Even Chen Bijan, known for her sharp tongue, was taken aback by Su Qi's unexpected retort and momentarily speechless. The pulse testing ceremony is about to begin, young men. Today marks a crucial turning point in your lives, a pivotal step that will determine your future. A man stood before the governor's mansion, his voice booming across the assembled youths. Their conversation interrupted. Chen Bijan turned her head towards the square, ignoring Su Qi. Su Qi, however, gazed curiously at the massive array in front of them. After the man's passionate speech, all the 15-year-old boys of Liangzhou City, under the direction of Liangzhou guards, began to enter the pulse testing array in order. Su Tianxuan and the other civil and military officials of Liangzhou sat together in the governor's mansion, observing the grand ceremony. The pulse testing ceremony was undoubtedly the greatest event in the Dayuan Empire, eclipsing even the imperial examinations. After all, the number of young people possessing pulses each year directly affects the future strength of Dayuan. So Qi watched curiously as the first few boys and girls walked into the pulse measuring array. Several showed no reaction at all. As they moved closer to the center of the array, the dejection on their faces deepened. However, as soon as a few others stepped into the array, they immediately connected with it, and a certain part of their bodies emitted light. Gradually, those who had emitted light could continue to proceed, while those who showed no reaction were escorted from the scene by soldiers. So Qi narrowed his eyes, watching as light continuously flowed into the bodies of these few people, gradually outlining veins of various shapes and sizes on their bodies. Are these pulses? Su Qi's eyes were filled with astonishment. Chen Bijian glanced at Su Qi'id. How is it? Very envious. Too bad, you're just a useless pulse less. Too bad what? Are you saying it's too bad a useless pulse less person like me doesn't fancy you? So Qi would never tolerate being mocked by a little girl, he retorted immediately. This person even insulted himself to insult others. The system silently observed, feeling a pang of sympathy for Chen Bijian. Such a pretty girl, why was she arguing with that ruffian? 21 were the first to enter the formation. Chen Yibo. Martial Meridian. Yellow rank. Lower grade. Guyan Devil Meridian. Yellow rank. Upper grade. Jing Cheng Devil. Martial Meridian. Xuan rank. Middle grade. The testing of the first group of youths in the Meridian detecting array was complete, and a nearby scribe immediately announced the results in a loud voice. Those with Meridians were naturally overjoyed, while those without hung their heads in dejection. Meanwhile, several smaller sects and martial arts schools quickly snatched up promising recruits with decent Meridian rankings. Of course, those with truly exceptional talent were not so quick to reveal themselves. After all, shortly after this Meridian detection ceremony, in the springtime, would be the joint recruitment of the 9 sects of the northern region. The 9 sects of the northern territory are the highest ranking entities in the entire region. Their sect masters hold positions equal to that of His Highness, the Yan King, the territory lord of the north. So Qi had no interest in the recruitment efforts of these minor sects and martial arts academies. As the legitimate son of the governor of Liangzhou, he was guaranteed a place in one of the 9 sects upon awakening his pulse, regardless of its type or rank. Young Master Su, you must be quite envious of those with pulses, Chen Bijian said, offering So Qi a charming smile before gracefully rising. But envy away, I little miss, am about to become the very object of your envy. So Qi found the woman's words increasingly irritating. On a sudden whim, he impulsively stood up and, without a second thought, slapped Chen Bijian hard on her round, firm buttocks. Chapter Zarieth rank superior. The soft, springy, intoxicating sensation sent a jolt through him. You bastard! Chen Bijian, feeling the burning sensation on her rear, spun around, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Ding! Host used a slapping attack on Chen Bijian, triggering the plunder effect and successfully plundering 1 golden silk soft armor. Su Qi remained impassive, though inwardly delighted. A random attempt, and had actually succeeded in plundering something, though. Why hadn't he plundered a pulse as well? Chen Bijian gently bit her red lip, her large eyes fixed on Su Qi. After a long moment, she breathed, her voice a silken whisper. Su Qi, you will pay for what you did today. Hearing this, Su Qi felt a chilling coldness seep into his bones, making him click his tongue in surprise. This little girl was incredibly mischievous. Su Qi realized he had acted somewhat rashly and unfairly. After all, even in his modern society, slapping a girl's behind would get him into trouble, let alone in this somewhat feudal society. Su Qi awkwardly touched his nose. The faint scent of the girl's perfume lingering on his hand wafted up into his nostrils, adding to his embarrassment. Chen Bijian, however, had already turned and strode into the magic array. As soon as she stepped into the array, a bright light immediately enveloped Chen Bijian. From his earlier observations, So Qi knew the intensity and timing of this light indicated the grade of one's pulse. Clearly, Chen Bijian possessed a pulse of no mean grade. Joining Chen Bijian in the second wave entering the array were several of Su Qi's acquaintances, including Su Tong and Lu Yupuch. Leaning on his cane, saw Su Qi and raised a hand, giving a thumbs down. So Qi smiled casually and nonchalantly raised his middle finger. Lu Yupuch was slightly taken aback then. He felt that Su Chu's middle finger gesture was far more stylish and sarcastic than his own. He couldn't even win a challenge against him. Lu Yupuch felt a surge of resentment, feeling that Su Qi's actions made his wounds even more painful. Su Tong, his expression gloomy, glared at Su Qi standing in the privileged position, his face filled with jealousy. They shared the same father, so why did Su Qi have privileges while he had to queue? So Qi glanced indifferently at Lu Yupuch, noticing a faint glow emanating from him. However, it was extremely dim, incomparable to Chen Bijian's radiance. If one were to compare them, it would be like the difference between a firefly's glimmer and the brilliance of the moon. Li, this little vixen is quite powerful. Huh. So Qi's gaze lingered on Chen Bijian, realizing that no one's light surpassed hers. Meanwhile, Su Tong's face was deathly pale because there was no light emanating from him at all. How is this possible? Su Tong couldn't believe it. He clearly had a pulse. How could this be? So Qi looked at the pale face Su Tong, a playful expression on his face. Just as a soldier stepped forward to take Su Tong away, a faint, shimmering light suddenly appeared on his body. What the? So Qi's face showed a hint of surprise. Had been wondering what would happen to this guy now that he lacked a pulse. How did he still have one? System, are you reliable? That, of course. Unreliable. Based on my calculation, your brother is likely a dual pulse individual, so after you took away one of his magic martial pulses, he still has another. So Qi felt a slight pang of annoyance at the system's words. What? This woman was a dual pulse cultivator. What the heck? Su Tong saw the light emanating from his body and his face lit up with joy. He even defiantly tilted his chin at Sukyu Chen Bijin. Magic and martial pulse.
Earth grade superior!
Li Yuping, martial pulse.
Yellow grade inferior!
Su Tong.
Yellow grade inferior!
Earth grade superior. A gasp rippled through the crowd. An earth grade superior magic and martial pulse. My god, with this aptitude, even among the 9 sects, she'd be cultivated as a core disciple, right? To think. Chen Bijin is not only beautiful and from a good family, but her talent is this good too. As Xiao Qingxian would say, Chen Bijin is the real deal, a true Baifume. Suki, watching as an amused bystander, felt a bit awkward, but was actually earth grade superior, if him only a mid-level yellow rank. That's quite a difference. 2 whole ranks. She's a platinum or diamond player, then him barely a bottom of the barrel bronze player.
No argument there!
Sigh. Maybe I was too rash refusing their marriage proposal back then. Having such a powerful wife, eating soft rice wouldn't be so bad
either, especially since she's quite pretty and has a great figure!
So Qi was so angry he beat his chest and stamped his feet. How is it? Chen Bijin, like a proud peacock, held her head high, her expression arrogant. So Qi said sorely, not good, you're just stubborn. Chen Bijin's eyes sparkled, and she let out a delicate laugh, her disdain obvious to even a fool. When you're back in the Su family ancestral lands farming, it'll give you a lesson you'll never forget. Chen Bijin had already regained her composure. The moment she learned her pulse grade, she was destined to become a phoenix soaring to the heavens. What was there to get angry about with an insignificant ant like So Qi? Since he'd dared to offend her, when the time came to look down on him, she'd cut off his hand, finding the condescending stares exhausting. So Qi immediately strode forward and stepped into the formation, participating in the 3rd wave of pulse testing.
Look, young Master Su is entering the array! Holy crap, I've got to get in there!
Then I can brag later. The governor's son regretfully withdrew due to lack of a pulse, while I gloriously became a Magus warrior. The moment Suki entered the arena, the boys surged forward, jostling to get a closer look. Surrounding soldiers scrambled to maintain order. From the high building, the dignitaries also saw Suki's entrance. My lord, your son has entered the arena, said Chen Ye, the prefect of Liangzhou, stroking his beard with a cheerful smile. His daughter possessed a high-grade earth-rank magic martial vein, making him exceedingly pleased. Of course, he was even more eager to witness firsthand that the prefect's son was veinless. Lu Nongjiang, beside him, likely in Su Qiu's possession, shook his head and mumbled. I've heard that young Master Su Qiu was found veinless at the age of 12.
What a pity!
Su Qianing remained composed and unyielding. Knowing the Su family's rule, no veins, Lu Nongjiang wanted to say more to taunt Su Tianning. After all, in terms of alliances, he was on Prefect Chen's side. Su Tianning glanced at Lu Nongjiang indifferently. Prefect Lu, you talk a lot, no? A single glare from Su Tianning sent a jolt through Lu Nongjiang. He couldn't help but think, what kind of monster is Su Tianning? Just a few days apart, and his cultivation seems to have soared again. So Qi calmly walked through the magic array. Noticing the absence of any light gathering around him, he thought to himself, if him still veinless this time, no matter what,
he'll find a way to smash that damn system!
Then you should smash your own head first! The system fumed. Chen Bijin looked at Su, a smile playing on her lips, and called out in a sweet voice, so Qi, don't embarrass yourself, come back now, and you can still save some face for your father. Shut up, you stinking woman, so Qi retorted, turning his head. Chen Bijin gritted her teeth. Though she repeatedly warned herself not to bother with an insignificant ant like Su Qi, she still wanted to pounce on him and bite him to death right there. Suddenly, astonishment replaced the anger in Chen Bijin's eyes. 4. On Su. Points of light were gathering and coalescing. Chapter 9, the 12 stages of the mortal realm. How is this possible? Su Tong's face was filled with despair. He had been gleefully watching Su Qi, who showed no sign of talent, anticipating his arrest by the soldiers. But Su Qi had only taken 2 or 3 more steps, before reaching the point where even the least talented would show a glow, and light had already begun to shine from him. Su Tong clearly remembered that his own light had appeared only at the very last step. Didn't this mean that Su Qi not only possessed a pulse but also had greater talent than him? Su Tong had longed for this day, for 3 long years, day and night. For 3 years, all he'd thought about was this day when he would finally crush Su Qi beneath his heel and become the one the Su family truly focused on. But today he found himself utterly thwarted. Why? Su Tong felt like his years of longing had been nothing but a cruel joke. High in the governor's mansion, a faint smile finally touched Su Tianing's lips. Chen Yi stared in astonishment, while Lu Nongjiang wore an expression as if he'd just swallowed something foul. When the light of Su Qi's meridians flared, he turned and grinned at Chen Bijin, revealing a flash of white teeth. Chen Bijin furrowed her brow, equally incredulous. A person with no meridians at 12 and then meridians at 15. Such a thing was practically impossible. Su Qiu Magical Martial Meridian.
Yellow rank, mid-grade.
Mi Junior Martial Meridian. Earth rank, mid-grade. Although another person, possessing a mid-grade Earth rank Martial Meridian, had been tested alongside Su Qi, everyone's attention remained fixed on Su Qi. Little Qin Shiyun actually has a magic martial vein. Doesn't that mean he could become a magic martial artist like the governor in the future? Haha, this is wonderful truly. Good things come to good people. Mekanuo, who possesses even better aptitude, has somehow become a supporting character. attracting no attention. Everyone is discussing the fact that Su Qi has awakened a vein. The children of the wealthy and powerful are gnashing their teeth in silent curses, hating the heavens' injustice, while the commoners are unanimously overjoyed, showering him with congratulations. Haha! Seeing the results and the dust settled, Su Taining let out a burst of laughter. Chen Yepang and the officials behind him, regardless of their inner thoughts, bowed simultaneously and said in unison, "Congratulations. Governor, we offer our felicitations." "Governor, good." Su Tianning flicked his long sleeves, clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Jing Yuming, go fetch Su Qi for me." Yes, unable to contain his joy, Su Tianning directly descended from the tall building, not even bothering to watch the rest of the vein testing ceremony. Chen Yepang naturally took over, representing the governor's mansion in showing attention to the ceremony, standing on the high building to continue observing this year's vein testing situation. Just a mid-grade yellow rank magic martial vein. For the state governor to lose his composure like this is truly unbecoming, Lu Nongjiang muttered under his breath. Chen Yi remained impassive, saying calmly, "Lu Sima, watch your words." "Yes," Lu Nongjiang replied, glancing at the many colleagues around him and quickly shutting his mouth. Chen Yi stood on the high platform, looking at his daughter, then at Su Qi, who was speaking with Jing Yuming in the distance. His eyes flickered, a mixture of light and shadow, as he weighed something in his mind. Su Qi followed Jing Yuming to the governor's mansion, seeing his delighted father. He felt his decision to surprise his father without prior notice was the right one.
"Come here!"
Su Tianyin beckoned Su Qi. Su Qi bowed respectfully. "Greetings, father."
"Don't put on airs! Come!
Sit." Su Tianyin felt his son had given him a tremendous surprise. Su Qi sat down, observing that besides himself and his father, only Jing Yuming was present. With no outsiders, he curiously asked, "Old man, it's just a mid-grade yellow rank magic martial vein." Aren't Yuo waved his hand and said seriously, "Don't belittle yourself. In cultivation, innate talent is undoubtedly irreversible. However, once one embarks on the path of cultivation, innate talent is no longer the sole determinant of achievement." Just like a father, Su Qi interrupted in surprise. "Father, you're also a yellow rank, middle grade." "Naturally not." Su Tianning waved his hand. "Your old father is earth rank, top grade, almost reaching the heaven rank, in terms of magical martial veins. Top grade. Then why did you use yourself as an example? You're truly a top grade." Su Qi silently muttered to himself. Of course, these words could only be thought, not dared to be spoken to his father. Su Tianning med, seeming to have forgotten where he was, and restarted the conversation. "As my son, as long as you have a vein, let alone the 9 sects of the northern region, you can choose whichever one you want. In the path of cultivation there are 5 important things: wealth, companions, methods, the Tao and land. Innate talent only ranks second, wealth is first. With your old father supporting you from behind, and you being able to enter the 9 sects. Even if you were a pig, your father can still get you to a decent realm. Not necessarily to achieve great things, but safeguarding the family business will be no problem." Hearing this, the corners of Su Qi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Even if I were a pig, are you praising me or insulting me?" Su Tianning seemed to realize something was wrong with his words, but he was truly overjoyed, so he tried to calm himself down and said to Jing Yuming, "Little Ming, since Q already has a vein, then you should explain the cultivation realms to Q first." "Yes!" Hearing this, Su Qi immediately sat up straight. Before he hadn't had a pulse, and his father had deliberately kept him from hearing anything about cultivation, fearing it would sadden and depress him. Therefore, he was almost entirely ignorant of realms and such. In the central great world, the path of cultivation is divided into magic warriors, magic masters, and warriors, based on the differences in one's pulse. I imagine you know this already. Seeing Su Qi nod, Jing Yuming continued. Currently, regardless of profession, the general cultivation realms for all cultivators consist of 12 stages of the mortal realm, 9 stages of the transcendent realm, and 6 stages of the king realm. 12 stages of the mortal realm, 9 stages of the transcendent realm, 6 stages of the king realm. Su Qi silently repeated. Jing Yuming smiled and said, "As for the finer details, I won't go into them with you. Once you enter the 9 sects, you'll have more specialized masters to explain the differences in each realm. I'll just tell you what these realms represent. Cultivation in the mortal realm, however high, is still just that of a mortal, so we needn't dwell on it. But once you enter the transcendent realm, you've entered another world entirely. Your father is currently in the transcendent realm, which allows him to hold the military and political power of a state, becoming a powerful official, controlling the lives and deaths of millions." Hearing this, Su Qi glanced at his father slightly surprised. "And the 6 stages of the king realm are even more incredible. The sect masters of the 9 sects, and our northern territories Lord Yan, are all within the king realm. They are peerless strongmen, ruling over the tens of millions of subjects in the northern territory. One could say that at this realm, even His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of our Great Yun Empire, would greet you warmly and try to win you over, afraid to offend you. As for whether there are realms beyond the king realm, my father and I haven't reached that level yet, so we don't know. Just remember, in the central great world, power equals authority. The more power you have, the more authority you wield. However, you don't need to get ahead of yourself, you just need to work hard. As long as you can enter the transcendent realm, it will be enough to take over the Su family headship and live a carefree life." Not to mention, once you leave the mortal realm and enter the transcendent realm, you'll have at least 500 years of lifespan, giving you much longer to enjoy life. 500 years of lifespan? So Q's eyes widened. What does 500 years mean? What kind of carefree life could one live with 500 years of debauchery? So Qi pondered for a moment. If he were back in his previous life in China, 500 years ago, the Ming dynasty wouldn't have fallen yet. So Qi was suddenly overcome with excitement. What could be more alluring than the prospect of immortality? Moreover, with cultivation, there would surely be all sorts of incredible supernatural powers and abilities, like a superhero, soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth. At this thought, so Qi remembered the magical system he possessed. Perhaps this bandit-like thing could even plunder others' cultivation base. He could skyrocket to the top directly. He couldn't recall what Jing Yuming said afterward, for his mind had already flown to the ends of the earth. In his daydreams, Sukiya had already entered the sixth realm of the king's stage and begun to dominate the world. Chapter 100. The Underwear Assassin System. Strolling slowly out of the governor's mansion, a faint smile still lingered on Su Q's face. He had been lost in his daydreams a little too much just now, and was still coming back to reality. Just a yellow rank mid-grade pulse and you're this happy. Chen Bicjun remained seated beside him, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Su Q's smile vanished, replaced by a puzzled expression as he looked at Chen Bicjun. Miss Chen, why are you still here? Were you waiting for me? Me waiting for a lowly toad like you? Chen Bicjun's face flushed with a hint of arrogance. Su Qi nodded sagely. Though what we can't have always stirs our desires, you need be so eager to impress me. Of course. I understand it's hard for you to ignore me. My handsome features alone are enough to make you swoon, not to mention my profound knowledge and cultured refinement. Alas, sometimes being too excellent is a fault. Initially surprised by Su Qi's sudden flowery speech, Chen Bicjun's eyes widened, but as she heard his shameless self-praise, a cold sneer played on her lips. Some things never change, she thought. Miss Chen, after your marriage proposal to me failed all those years ago, you've persistently pursued me, causing me considerable distress. Well, I don't want to disappoint you. You can marry me and become my concubine. Then, we can choose the same sect among the 9 sects. Su Qi's excitement grew with each word. Chen Bicjun was furious. This shameless man actually wanted her to be his concubine. Enraged, Chen Bicjun raised her hand to strike him, but too slowly. His foot catching on Chen Bicjun's skirt. Chen Bicjun, having used excessive force, stumbled and nearly fell. Careful! So Q didn't want this relatively pleasing little vixen to fall and injure herself, so he reached out to steady her ding. Host hack Chen Bicjun triggering the plunder effect and successfully plundering one phoenix seeking phoenix belly band. So Q's eyebrows shot up. Is this system a pervert? Does it have this kind of fetish? It shouldn't be called the Great Plunder System, it should be called the Underwear Killer System. The system silently refuted it furiously in its mind. Screw your underwear killer.
You're the pervert. Your whole family are perverts.
Oh yeah. This girl's bellyband seems to have been plundered by the system. So Qi suddenly understood and his face lit up, his expression like he'd won the lottery. Chen Bicjun's large almond-shaped eyes were instantly watery, and the blush on her face added a touch of charm. As an unmarried maiden, when had she ever experienced such a thing? She was filled with shame and anger. Get lost! Chen Bicjun mustered her strength, pushed Su Q away, and covered her face, running towards her carriage in the distance. If this woman wasn't so scheming, she'd actually be quite nice. So Qi stroked his chin, thinking however he would always remember this. Never sleep with a woman who is more scheming than you. Chen Bicjun returned to her carriage, her face flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering, her pearly white teeth gently biting her red lips, murmuring under her breath, that scoundrel. With that matter settled, so Qi did linger and boarded his carriage. As soon as Su Qi entered the manor, a servant bowed respectfully and said, Young Master Q, the elders of the family request your presence. Elders? Su Q raised an eyebrow slightly. What could these old geezers want from him? He already had a pulse. Could these old fogies dare to order him to go back to farming, having been a dandy for over a decade? So Qi was not someone to be trifled with. He wasn't the least bit intimidated, and simply nodded his chin at the servant. Lead the way. The servant responded, leading the way. Now that Suki had a pulse, and after his father's lecture on the financial aspects of cultivation, he felt incredibly confident. Besides, he was about to become a disciple of the 9 sects. What could these old farts possibly do to him? However, when Suki saw that the servant was leading him to the Su family ancestral hall, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. These people were waiting for him in the ancestral hall. This was going to be big, just as Suki felt a twinge of apprehension, wondering if he should wait for his father. A middle-aged man appeared behind him without warning and shoved him. Go in. So Q turned around and saw that the man was from the Su family's enforcement hall. Kneel. As soon as Suki entered the ancestral hall, he heard someone shout, make me kneel. So Qi immediately looked around, his eyes sweeping the room among the assembled crowd. Seated in the main chair was the most esteemed elder of the Su family, the Grand Elder. Esteemed, of course, simply meant had lived the longest, an old geezer. In other words, seated to the side was someone Su also recognized, his second uncle, Su Te, the newly appointed 10th elder of the Su family. 2 other elder council members were also present, the 6th and 7th elders. The rest were representatives from various branches of the Su family.
A den of vipers!
Nothing good could come of this. Su Tianxing spoke smoothly. Nephew, the Grand Elder has asked you to kneel. Why haven't you? According to ancestral rules, Su family members are forbidden from performing ancestral rites in the ancestral hall unless it's a designated ritual day. Second uncle, I heard you were recently elected to the Su family Elder Council. How can you not even understand the ancestral rules? I should report this to my father. Is there some shady business going on within the Elder Council? Just anyone can get in. Su Qi had been sparring with these old fogies since he was a child. He knew the Su family rules practically by heart, and even the laws of the Great Yuan Empire, almost backwards. Hearing Su Qi use the ancestral rules against him, and even mocking him, Su Tianxiang's face darkened. He said coldly, "Have you ever heard that the ancestral rules also state that the commands of elders cannot be disobeyed? The Great Yuan laws state that clan affairs are governed by clan rules, and no one can overstep them. Do you think the Grand Elder can disregard family law?" Su Qi sneered. Second uncle, it seems you not only don't understand family law but also national law. My father always said you were indolent, and I defended you. But today, I see my father's wisdom. He saw you for the good for nothing you are. You insolent brat. Su Tiancheng's face turned livid. In front of all these elders and juniors of the Su family, Su Q dared to ridicule and belittle him. Su Qi, refusing to be outdone, spoke again. Second uncle, as a branch family member, you dare insult the direct descendants of the main family. Seeing his initial attempt at intimidation backfire, and himself about to be cornered by Su Qi, his authority teetered on the brink of collapse. Elder Su Huixian, the head elder of the Su family, opened his slightly cloudy eyes from the side and interrupted. Su Qi, someone has accused you of disregarding family ties, bullying your younger brother, and acting tyrannically in the village. Therefore, I ordered you to kneel and explain yourself to our ancestors. Do you have any objections? Chapter 011, a fiery rebuttal. Do you have any objections? Elder Su Huixian's words carried an undeniable weight, his final sentence delivered with a resounding impact. Even imbued with the powerful aura of a mage, most people would have been terrified into immediate submission. However, Su Qi was no ordinary person. He considered himself a reasonable man. Furthermore, Su Qi was accustomed to Su Taining's constant reprimands and showed no signs of losing his composure. Compared to Su Taining's imposing presence, the elder's aura was like a tiny firefly beside the moon. Who accused me? Unless they stand here and state their case, I'll kneel for nothing. Su Qi's eyes widened as he retorted loudly. Su Huixian slammed his hand on the armrest, his angry voice laced with a threat. You insolent brat! Himp. It seems Su Taining is truly a failure as a father. How can such an incompetent person lead our Su family? We should discuss at the next elders meeting whether Su Taining should relinquish his position as family head. Old man. Sir. Completely unmoved by the elder's act. Everyone respects you and calls you Grand Elder because you've lived a long time. That's giving you face, not some license for you to act entitled and shameless. He pointed at Su Huixian's nose. What kind of accomplishment is that? If I didn't give you face, I'd call you a worthless old turtle. And what could you do about it? You rebellious son! Su Huixian's whiskers bristled with rage. He held a high and mighty position in the Su family. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. The onlookers from various branches of the Su family stared, their eyes wide with astonishment. How dare Su Q talk to the Grand Elder like that? The Grand Elder, a man almost equal in status to the family head. Meanwhile, representatives from branches who had long resented the Grand Elder's arrogance were practically beaming. The old geezer finally got what he deserved. If it weren't for the occasion, they would have stood up and applauded. Su Qi rolled his eyes at Su Huixian's words. You're not my father! You're the one who's being rebellious! You've lived so long, you've become a dog! Do you even understand propriety? Su Huixian was on the verge of a stroke. Never before had he suffered such humiliation in the Su clan, especially with so many witnesses. Seeing the Grand Elder's fury, and noticing that the 6th and 7th elders were completely disengaged, clearly just there for show, Su Tiancheng cursed under his breath. Old foxes! Su Tiancheng had no choice but to intervene. He stood up, his face grim. Su Qi, you disrespectful brat! My brother has been too lenient with you. I'll teach you a lesson today! Without giving Su Qi a chance to respond, Su Tiancheng lunged at him like a tiger. Su Tiancheng's actions were born out of desperation. After all, he was the architect of this entire situation. Originally, his plan was simple. If Su Qi showed no pulse today, he would lead the Elders' Council to send Su Qi back to the ancestral lands to farm, thus disrupting Su Taining's delaying tactics and forcing a direct confrontation between Su Tianing and the Council. Throughout Su family history, every family head who clashed with the Elders' Council ultimately met with dismissal. At that point, to appease Su Taining's faction, he, Su Tiancheng, would naturally become the undisputed next family head. Unfortunately, God disposes. Who could have guessed that Su Qi, that good-for-nothing, actually had a pulse? So Su Tiancheng seized the opportunity while Su Taining was preoccupied with the pulse-testing ceremony and couldn't return home. He embellished Su Qi's past misdeeds, fabricating a story of him abusing Su Tong and reported it to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder had long disliked Su Qi, and the two readily conspired. Su Tiancheng planned to administer family discipline to Su Qi, beating him half to death, perhaps even crippling his cultivation path. Then, Su Tianing, who loved his son dearly, would naturally clash with the Elders' Council again, and in the end, Su Tiancheng would be the one reaping the benefits. But Su Tiancheng hadn't anticipated that Su upon entering, not only refused to confess but also launched a scathing verbal attack, leaving the Grand Elder speechless. His bold defiance completely threw Su Tiancheng's plans into disarray. Within the ancestral shrine, private punishments and forced confessions were forbidden. Thus, in this awkward situation, it fell to Su Qi's second uncle, Su Tiancheng, to intervene under the guise of disciplining his nephew. Seeing Su Tiancheng shamelessly attacking him, Su Qi felt a surge of panic. No matter how eloquent his tongue, Su Qi was still just a pampered young master incapable of physical combat.
You scoundrel! Su Tiancheng! Do you have no shame? Su Qi roared.
Seeing Su Tiancheng's massive fist hurtling towards him, he could only react, losing all dignity with a clumsy roll. Su Tiancheng glanced indifferently at Su Qi. He'd wanted to beat this nephew for days. Today was the perfect opportunity to vent his anger. The seventh elder opened his mouth as if to speak. The sixth elder beside him raised a hand to stop him, shaking his head. The seventh elder fell silent. The representatives from the other branches certainly weren't going to say anything. Su Tiancheng, the head of the family's younger brother and a high-ranking elder, held significant power and prestige. Who dared to offend him? Besides, an uncle beating his nephew seemed perfectly reasonable, didn't it? Su Qi wanted to escape the ancestral hall, but two burly men from the enforcement hall blocked the entrance, making escape impossible.
You scoundrel, take this!
Feeling the rush of air behind him, Su Qi knew he had to use his secret self-defense treasure. With a shout, he hurled a porcelain vial from his bosom. A sneer played on Su Tiancheng's lips as he reached out to swat the vial away. With a snap, the vial shattered the moment Su Tiancheng made his move. Su Tiancheng's face changed, but countless pale red powders had already dispersed into the air. Ah! Su Tiancheng let out a pained cry, clutching his eyes and wailing in agony. The other parts of his body touched by the dust itched unbearably. Seeing the man clutching his eyes and howling, scratching frantically at himself, Su Qi's lips curled into a cold smile as he charged forward.
Damn it, this guy's got some nerve at his age, attacking a young man like me. How shameless! With that,
Su Qi raised his foot and delivered two fierce kicks to Su Tiancheng's body. Ding Host used leg attack on Su Tiancheng, triggered plunder effect and successfully plundered 1 year's worth of refined skill from the Tongmei Zhu. Ding Host used fist attack on Su Tiancheng, triggered plunder effect and successfully plundered 1 year's worth of refined skill from the Tongmei Zhu. Ding Host used stomp attack on Su Tiancheng, triggered plunder effect and successfully plundered 1 year's worth of refined skill from the Tongmei Zhu. Su Qi was astonished to find that almost every hit triggered the plunder effect. Su Tiancheng's eyes were blinded by the unknown powder, unable to see, and his body was racked with an unbearable itch. Being only a mortal Rem warrior, his 6 senses were unopened, leaving him flailing wildly. The nimble Su Qi was far too quick to be hit. The ancestral hall resounded with Su Tiancheng's screams. Chapter 01 of Old Man Su to the rescue.
Su Qi, you little beast, I'll kill you!
Su Tiancheng roared, charging forward. Su Qi quickly dodged. With a loud thud, Su Tiancheng crashed into a pillar of the ancestral hall. At this moment, Xuanxian and the others on the main seat finally recovered from their shock. The representatives from the various branches exchanged amazed glances, whispering amongst themselves. Su Tiancheng had been beaten by his nephew. Ha ha ha. I never expected to witness such a spectacle today. Su Tiancheng has always been eyeing the head of the family position. After today,
he can forget about it.
Speaking of Su Qi, we've heard he's a reckless devil in Liangzhou. Seeing a day. The rumors are true. Hey, I think young Master Q is quite clever. If it were you and me in this situation, we would have been completely controlled by the Grand Elder and Su Tiancheng. That's true. Su Huixian's face flushed, his voice erupting in fury. Seize him. Seize this wretch who dares to roar in the ancestral hall and assault his elders. Hearing the Grand Elder's order, the disciples of the enforcement hall guarding the entrance immediately surged forward. 2 of them swiftly apprehended Su Qi. Su Qi, who had been contemplating delivering a few more kicks to Su Tiancheng and plundering more of his cultivation, was suddenly seized and thrown to the ground. Su Weixian's face was ashen.
Drag this scoundrel out! 50 strokes, then bring him back for questioning!
Seeing the Grand Elder's blatant hostility, Su Qi felt his doom approaching. The enforcement hall was involved, and a flogging was on the cards. It seemed this man was determined to destroy him. 50 strokes, if delivered with full force, would leave Su crippled, if not dead. Su Qi, desperate, cried out at the top of his lungs.
Father! Help! They're going to kill me! Silence! Don't even mention your father!
Even the Heavenly Emperor himself couldn't save you today. Su Huixian's face was contorted with rage. He had long resented Su Tianing's powerful influence. Using his son as an example would show the Su clan that the Elder Council held ultimate power. Su Qi imagined his father, likely sipping tea and engaging in pleasantries at the governor's mansion, and despair washed over him. Wait, Su Qi suddenly shouted. Su Huixian frowned slightly. What else do you have to say? Su Qi lay on the ground, his face serious. My bottom itches. I request permission to scratch it. A few representatives from the Su family's branch houses burst into laughter. The family head's eldest son was certainly a handful. Su Huixian's face turned blacker than the bottom of a pot. He said in a deep voice, disciplinary hall disciples,
give him a good scratching with stick! Yes!
Hearing the 2 strong voices beside him, Su Qi trembled. Su Tiancheng, who had been helped up by the 7th elder and splashed with water, feeling slightly better, was now full of resentment. He pointed at Su Qi, who was being dragged away, and cursed. Drag this little beast out and beat him to death! Beat him to death! So Qi, who was being dragged away, had no time to bicker with the foolish Su Tiancheng. His mind was racing with impractical schemes, desperately seeking a way to escape. Suddenly, Su Qi felt himself stop, just as he thought the beating was about to begin. A gentle, magnetic voice sounded beside him. Second brother, you keep calling someone a little beast. Who are you referring to? Su Qi's rapidly spinning brain instantly stopped. Hey, father's here, he thought joyfully. Father, you're a lifesaver, head of the family. Two disciples from the enforcement hall, initially obstructing and about to reprimand, fell silent upon seeing Su Tianying, hastily releasing Su Qi, immediately freed. Su Qi smoothly stood up, brushing the dust from his clothes, and affected a cough. You people, he said, don't even sweep the ancestral hall clean. Are you letting the ancestors gather dust? The two enforcement hall disciples looked embarrassed. We're not the cleaning crew, one mumbled. What's that got to do with us, however? With the head of the family present and the situation unclear, both remained silent, heads bowed. Then Su Qi, with a fawning smile, sidled up and affectionately called out, Father, you're here! Su Tianying nodded slightly, a hint of indulgence flashing in his eyes. Su Qi immediately stood behind Su Tianying, his back ramrod straight, as if he himself were a figure of immense importance. With father here, even if the sky falls, it can be held up. This was the conclusion Su Qi, with years of experience as a spoiled wastrel, had reached through countless reckless acts. Su Tiancheng, seeing Su Tianying's arrival, felt a flicker of fear. He didn't dare answer when questioned, shrinking his neck and glancing at the seated grand elder, receiving no from side to side. Su Tiancheng could only manage a smile more wretched than tears. Brother, he stammered, you must have misunderstood. Su Tianying ignored Su Tiancheng, turning his gaze towards the ancestral hall. He spoke calmly. I hear that the grand elder is here to judge my son. I wonder what crime he has committed that warrants such a judgment in the ancestral hall. Su Huixin, seated calmly in his chair, responded slowly, a cold sneer playing on his lip. Su Tianying, as the head of the family, you have failed in your duty to raise your son properly. This rebellious son of yours dared to speak out so brazenly in the ancestral hall, and even attacked his own uncle. In my opinion, it's time you tendered your resignation to the elder council. He inwardly scoffed. Others may fear your power as a transcendent-level martial artist, Su Tianying, but I, Su Huixin, do not. Su Tianying remained outside the ancestral hall, his voice calm and steady. That's for later. My question is, what authority does Su Huixin have to judge my son in the ancestral hall? Who granted you this power? Su Huixin's expression shifted slightly. He frowned and said, the elder council holds the power to determine punishments, and as the grand elder, I naturally represent the council. Ridiculous! Su Tianying scoffed. These two simple words sent a shockwave through the ancestral hall. Seated within, felt his ears ring, his head spin, and a surge of heat threatened to burst from his nostrils. Horrified, he hastily channeled his inner energy to suppress the tremors. The sixth and seventh elders, merely caught in the periphery of the shockwave, paled considerably. They exchanged a glance, subtly shifting their positions to put a little distance between themselves and Su Huixin. Su Tiancheng trembled, his legs weak, as brothers from the same mother. He knew better than anyone how terrifying his elder brother truly was. For a moment he regretted his actions, wondering if his secret machinations for the position of family head had been a fatal mistake. Su Huixin forcefully suppressed the lingering tremor, placing a hand on his chest. Su Tianying, come inside and speak. Su Tianying's lips curved into a slight smile, his expression suddenly softening with a touch of politeness. It's not convenient to speak within the ancestral hall. I would ask the grand elder to come out for a chat. Chapter 013. A true man should act accordingly. It's not convenient to speak within the ancestral hall. I would ask the grand elder to come out for a chat. These old bones of mine aren't up to moving about. As they'd come in, Su Huixin lifted his teacup and took a sip, a flash of contempt crossing his eyes. The ancestral hall forbade violence and ancestral rule. He didn't believe Su Tianying could do anything to him within its confines. Su Tianying looked at Su Huixin, his face thick with self-importance, a smile playing on his lips. Grand elder, you think by hiding in the ancestral hall like a turtle, it'll be unable to touch you? You're far too naive. At these words, Su Huixin jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Su Toundrel, just you wait! I'll immediately convene the elders' council, impeach you, and judge your unfitness as the head of the family. You'll be ousted from your position. Just you wait. And on first, Su Qi had called him a turtle bastard, and now Su Tianying openly referred to him as a turtle. Insulted so severely by father and son, his explosive anger was understandable, given his pride and stubbornness. Su Tianying's face turned slightly cold, a shocking aura rising around him. Then, casually extending a hand, he spoke coldly. Ungrateful cur! The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. Su Huixin, as if pulled by some invisible force, flew from his chair directly towards the hand Su Tianying had extended. Audacious! Su Huixin's face changed, his hands rapidly forming incantations, attempting to break Su Tianying's hold on him, but the incantations had no effect, the pull unrelenting. A roar escaping his lips. Damn you! Boom! Su Huixin formed another incantation. Before him, a green light materialized. Then, writhing like a serpent, it darted towards Su Tianying. A faint smile played on Su Tianying's lip. The old scoundrel dares to attack within the ancestral hall. Su Huixin bellowed. The light blazed even brighter, The serpentine phantom suddenly seemed to come alive. So Qi, watching from the side, saw the phantom snake's eyes vibrant and alive, even flicking its tongue. What was happening? So Qi felt the scene surpassed his understanding. A representative from a branch of the Su family suddenly cried out, imbuing the spell with sentience. Only a transcendent realm expert can do that. Heavens, the Grand Elder has broken through to the transcendent realm. What? Upon hearing this, representatives from all branches of the Su family rejoiced. Until now, only Su Taining had reached the transcendent realm, a constant worry for the Su family. Now the Grand Elder had achieved it too, with the family head and the Grand Elder both possessing transcendent realm cultivation. Doesn't that mean the Su family will enjoy hundreds of years of peace and security in Liangzhou City? Hearing that this old Jiza was also a transcendent realm cultivator, Su Qi's expression shifted. Both being at the same level, who was stronger? He wondered if his father could withstand the pressure. Su Tianing's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end, his posture unwavering, until the shadowy serpent reached Su Tianing. Su Huixian immediately rejoiced, bursting into laughter. Su Tianing, you've grown too arrogant. My azure light serpent technique is faster than the speed of sound. Once I get close, even your lightning-fast reflexes won't be enough to dodge. As soon as Su Huixian finished speaking, the shadowy serpent opened its mouth wide. Its fangs gleaming with a chilling light, it appeared to teleport, materializing at Su Taining's neck. Family head! Father! The representatives from the various branches of the Su family and Su Qi could only cry out in unison at this sight. At this moment, Su Taining, his left hand hanging down, moved with a speed and posture beyond comprehension, instantaneously appearing before his own neck, just as the shadowy serpent was about to strike. Su Taining gently pinched his fingers together. Crack! The beam of light shattered instantly. Crushed by the force, Xuanxian, still suspended in mid, guided by Su Tianing's hand, his face paled. He hadn't expected his confident strike to be utterly ineffective. This green light serpent technique was arguably one of the strongest moves in his arsenal as a transcendent realm mage. Su Tianing remained, his right hand outstretched, suddenly increasing the suction force and pulling Xuanxian towards him. But unlike before, a distinct aura of killing intent now emanated from Su Tianing. Two enforcement hall disciples closest to Su Tianing, awed by this terrifying fear, stumbled and fell to their knees. Su Huixian, originally suspended in the air, felt the suction force intensify, violently pulling him. He struggled, but to no avail. His body swiftly flung out of the ancestral hall. My God! The Grand Elder's powerful attack, a transcendent realm mage, easily countered by the Patriarch. What's going on? The Grand Elder, just pulled out of the ancestral hall by the Patriarch. My heavens, just how powerful is the Patriarch? The Grand Elder, also a transcendent realm mage, is completely helpless in his hands. The scene unfolded with lightning speed, leaving the representatives from the various branches of the Su family speechless. Even Su Tiancheng, hiding in the corner of the ancestral shrine, broke out in a cold sweat. Su Huixian, you think that because you recently broke through to the transcendent realm, you can challenge me directly? Su Tianing sneered, his hand gripping Su Huixian's neck as if he were holding a chicken. Su Huixian's face was filled with shock. After breaking through to the transcendent realm, he believed that even if he was weaker than Su Tianing, the gap shouldn't be too significant. Even if he lost, Su Tianing should still take him seriously. Yet Su Tianing's strength was far beyond his expectations. His techniques were as weak as a child's play. Head of the family, it's a misunderstanding, Su Huixian! His courage completely shattered, dared not retort. A cold smile played on Su Tianing's lips as he announced, Su Huixian abused his power, engaged in corruption, and acted unjustly. He falsified records in front of our ancestors and dared to attack the head of the family within the ancestral shrine. Therefore, I hereby revoke his position as Grand Elder. He will be imprisoned by the enforcement hall, and Su Huiji will temporarily take over as the Grand Elder of the Elder Council! Su Huixian tried to speak, to defend himself, but a powerful force surged into his mind. His newly achieved transcendent realm magus cultivation felt unsteady, threatening to plummet back to the mundane realm. Terrified, Su Huixian dared not utter another word, hurriedly calming himself to stabilize his cultivation. Yes, seeing the Grand Elder's state, the rest of the Su family members bowed their heads. However, their thoughts turned to the fact that second elder Su Huizi had always been the head of the family's loyal follower. It was clear that anyone who dared to cause trouble in the Su family from now on was asking for trouble. Su Tanqing, pale-faced, was almost completely ignored by Su Tianing from beginning to end. At this moment, Su Qi looked at Su Tianing with a face full of admiration, thinking back to the situation he had previously struggled with to no avail. Now effortlessly subdued by Su Tianing, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This is power! This is the might of power! I want to possess such power too! A true man should be like this!" Chapter 050. Say your father's name. Since Su Tianing announced the abolishment of the Grand Elder, Su Huixian had no power to fight back and was directly sentenced to 10 years of confinement by the enforcement hall, forbidden from leaving. This brought the prestige of the current head of the family, Su Tianing, to an unprecedented. The Su family had existed in Liangzhou for nearly 1,000 years, and this was the first time a family head had abolished a Grand Elder. In the past, it was always the Elders' Council that deposed the family head. For a time, from top to bottom in the Su family, no one dared to cause trouble. Even Su Tiancheng, who had been very active before, now kept a low profile, At the same time, the news of Su Tianning single-handedly capturing the Su family's grand elder, who had already reached the realm of Tongjing, spread throughout Liangzhou city, causing many forces in Liangzhou to reassess Su Tianning's strength. Su Tianning's prestige was unmatched, naturally bringing great benefits to Qi. Now, so Qi swaggered about not only in the Su manor but throughout the entire Liangzhou. Previously, when encountering officials from Liangzhou, so Qi would still exercise some restraint. Now, as long as he wasn't facing Jing Yuming, so Qi dared to kick anyone he disliked. After possessing the demon martial pulse, so Qi had even fewer worries. Before his father recommended him to join the 9 sects, he only needed to eat, drink, and have fun. The next morning, this plundered cultivation is awake. So Qi, freshly washed, stroked his chin, looking at the 3 pellets he'd taken from his inventory. Are these pills? Yes, because the plundered cultivation base is mottled and impure. The precision will also vary. To avoid problems with the host's cultivation, this system will transform all plundered cultivation into spirit pills for the host's cultivation. These spirit pills will yield better results when used with cultivation techniques. You're really worrying about things that don't concern you. So Qi felt a slight pang of annoyance. He had thought that by obtaining Su Tiancheng's 3 years of martial arts cultivation, he could go out and beat up Chen Bijin, that little brat, and then kick those good-for-nothing young masters. Had envisioned happily showing off in front of everyone. But the system turned it into pills that need to be taken with cultivation techniques. The system, repeatedly angered by it, was also somewhat unhappy, and immediately retorted, since the host doesn't need it, this system won't go through the extra steps of converting plundered cultivation in the future, it will directly absorb it into the host. I was just kidding. Of course pills are better! So Qi hastily laughed it off, bowing to the system for the first time. A true man can bend and stretch! Which is better, these side effect, free pills or absorbing mottled cultivation? Anyone with half a brain would know. Suddenly treated kindly by Su Qi, the system was immediately flattered and bashfully said, Host, you're too kind. Actually the transformation of plundered cultivation into pills is an automatic process, and this system, well, has no right to modify it. Or rather, you scheming little system, you've even learned to deceive and act tough. Shameless! Su Qi's face instantly changed. The system hadn't expected such a brazenly shameless person. The change in his expression was faster than turning a page. The system suddenly wondered if it should also become more assertive. This host was too much of a bully! Or should it be bullying the system? So Q put the spirit pill, the result of a year's cultivation, back into his inventory and took out the gold thread soft armor. Why not use it? As the biggest official's son in Liangzhou, he should wear body armor to protect himself. It smells lovely. So Qi didn't know if this thing could be washed, but it smelled good and felt quite comfortable to wear. Since it wasn't worn close to the body, he just put it on. The gold thread soft armor was surprisingly elastic and fit well. As for the phoenix seeking the phoenix bellyband, so Qi hadn't touched it yet. A girl's undergarment. What was he supposed to do with it? Was he some kind of perverted otaku like the system? The system could only silently mutter in its core, Suki. Afterwards, Su Qi went to greet his mother before seeking out Su Tianning to request a set of cultivation techniques for magic warriors, intending to consume the spirit pill afterward. His father only left him with one sentence: no matter which of the 9 sects you go to, there will be more suitable techniques for you there. It's not advisable to cultivate too early! Even more infuriating for Su Qi was that Su Tianning specifically instructed Jing Yuming Xiaoming, supervise this. In the entire Liangzhou city, even the whole of Liangzhou, no one is allowed to give cure any cultivation techniques. Yes! So Qi slunk out of the mansion, thinking that he still had over a month before he went to the 9 sects to apprentice. He gathered his 8 hours invincible warriors, and with a great show of force, they headed out into the streets. Speaking of which, So Qi's 8 Xingang were no ordinary servants. They were carefully selected warriors with martial veins who had undergone training. Although they were all only at the mortal realm, they were considered top-notch experts within Liangzhou city. So Qi called out from inside the carriage. A lean man poked his head in through the carriage window, smiling. Young master, what is it? So Qi narrowed his eyes and glared at him. Let me see the martial arts manual you're cultivating. Gos's face immediately fell. Young master, it's not that I don't want to show you. But, if you're willing, then show me. So Q interrupted, raising an eyebrow. Gos's face twisted into a bitter grimace. Young master, the patriarch just issued a strict order. Honestly, Seer isn't afraid of being dragged away by General Jing and beheaded. Seer is just afraid that no one will attend to you. Serve you day and night. Hearing Gos's sickening flattery, So Qi, however, put on an expression of kid. I have high-hosed his chin. I won't trouble you. You may go. Thank you for your kindness, young master! Goosey chuckled and left. The system scoffed. Such insincere flattery could actually make you smile. Unbelievable. You treat it as real, and you treat it as fake, and it is fake, So Qi said casually. The system, for a moment, found Su Q's words difficult to understand. At this time, the carriage suddenly stopped. A wedding procession was passing by, with a noisy and lively entourage. Brother Su, a voice called from outside the carriage. Su Qi lifted the carriage curtain and saw a pretty boy in the carriage next to theirs, gazing at him with a fawning expression. Who are you? So Qi frowned slightly. The pretty boy was slightly taken aback. then said somewhat embarrassedly,
Brother Su, you really have a poor memory.
5 days ago, I was with Liu Yuping and the others at the Qiangjing Tower when you
Beat us up in Malingwang.
Don't tell me your name. So Qi raised an eyelid, unable to recall this person who seemed so happy despite having been beaten. Ma Lingwang was extremely embarrassed and said,
My father is Ma Zihao.
Ma Zihao. So Qi repeated the name, then remembered. So you're from the Ma family?
The richest in Langzhou. Yes.
Ma Lingwang, seeing Su Qi's recognition, immediately responded with a flattering smile. So Q asked, What do you want? Ma Lingwang glanced around nervously, again hesitant and reluctant to speak.
Brother Su, it's crowded here. Maybe. Spit it out.
What's with all the hesitation? As the eldest son of the Langzhou governor, Su Q certainly wasn't going to be polite to a mere merchant's son. Scene. Ma Lingwang finally blurted out, Brother Su, Liu Yupa's brother is back and has said he's going to beat you up, he said 3 times, once for himself, once for his brother, and the last time just for the fun of it. Hearing this, Su Q's face instantly darkened. Chapter Ola 50 v Jingxiu Tower. After the wedding procession passed, Su Q's carriage started moving again. Ma Lingwang's carriage turned onto a different street. Ma Lingwang's words left Su Q feeling slightly uneasy and apprehensive. It wasn't that Su Q feared Liu Yupuk's brother, it was that Liu Yuzuo was simply a complete buffoon. Okay, Su Qi admitted, he was indeed somewhat afraid of this buffoon. Su Qi recalled the first time he offended Liu Yuzuo. It was because this buffoon had bumped into him in the street without apologizing. So Su Qi concocted a satirical short story in the style of Kong Yuji, as follows: the moment Liu Yuzuo entered the establishment, all the courtesans burst into laughter. Some shouting. Liu Yuzuo, your thing seems to have shrunk again. He didn't reply, but said to the madam, Get me 10 girls who are good at oral sex. He then produced a silver ingot. They loudly jeered again. You must be impotent again. Liu Yuzuo's eyes widened as he said, How can you slander me like this? What slander? I saw you with my own eyes 2 days ago, lying on Widow Sun's belly, grunting and groaning for ages without a result. Liu Yuzuo's face flushed crimson, the veins on his forehead bulging as he argued, How can that be considered without a result? This matters between men and women. Can they be explained in detail to you? He continued with incomprehensible words, something like, Thor, I still have a tongue. And impotence is nothing to be ashamed of, which set everyone off into a roar of laughter. The air inside and outside the establishment was filled with merriment. As a result, this little story, spread by word of mouth, became common knowledge throughout Liangzhou city within a few days. Coincidentally, So Qi later learned through certain channels that Liu Yuzuo was indeed impotent, and that his, shall we say, endowment was only about the size of a silkworm. Therefore, with his secret ailment now known to the entire city, Liu Yuzuo vowed to beat Su Q to death, and once chased him down 3 streets with a cleaver. After that incident, Su Q was too terrified to go out for half a year. Later, only after hearing that Liu Yuzuo had been taken to join the army by a general from Beishou did Su Qi dare to go out for a stroll again. Fearing a chance encounter with the returning Liu Yuzuo, Su Qi selected 8 strong men from his household to serve as his personal guard. That idiot actually came back. Su Q could only curse his bad luck, although Su Q felt deep down that he was no longer the naive child he once was, that he now had 8 capable men like Gose at his side, and that his father's power now dominated all of Liangzhou. There was no reason for Liu Yuzuo to act so boldly, but the trauma of childhood isn't so easily overcome. Even if it wasn't truly Su Qi's childhood in the strictest sense, Su Qi recalled Liu Yuzuo's ferocious, relentless pursuit him back then, and a wave of unease washed over him. It truly was an ineradicable childhood trauma. What the hell was I doing messing with that idiot back then? The saying, the strong fear the reckless, is certainly true! Su Qi, who had always acted with impunity in Liangzhou city, scratched his head in vexation. Seeing so troubled, the system felt a surge of delight. The world actually held a person this ruffian was afraid of. How unexpected! The carriage rattled and creaked to a stop near Qiangjing Tower. Su Qi couldn't frequent brothels, nor could he gamble. So his daily entertainment was reduced to eating and drinking, and the Qiangjing Tower, as the #1 restaurant in Liangzhou, was naturally his favorite place for such pursuits. No, Su Qi suddenly came to his senses. Everyone knew he liked coming to Qiangjing Tower. Liu Yuzuo certainly knew as well, so he absolutely couldn't eat at Qiangjing Tower. The people one feared as a child, even if one grows up to see them as harmless, still evoke an undeniable aversion to encountering them. This is perhaps what is meant by childhood trauma. Su Qi hurriedly instructed, Xie change to Jinixu Tower! Oh, young Master Su, welcome inside! The shopkeeper greeted Su Qi's carriage with a beaming smile, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw the carriage abruptly turn around and leave. The shopkeeper was utterly bewildered. What medicine had young Master Su taken today? Jinixu Tower was also renowned in Liangzhou, though its owner was from the southern territory, specializing in southern cuisine. Consequently, in the northern territory of Yangzhou, it wasn't particularly popular, but its standard was undoubtedly high. So Chu's carriage trotted along, arriving at Jinixu Tower in a short while. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's report that it was apparently Su Qi, the eldest son of the Liangzhou governor, arriving, Mu Jinyuan, the current owner and manager of Jinixu Tower, was instantly delighted. You see, the reason Qiangjing Tower had consistently suppressed Jinixu Tower all these years, besides Jinixu Tower's specialization in southern cuisine which didn't suit the local market, was also due in part to the fact that Su Qi, the foremost dandy, frequently patronized Xuanxin Tower. Today, I must make this young Master Su a regular at the Jinyu building! Mu Jinyuan gently bit her silver teeth, making up her mind whether the restaurant's reputation can be boosted enough to pay off her father's debts. Mu Jinyuan knew this opportunity was crucial, so Qi had just lifted the carriage curtain, intending to alight. When he smelled a fragrant breeze, he saw a blue-robed beauty, seemingly no older than 20, with a slender frame and a slightly coquettish smile, already waiting to greet him. Young Master Su, what a rare guest! The beautiful woman's voice was like fragrant orchids, her smile perfectly measured. Neither artificial nor overly familiar, Su Qi's mood immediately brightened. He never expected the Jinyu building's greeter to be such a beauty, contrasting sharply with the perpetually yellow-toothed waiter at the Xuanxin Tower. Why did I always go to Xuanxin Tower, he thought. Though Suki's mind raced, his expression remained calm, whatever he mused. As the #1 dandy in Liangzhou, Suki still possessed composure and self-control. Just as he thought this, he stumbled, yet instead of falling to the ground as he expected, he landed in a soft embrace. Excuse me. Suki was utterly embarrassed. The step is rather high. Mu Jinyuan saw this dissolute young master so brazenly taking advantage of her, her brows furrowed slightly in disgust. She knew that if this fellow enjoyed himself today and left a few favorable comments, countless young masters from Liangzhou would follow suit and flock to Jingxiu Tower, resulting in substantial profits. So Mu Jinyuan suppressed her disgust and forced a smile. Sir, be careful. Suki, with his 8 bodyguards, swaggered into Jingxiu Tower, while Mu Jinyuan personally followed upstairs with the menu. Meanwhile, at Lu Nongzhong's Lu Saimas residence, Lu Yupu was gathering a group of friends to hold a welcoming banquet for his recently returned elder brother, Yupu. Lu Nongzhang called Lu Yupu over and whispered, on this trip, make sure you keep a close eye on your brother. Don't let him clash with that Su Qi boy. The news of Su Tianying's capture of the transcendent realm cultivator Su Xian had frightened Lu Nongzhang. Even with the backing of Chen Yewang, he dared not offend Su Tianying again. However, his eldest son was simply too reckless, so he could only instruct his second son. Seeing his father's instructions, Liu Pu, whose injuries from a recent beating were only just healing, naturally dared not disobey. He thought, that Su Q fellow usually frequents Xuanxin Tower, so today I'll hold the banquet for my brother at Jingxiu Tower. With this thought, Liu Pu smugly considered himself incredibly clever. Chapter 6 Unexpected Encounters. Leaving aside Liu Pu and his throng of dissolute friends escorting his elder brother Liu Juo, a large group was now heading towards Jingxiu Tower. Mu Jinyuan stared at Su Qi, who was seated at the same table as his servant. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Were there really such gentlemen in the world who would dine with their servants? So Q held a menu, glanced at it, casually checked off 5 dishes, and shoved the menu towards Mu Jinyuan, who was waiting near. Seeing that Su Qi had ordered so few dishes, Mu Jinyuan was slightly taken aback. Wasn't it rumored that this young Master Su was incredibly extravagant at the Xuanxin Tower, often leaving numerous untouched dishes to be given away to the surrounding poor? Had he undergone a transformation and become frugal? Hesitating for a moment, Mu Jinyuan still offered a reminder. Young Master Su, the portions in this small restaurant are not large, these might not be enough for you. What? So Qi's eyes widened. Not enough to eat. Too few. Mu Jinyuan looked at the menu, only 5 dishes, 3 of which were small appetizers. Even if I filled the plates to the brim, it would be considered much, would it? Mu Jinyuan thought this dandy wastrel was deliberately trying to pick a fight and take advantage of her. She took a deep breath, her full chest rising and falling. Does he really think him some easy to bully kitten? Thinking this, Mu Jinyuan was about to argue. Seeing this, Gosi, realizing that his master was visiting Jingxiu Tower for the first time and might not understand Su Q's customs, quickly stood up and quietly reminded the shopkeeper, the dishes my master marked on the menu are the ones he doesn't want. Serve everything else. That, what? Mu Jinyuan's pretty face contorted into a strange expression. 5 dishes not to be served, and the rest all. 9 of you. That's quite a crowd. For a moment, Mu Jinyuan considered reminding them that some dishes at Jingxiu Tower were rather expensive. Then she decided against it. Thinking to herself that Su Qi truly lived up to the rumors in Liangzhou City, he certainly wasn't one to follow the usual path. Mu Jinyuan had just gone downstairs, handing the menu to a waiter to pass to the kitchen, when a large group of people burst in, boisterous and loud. One of the men was bald, his head gleaming, with a vacant, bewildered expression. He clearly wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, yet he was surrounded and fawned over by the others. Mu Jinyuan looked at the scene with surprise. In all her years, she'd never heard of a young master being bald. Naturally, Mu Jinyuan didn't need to personally attend to this group. Led by a waiter, the noisy party headed upstairs. Just then, 2 merchants dining in a corner of the first floor suddenly paled. Curious onlookers asked what was wrong. The 2 men whispered an explanation. Did you see that bald man? He's from the Shazhou border army. He and his men slaughtered our neighboring village. Every man, woman, and child, over 100 people, not a single survivor. What? Aren't you all people of Daewon? Could it be? These bastards are killing innocent people and claiming it as a military achievement, using the heads of civilians as military merit. The 2 speaking immediately changed their expressions, hastily stopping their companions' words, their faces filled with apprehension. In the second-floor private room, hearing the loud commotion downstairs, Gosi knew his young master disliked noise. So, before Sukyu could speak, he was already at the foot of the stairs shouting, "What country bumpkins? What are you making all this noise for? If you disturb my young master,
you'll all be sorry, damn it!"
Liu Yuping, who was ascending the stairs, looked up and saw Gosi, his face instantly changing. Gosi, upon seeing Liu Yuping, also froze slightly, his heart skipping a beat. His young master had come to Jingxiu Tower to avoid this Liu Yuping's elder brother, hadn't he? Could it be such a coincidence? Liu Yuzhou had never seen Guosi before. Seeing someone dare to be so presumptuous in front of him, the single-minded man was instantly enraged. He didn't care who it was, he would fight first. Ask questions later. Liu Yuzhou charged forward, shoving aside the waiter at the front, and lunged directly at Gosi. "Whose dog are you? How dare you bark at me?" Although Gosi was merely a servant, he and the others had run rampant in Langzhou following Sukyu, and had never been insulted like this. His temper flared. "Bald dog, you're looking for death." Seeing the bald head charging at him, Gosi, taking advantage of his higher position, raised his leg and kicked. Liu Yuzhou, far from being alarmed, was delighted. He pressed his attack, coldly sneering. Gosi brought his foot down, aiming directly for Liu Yuzhou's face. However, Liu Yuzhou didn't react as Gosi expected. Instead, Gosi felt as if he'd stepped onto a solid iron wall. The force of the impact nearly knocked him off balance, sending him reeling back several steps. Liu Yuzhou, his bald head gleaming, charged up the stairs and landed a punch squarely on Gosi's abdomen. "Ouch!" Gos cried out, arching his back like a cooked shrimp and curling up on the ground. "Hey, let's see who this dog's master is." Liu Yuzhou sneered, his usually simple-minded face now contorted with muscle, clearly exhilarated by the fight. Suki, hearing the commotion outside, lifted the curtain of the private room and frowned as he looked out. At that moment, Liu Yuzhou happened to turn his head, and their eyes met. Suki's eyebrows rose slightly. Years haven't changed this simpleton one bit, he thought. Liu Yudrin broadly, clearly recognizing Suki as well. Just then Liu Yupo hurried upstairs with his gang of cronies, seeing his older brother knock Gosi to the ground, and now locked in a stare down with Suki. Two words popped into Liu Yupo's head: finish. Remembering his father's parting words, Liu Yupo knew he'd likely be facing another beating when he got home. Gosi, having finally recovered from the punch, scrambled to his feet and dashed to stand in front of Suki, as if sensing something was amiss. Suki's 7 other thugs quickly rushed out to form a protective circle around him. "Suki, we meet again!" Liu Yuzhou rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arms in the freezing cold. Gosi stood ready, saying to those beside him, "Protect the young master. This guy is not easy to deal with. Suki, after your foul mouth back then, I swore I would tear your stinking mouth apart. Pull out your tongue, and see if you dare to talk nonsense again." Liu Yuzhou strode forward, his eyes full of resentment. Liu Yuzhou chuckled. "These years, I've honed my skills in Shazhou. My specialty is pulling out tongues. I've been looking forward to meeting you again. Sukyu freaking sick. If you're impotent, go see a doctor." "What good is pulling out tongues? You've pulled out so many tongue and you're still impotent." Upon actually seeing Liu Yuzhou, Suki felt that this bald brute wasn't so terrifying after all. Perhaps his so-called childhood trauma was simply a lack of courage to face it. Having been mocked again by Suki, Liu Yuzhu's eyes turned red. He roared, "Suki, you're asking for death!" Seeing the brute charging at him, Suki raised an eyebrow and simply said to Gosai and the 8 other henchmen, "Get him." Chapter 0 Scene observing in secret. Get him. As soon as Suki finished speaking, 7 of the 8 men immediately surged forward, only Gosi remaining behind Suki, looking slightly uncomfortable. Seeing Liu Yuzhou about to face 7 opponents alone, Liu Yupa's clueless entourage shouted and prepared to rush to her aid. Suki merely glanced at them indifferently before speaking. "Anyone who takes another step forward will be stripped naked and made to run around Liangzhou city until I say so." Hearing that familiar voice, the boisterous group finally looked closely. Upon realizing it was Suki speaking, they were all startled. "It's Boss Su! We can't afford to mess with him!" Embarrassment washed over the group. The quickest among them turned tail and fled downstairs, pushing and shoving each other. In a moment, the would-be reinforcements were all downstairs, awkwardly craning their necks to watch from below, though it's doubtful they could actually see anything. Mu Jinwan, witnessing this sudden reversal, the boisterous group charging upstairs, then scurrying down, a puzzled expression crossed her beautiful face. A waiter, finally managing to squeeze his face through the crowd, cried out to Boss, "Call the authorities upstairs!" Fighting, Mu Jinyuan's pretty face paled. Hearing the waiter mention the authorities, these richly dressed young masters didn't take it seriously. What good would reporting to the officials do? Whose father wasn't an official among them? Besides the prefect, which official would dare to meddle in such affairs? On the second floor of the Jingxiu building, there were no other customers at the moment. 1 man and 7 others had a brief, tentative scuffle before separating and returning to a state of quiet. Liu Yupa stood to the side, his chest heaving with anger. He shouted to Suki from afar, "Sudalao, I specifically tried to avoid you, but how did you end up at the Jingxiu building? If I had known, do I need to report to you when I change my taste?" Suki glared, naturally refusing to reveal the truth of his earlier apprehension. Liu Yuzhou was surrounded by Suki's 7 servants. After the first exchange, he felt somewhat confident. He grinned at Lu Yupu. Little brother, don't worry, today you'll see how your elder brother skins and disembowels this vile Suki. Lu Yupu, watching the excited Lu Yuzhou, thought that today's events would inevitably reach his father's ears. He mused that perhaps letting his brother beat the hell out of Suki as a sacrificial offering wouldn't be so bad. With that thought, Lu Yupu slapped his thigh and found a relatively safe spot to watch the show. Soki's gaze swept coldly over Lu Yu, but he couldn't gauge the lout's true capabilities. Could his 8 henchmen defeat him? Why was this fool so confident? Then to be safe, Soki consulted the system again. System, without cultivation techniques, can I still eat the spirit pills? You can, but the effects will be very poor, the system advised. Host, that's enough, don't say any more. Hearing Suki's interruption from the depths of his being, the system fell silent, silently finishing the rest of its words in its own mind. Soki didn't want to hear the system's depressing words anymore. He thought, if things got tough today, he'd just swallow the 3 spirit pills in his inventory. Even if they were less effective, he could still run away if he couldn't fight today. You'll see what a Shizhou military academy officer is capable of, Lu Yuzhou suddenly roared, lunging at the nearest person. Shizhou army, the so-called Northland's #1 ragtag army, a bunch of good for nothings. One of the 7 slaves spoke. Old Lang. It was said that Old Lang was formerly a veteran soldier of the Langzhou army, who retired due to old age and to make ends meet, became a bodyguard for the Su family. Lu Yuzhou didn't get angry at the remark. Instead, he chuckled, raised his palm, and swiped at Old Lang. Magic warrior. Seeing this move, Old Lang's expression changed, becoming serious. He retreated several steps to dodge the attack. Hearing the term magic warrior, the expressions of the other 6 slaves also changed slightly. Among them, the strongest was Old Lang, at the peak of the mortal realm, 6th stage. The others were mostly at the mortal realm, 5th stage. If this bald man's stage was even slightly higher, they might really be done for. After all, the gap between magic warriors and ordinary warriors is far more than a little. The old fellow has some discerning eyes! Lu Yuzhou laughed, punching another servant. The servant, unable to dodge, crashed into a pillar behind him. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Old Lang stared intently at Lu Yuzhou, shouting softly, "Form the array!" Upon hearing this, the other servants quickly formed a simple formation. It was a simple combined attack tactic from the Liangzhou army. Although they weren't proficient, it was enough to use against an enemy. Once the formation was set, the servants' faces showed a clear boost in confidence. Seeing this, Soki didn't just stand idly by. He took out a small object from his sleeve, intending to lend a hand. Seeing this thing, Lu Yupuo, who had been watching from the sidelines, changed color drastically. A 9-curve crossbow. Soki, you dare to privately possess such a military weapon? Are you blind? It's a 3rd crossbow. Soki privately possessing military weapons is punishable by law. Lu Yupuo looked closely, and indeed, the crossbow in Suki's hand was much smaller than a 9-curve crossbow. Soki's 3-curve crossbow was a miniature replica of the Langzhou army standard 9-curve crossbow, crafted by Jing Yuming as a toy for Suki. Soki always carried it with him, and unexpectedly, it would prove useful today. Several of Su Chu's guards surrounded Lu Yuzhou, though individually, the guards and servants were still no match for Lu Yuzhou. Their formation made him seem like a trapped, reckless bull. Despite his furious demeanor, he felt powerful. Soki glanced at the 3-bolt crossbow in his hand. It only held 3 specially made ice bolts coated in anesthetic. Having not used it in a while, Soki feared he might lack the accuracy to avoid hitting his own men. He removed the 3 ice bolts and replaced them with 3 chopsticks. Seeing that Soki didn't have a weapon, Lu Yupo could only shut his mouth and continue to observe secretly. Before, Soki could go off to farm anytime, and Lu Yupo wouldn't dare be arrogant with him. Even more so now, with Sukai about to enter the legendary Northern Region 9 sex, he could only watch his foolish elder brother make a mess of things. Lu Yupo silently muttered to himself. Soki and his stupid elder brother were both no good. Hopefully they'll end up hurting each other. Soki aimed the 3-bolt crossbow directly at Lu Yuzhou and pulled the trigger. Bang! A chopstick flew wildly off course, missing the back of Lu Yuzhuo's head and hitting the wall. Unaware, Lu Yuzhuo roared, "You scum, if you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one!" With a thunderous punch, Lu Yuzhuo smashed the bench raised by Lao Liang, who had just gotten back on his feet, shattering it instantly. Soki aimed his 3-string crossbow at Lu Yuzhuo again. He fired twice in rapid succession, but still missed slightly. "I'm getting the hang of it." A slight smile touched Suki's lips as he loaded 3 small anesthetic darts into the crossbow. Chapter Zalaradin and really brothers. These Sumana guards were not regular soldiers, and after a prolonged fight, one of them inadvertently revealed a flaw. Lu Yuzhuo instantly seized this opening, letting out a ferocious laugh as he unleashed a punch that landed squarely on a servant's chest. The servant felt a sudden constriction in his chest, his vision blackening before he collapsed to the ground. Fearing that the man would be incapacitated, throwing the formation into disarray, Lao Lang rushed forward, exchanging a direct punch with Lu Yuzhuo. Lao Lang felt a surge of immense force in his arm, a searing pain shooting through his knuckles. Soki, having now loaded all 3 anesthetic darts, aimed his 3-string crossbow at the rampaging Lu Yuzhuo. Lu Yupu, a spectator watching the scene unfold, was about to shout when Suki's sharp glare silenced him instantly. Lu Yuzhuo, grinning cruelly, reached out and grabbed Old Lang by the neck, about to strangle the annoying old man to death, when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Ding! Host used a tranquilizer dart to attack Lu Yuzhou, triggering the plunder effect and successfully plundering one magic martial vein. Magic martial vein. A gleam of delight flashed in Su Qi's eyes. This idiot actually sent him something so high-end. Lu Yuzhou was hit by Su Qi's dart due to the special material. The dart dissolved and disappeared into Lu Yuzhou's back shortly after impact, leaving no trace except for a tear in his clothing. At this moment, Lu Yuzhou felt a chill down his spine and turned to see Su Qi. Su, you damned scoundrel. You dare to attack me. Having said that, Lu Yuzhou threw Old Lang to the ground and charged directly at Su Qi.
Audacious, stop!
Su Qi's loyal servants immediately shouted, trying to stop Lu Yuzhou, but Lu Yuzhou was like a human tank, smashing through the servants one by one and charging straight towards Su Qi.
Young master, go first!
Seeing the situation, Gosi yelled to bolster his courage, then lunged forward, attempting to block for Su Qi. Su Qi watched as Lu, clearly struck by the small dart, showed no reaction. He was astonished. Even if the dart itself was ineffective, the anesthetic agent was real, wasn't it? Somewhat incredulous, Su Qi wanted to fire a couple more darts, but Gosi was shoved aside by Lu Yuzhou, who was about to charge. Lu Yuzhou, you dare touch a single finger of mine.
Believe me, you won't leave Langzhou City alive!
Su Qi shrieked, fleeing at full speed. Lu Yuzhou's face was contorted with fury. In this moment of crisis, Su Qi suddenly recalled the famous historical anecdote, Jingke Assassin's King Qin, from his past life's textbooks, and immediately put it into practice. For a moment, a clever scene unfolded on the second floor of the Jingxu building, a hulking brute chasing Su Qi. Su Qi circling a pillar to evade him, unable to catch him. The anger on Lu Yuzhou's face intensified. Su Qi had no doubt this oaf was truly capable of killing him. Fortunately, Lao Liang at this moment led the 7 slaves in reforming their formation, once again surrounding Lu Yuzhou. This time, Old Lang didn't take any chances. He barked out commands, and soon the 8 men moved in perfect coordination, their fists and feet raining down on Lu Yuzhou. Even Lu Yuzhou, known for his thick skin, was momentarily stunned by the onslaught. Su Qi adjusted his breathing, brought out his 3-string crossbow, and grumbled,
You dare chase me, he'll kill you! 2 shots rang out.
Ding! Host used anesthetic darts to attack Lu Yuzhou, triggering the plunder effect and successfully plundering one unnamed book. Both darts struck Lu, but this time only one plunder effect was triggered, and it was a strange item. This tickle stick thing, what good is it? Lu Yuzhou, despite being overwhelmed by the 8 men, still managed to taunt Su Qi. Su Qi looked bewildered. Damn it. This guy's a real idiot, has getting his ass kicked and still taunting me. Gosi, usually adept at flattery, found himself struggling to keep up with the fast-paced attack. A few exchanges in, he felt exhausted. Attack, Old Lao. Seeing Lu Yuzhou near exhaustion, Gosi, overcome with excitement, stepped on someone else's foot and tumbled to the ground. Damn it! Lao Liang's face instantly changed. Seeing such a good opportunity, Lu Yuzhou let out a cruel laugh, shoved the stumbling Gosi aside, and then, with lightning speed, took a stride directly towards Su Qi. What the hell? Seeing the guy suddenly appear before him, Su Qi wanted to take a spirit pill, but it was too late. Just as Su Qi thought he was done for, Lu Yuzhou suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the ground. Holy crap, this is intense. Su Qi's mouth twitched involuntarily. Was this the anesthetic kicking in? Seeing his older brother fall, Lu Yuzhou immediately took flight, aiming to make a hasty retreat.
Come here!
Su Qi sneered, beckoning with a crooked finger. Lu Yuzhou looked sheepish.
So I have something on today. Enjoy your meal and drinks. Put it all on my tab. Come here!
Su Qi roared. Lupu, too frightened to go downstairs, he jogged to Su Qi, offering a forced smile. My lord, please calm down. Su Qi looked at Lu Yuzhou with an ambiguous smile, remembering how he'd only managed to seize a broken fan from this fellow last time, and had been confined to his quarters for days as a result. He decided today he would definitely seize this guy's pulse. Seeing Su Qi's expression, Lu Yuzhou recalled the terror he'd experienced at the Qiangjing Tower. To avoid being stripped naked and slapped again, Lu Yuzhou gritted his teeth, raising his foot to deliver a series of ferocious kicks to Lu Yuzhou, who lay on the ground.
You dimwit!
How many times have I told you not to provoke Lord Su?
You just would listen!
You stupid fool!
You waste! You bastard!
Su Qi and the 8 attendants beside him were instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? Were this lunatic and the idiot on the floor brothers? Gosi gulped, nodding. They're brothers and from the same mother. Su Qi's expression became incredibly interesting. This, brothers in name only. At that moment Lu Yuzhou, who had just been repeatedly kicked by Lu Yuzhou, abruptly stood up. Brother! Lu Yuzhou's face changed directly. He let out a series of startled cries and leaped back several steps. Before anyone could react, Lu Yuzhou abruptly stepped forward, seizing Su Qi with a ferocious expression. 4 years. Su Qi! Finally, I can avenge humiliation you inflicted upon me. Grasping Su Qi, Lu Yuzhou's cheeks quivered with excitement. Chapter 11. The house collapses. Seized by Lu Yuzhou, Su Qi frantically opened his system inventory, selecting a spirit pill to use. System-friendly reminder: host lacks cultivation foundation and is currently not in a cultivation state. Rashly using a spirit pill will result in absorption efficiency being 50% less than expected. Do you wish to proceed? Instead of the expected cultivation breakthrough, a prompt box appeared, leaving Su Qi completely baffled. Where was the confirmation button? Just as Su Qi was about to confirm, a sudden dizzying spin overcame him as Lu Yuzhou swung him around in the air. So Qi, arsing through the air, could only inwardly curse system. You bastard! System. With a thud, Qi was flung out by the hulking brute, luckily landing against a screen and escaping injury. Before Qi could react, he felt himself lifted again. This time by Lu Yuzhou, the scenery whizzing past. Seeing himself about to crash into the paper window, Qi quickly shielded his face with his arms. Thump! Qi felt himself breaking through something, opening his eyes. He saw that he'd smashed right through the window. Young master! The incident had happened too fast, too unexpectedly. Qi only heard the startled cries of the 8 Wick servants behind him. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind poured into his collar. Qi found himself outside the stairs of the Jingxiu Tower, suspended in mid-air on the 2nd floor with the Liangzhou Street far below. Ding! Host used a collision attack on Jingxiu Tower, triggering the plunder effect and successfully plundering one gel Jundi seal. What the heck is that? The system's sudden voice diverted Qi's attention, prompting the question. Then, the sensation of falling pulled his focus back. Who had caused countless others to cry out, finally understood the utter helplessness, pain, and despair that welled up within him as his own scream ripped through the air. Suddenly, Qi felt weightless, as if his head hadn't smashed against the ground. Opening his eyes, he saw Jing Yuming's strong, resolute face. He was being held in Jing Yuming's arms. Qi's heart sank back into his chest. Had been saved, even though he'd been awkwardly subjected to the cliché treatment of a damsel in distress in a wuxia drama. Qi felt incredibly fortunate. As long as his face was unharmed, all was well. After landing, Jing Yuming placed Qi on the ground, his brow furrowing as he prepared to scold him. Seeing this, desperately seeking a way to change the subject, a cry of alarm echoed from somewhere nearby. The building's collapsing! What? Qi quickly turned his head. Jing Yuming doing the same. The magnificent, ancient Dinso Sij Nzihaoho, several stories high, had crumbled with a thunderous roar. Then, as if exploded, it began to fall layer by layer, from top to bottom. With a few screams, several customers on the 1st floor, along with the proprietress Mu Jinwan, the shop assistants and the chef, scrambled out in a panic. Among them were Lu Yupa's group of cronies. These fellows, pushing and shoving each other, tumbled and crawled out, looking utterly disheveled. Qi suddenly remembered that Gusi, Laolang and the others were still inside. He lifted his foot to run back into the building. Are you crazy? Jing Yuming pulled Qi back to his side. Qi urged. Gusi and Laolang are still inside, he'll go! Jing Yuming frowned and was about to enter the building. At that moment, Qi saw to his relief, Gusi and Laolang supporting each other as they ran out, along with Lu Yupo. However, Lu Yuzhou was nowhere to be seen. Just as Lu Yupo was the last to run out of the building, the Jingxiu building completely collapsed, turning into a pile of rubble in the blink of an eye. Where's Lu Yuzhou? Qi asked. Gusi was overjoyed to see Qi unharmed. Hearing the question, he hesitated for a moment before saying, Lu Yuzhou should be buried under the rubble. When the building started to shake, he was pinned down by a beam and couldn't move. Oh, Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. Consider that bald-headed fellow lucky. The system was surprised. Lucky? At this time Laolang knelt on one knee. Sir, I failed to protect you. I am unworthy of your kindness and care. It's all right. It wasn't our army's fault. The enemy was simply too ferocious. Qi hastily helped Laolang to his feet. Hearing this, although Laolang found his master's words rather strange, his heart felt incredibly warm. Such a master. He wondered what good deeds he had done in his past life to deserve such treatment. Thinking back to how Qi had been thrown out the window due to their lax defenses, a wave of fear washed over him. All he could do was be thankful that his master was unharmed. Lu Yupuk rushed to Jing Yuming, his face a picture of despair, begging him to save his older brother. Jing Yuming happened to see a group of Liangzhou officials hurrying towards them, and went to speak with them. How could this perfectly good building suddenly collapse? Gusi patted his chest, still shaken. Hearing this, Qi suddenly remembered the town-suppressing seal the system had plundered earlier. He hurriedly checked his inventory. Town-suppressing seal, mid-grade treasure. A mid-grade treasure artifact. Qi's eyes widened in shock. In the central Great World, cultivators naturally wouldn't fight bare-handed. They also possessed magical artifacts as often described in novels. These artifacts were categorized into different grades, from highest to lowest Dao artifacts, treasure artifacts, spirit. Each grade, like the Meridian's levels, was further divided into supreme, superior, mid-grade, and inferior. What did a mid-grade treasure artifact represent? What was its value? As far as Qi knew, when his father celebrated his birthday last year, someone had gifted him an inferior treasure artifact, which had delighted the seasoned transcendent realm martial cultivator for a whole month. It was clear how precious treasure artifacts were. This building must have been founded not with manual labor, but by using this artifact to suppress the foundation. Therefore, once the treasure disappeared, the building collapsed. The system's voice echoed in Qi's ears. Qi blinked and said, "You're a freaking bandit. You even plundered someone's entire building." The system stammered. This system's plundering targets are all determined by the host's subjective consciousness. How can you blame me? Hearing the system's explanation, Qi fell into deep thought. Plundering targets are determined by my subjective consciousness. Meanwhile, Jing Yuming had begun to temporarily direct the arriving Liangzhou prefecture constables. They were maintaining order while simultaneously rescuing Lu Yuzhuo. Thinking of Lu Yuzhuo trapped under the rubble, Qi couldn't help but mutter,
Serves you right for trying to mess with me. You reap what you sow. By this time,
Xie had brought Suqi's carriage, and Suqi was about to get in and go home. Stop! A sharp cry suddenly came. Qi looked back and saw the beautiful woman who had been in charge of receiving him earlier. Mu Jinwan's eyes were practically spitting fire. Seeing the culprit before her, how could she let him escape so easily? What did you do upstairs? Mu Jinwan jogged over, directly grabbing Suqi's arm to stop him from leaving. Qi looked embarrassed. It's really not my fault, the system quietly muttered.
Yeah right, chapter Zola 2 to the big world.
Qi, held tightly by Mu Jinwan, was flushed and embarrassed. It wasn't that Qi felt ashamed of anything, but being held firmly by a 20-something-year-old beauty with a magnificent figure, with their bodies inadvertently touching the virile, Qi felt rather agitated. Young lady, you're holding onto me like this. It's utterly improper. Qi forced a stern expression onto his face, his tone righteous and indignant. Mu Jinwan blinked. If I don't hold on to you, what if you run away? Run away. It's not like I knocked down the building. Go find that bald-headed fellow. His voice full of righteous indignation. Why wasn't this woman being reasonable? Whether the bald-headed fellow, whose life hung in the balance, was alive or dead was irrelevant for the moment. He clearly had no money, and even if alive, couldn't be held accountable. Therefore, Qi had to be kept safe, Mu Jinwan reasoned. Mu Jinwan was also quite distressed. She couldn't even pay off her deceased father's mountain of debt, and now the building had collapsed. Even if she had some money left, Mu Jinwan didn't think it would be enough to rebuild the building. Could she possibly sell herself to pay off the debt? Never. Being held by Mu Jinwan, they were now attracting the attention of a crowd of onlookers, so Qi knew he had to get away quick. Suddenly he noticed the jade pendant at his waist, his eyes lighting up. So Qi took off the small jade qulin from his waist and gave it to Mu Jinwan. Alright, this jade pendant is a Su family heirloom. I'll leave it with you as collateral. Once you've settled everything here, and you know how much compensation you need, bring the pendant to Su Manor to discuss it with me. Okay, hearing this, Mu Jinwan considered it. It seemed feasible. After all, she had fled in such a hurry that she still had money hidden upstairs. It wouldn't do to have some official secretly embezzle it. So Mu Jinwan carefully put away the jade pendant, released Qi, and turned back to watch the officers conducting the rescue operation in the rubble. Lu Yuzhou, who had fainted, was just being carried out, while Lu Yupuo frantically rubbed his eyes, attempting to squeeze out tears. As for his group of friends, they had long since scattered. Regardless, Qi flicked his sleeves and mounted the carriage with a supremely graceful pose, causing several onlookers to develop hearts filled with admiration. The carriage had traveled several dozen meters. Laliang asked, somewhat perplexed. Wasn't that jade piece the one you bought at the market last year for 3 taels of silver? Yes, what's wrong? Qi replied, somewhat confused. Hearing Qi's reply, Laliang stammered, but you told the shopkeeper it was a Su family heirloom. Laliang, you're so dense. If the young master didn't deceive her, will she let him go? She'd keep pestering him endlessly. Goosey, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up. Laliang finally looked enlightened. Qi smiled and said, all 8 of you, you've worked hard today. Go to the accounts office and each collect 8 taels of silver to reward yourselves. Furthermore, I'll have someone inform the pharmacy to send several physicians to properly examine your health. In the Great Yuan Empire, silver held considerable purchasing power. A typical family of 3 would spend only around 5 taels of silver in half a year. Hearing that Qi was offering rewards, and that he was even going to have the doctors from the pharmacy see to the Su family elders, Goose, Laolang, and the others were flushed with excitement. Thank you, young Master Xi. Qi waved his hand and lowered the window curtain. A charcoal brazier burned in the carriage, so it wasn't cold. System, why did I plunder Lu Yuju's pulse? Yet is still bouncing around and his strength is still so great. Qi voiced his confusion. Logically speaking, if all cultivation in the central great world originates from the pulse, then if the pulse is gone, all cultivation should disappear as well. Based on this system's research and observations, after the pulse disappeared, the enhancements the pulse gave the original owner's body, as well as some residual power, remain within their body. Therefore, this system boldly speculates that it may be impossible to continue cultivating after losing the pulse. And when the residual power of the pulse disappears, a person who has lost their pulse will gradually revert to an ordinary person. Qi frowned slightly, questioning, is that so? Probably. Once questioned, the system immediately became timid again. Qi inwardly felt this system was extremely unreliable, so he stopped dwelling on these issues and opened the system panel. Grand Plunder System activated. Host bound Qi. Host occupation known. Host talent. Magic Martial Pulse yellow rank mid-grade. Host cultivation functions plunder trigger chance 6 section system level 1-9-10. Inventory A20 lead folding fan. Phoenix embroidered bellyband. Pulse unblocking scripture 1 year's worth of cultivation x third. Magic Martial Pulse yellow rank. Low grade. Earth subduing seal. Mid-grade magical artifact. Untitled book. This big bald head after all that fuss only has a yellow grade magic martial pulse. Are you kidding me? Qi couldn't help but mutter in exasperation. In truth, Qi also understood that if this guy had a better talent, he probably wouldn't have gone all the way to the Shazhou border army. But he's only one plunder away from a system upgrade. Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, muttering to himself. And that mid-grade magical artifact is a real steal. So Qi had heard his father say that these magical artifacts could only be refined by powerful figures within the realm of transcendence, from the middle 3 realms onwards, and the cost was substantial. Even a low-grade magical artifact was invaluable. But why would this be found under the Jinyixiu building? So Qi frowned slightly, realizing that things weren't simple. So Qi asked again, Old Lang, do you know when the Jinyixiu building was built? It seems to have been more than 20 years, right? I remember that Boss Mu was a middle-aged man back then. He came to Liangzhou alone with his daughter and opened a restaurant. I can't believe it's been 3 years since Boss Mu passed away. Old Liang's rather sentimental voice came from outside the carriage. Gosi asked with a smile, Old Liang, were you close to that Boss Mu? No, the then Liangzhou general and Old Mu were from the same hometown. They were both from the same place in the southern region. Even Old Mu being able to build a restaurant, there was thanks to the general's help. Hearing Old Liang's words, Su Qi subtly raised an eyebrow. The southern region, huh? As far as Su, this central great world was far larger than the world he came from. Just Liangzhou alone was said to stretch 11,100 li north and south, and 9,000 li east and west, traveling thousands of miles from the southern region. It's impossible without some skill. However, since the treasure was already in his hands, so Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. No matter the circumstances, he naturally could give it away. He wasn't some self-sacrificing fool. System. Are you sure I can loot the contents of buildings? So Qi suddenly asked again. The system responded weakly. Theoretically yes, but, according to my analysis, what can be plundered only needs to have a certain meaningful connection and subordinate relationship with the building. Connection and subordination. Su Qi repeated, seeming to understand. The carriage bumped and swayed to the gate of the Su residence. So Qi stepped out of the carriage, and once again, goose, feather snowflakes fell from the sky, softly and abundantly. A groom came forward to take the carriage to the backyard. The snow was heavy! So Qi tightened the sable fur vest around his neck and strode into the mansion. 8 servants followed into the mansion, each scattering to their own tasks, collecting their rewards and tending to the sick, without delay. Chapter Yunna. The snow in Langzhou was always astonishingly heavy. Before the snow on the roads could melt, another thick layer had already fallen. So Qi returned to his residence, ate a little something, and merely took a midday nap, only to find that the snow outside was already several feet deep. What a tremendous snowfall. So Qi pushed open the door, and the snow-white world instantly gave him a feeling of sudden enlightenment. At the same time, a sudden worry arose in Su Qi's heart. The saying goes, abundant snow heralds a bountiful harvest, but this snow was too heavy. In this society without heating or air conditioning, people could actually freeze to death. So Qi wasn't a good person of course, but he still possessed a basic sense of compassion. He still remembered his astonishment when, newly arrived from his previous life in a peaceful, prosperous, and materially abundant country, he first witnessed the stark reality of rich men feasting while the poor freeze to death, a scene he found utterly unbelievable. Of course, following this initial disbelief, So Qi came to a profound understanding. This was a problem a spoiled young master. It was a limitation of the era's productive forces.
Young master!
A voice suddenly broke the silence. Tsutsuki realized someone was standing at his door. The person's thin clothes and hat were covered in a layer of snow. So Qi casually brushed the snow from the person's clothes and hat, only then recognizing him as one of the gatekeepers of the Su residence. What is it? What are you doing standing here? So Qi asked. Su Xiaoliu hadn't expected the young master to brush the snow off his clothes, and he stood there startled. Hearing the young master's question, he quickly bowed his head and said, "Madam instructed me to inform you when you awoke that she wishes to see you. I was afraid of delaying matters and also afraid of disturbing you, so I waited here quietly." My mother. So Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. What could my mother want with me? Su Xiaoliu nodded. A young lady came looking for you. Holding your personal jade pendant, madam happened to see her and so. Wait. So Qi suddenly became alert. What jade pendant? It's that Qilin jade pendant you always keep hanging from your waist, Su Xiaoliu replied with a smile. Luckily, Xiaoliu is usually observant and remembered that the pendant truly belonged to the young master, otherwise, things might have gone wrong. This means that woman, Mu Jinyuan, was let in, and my mother even took her away, so Qi's eyed. But seeing the young gatekeeper's face, filled with careful flattery, he couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. Alright, I understand, so Qi said, reaching into the money pouch at his waist, casually taking out a silver ingot. This is a reward for you. This is too much. Su Xiaoliu saw that the silver ingot was probably worth no less than 10 taels, his face immediately turning tense, shaking his head repeatedly. So Qi directly shoved the silver into the gatekeeper's embrace and headed towards his mother's courtyard. Watching Suki's departing back, Su Xiaoliu's eyes reddened with gratitude. He stamped his numb feet before heading back to the gatehouse. So Qi never considered himself a good person, because good people don't live long, but he never resisted small acts of kindness that didn't harm his interests and benefited those around him. He would simply do them. As soon as he stepped into his mother's courtyard, Su Qi heard his mother's hearty laughter. So Qi's mouth twitched slightly. What's going on? It's been a long time since mother was this happy, even when my pulse was detected a few days ago. Mother didn't seem this joyful. Young master the making the gate bowed in greeting. So Qi nodded and entered the room, 5 gilded braziers in the room were burning brightly, filling the space with warmth. It was a stark contrast to the harsh cold outside, a completely different world. The air was also fragrant with the finest spices, sent from the central plains by his mother. The warmth and scent were intoxicating, like a spring meadow in bloom. Qi lay reclining on the couch. Mu Jinwan, clad only in a thin undergarment, attended to her, massaging her shoulders and whispering something in her ear. Qi chuckled occasionally. "Mother," so Qi bowed respectfully. Only then did Qi notice her beloved son.
"Here, you rascal! Such a big thing, and you kept it from your mother! Hemph, I'm not unreasonable, you know."
Ah! So Qi looked up, startled by the faint blush on Mu Jinyuan's face, and let out a surprised exclamation. Qi Jinwan, her skin like porcelain and eyes like clear springs, rose slightly, inadvertently revealing a slender section of her fair waist. She said softly, "Sulang." So Qi was jolted by the tender, melodious whisper. "Sulang, what in the world?" Seeing his mother's supportive expression and Mu Jinyuan's shy, coy demeanor, a mixture of resistance and yielding, so Qi wondered if he was still dreaming. Qi frowned slightly. "Qi, your mother already knows about you and Jinwan secretly pledging yourselves to each other. Don't pretend." Before Qi could respond, Qi looked at Mu Jinyuan with a loving gaze, taking her delicate hand in hers and chuckling softly. "Of course, Jinyuan comes from humble beginnings and can't be your main wife, but she has a wonderful personality, and you two clearly love each other. Besides, a woman 3 years older is a treasure. I'll decide for you. Making her a concubine is perfectly acceptable." Mutually in love, so Qi felt a vein throbbing furiously in his forehead. "What in the world? I only met this woman once, okay? Of course, Qi is only 15. Marriage will have to wait until you come of age. Jinwan, you'll have to endure a bit for these few years. Since Jingxu Tower has collapsed and you're homeless, I'll arrange a place for you in the manor. You can stay there for a few years." Qi had fully embraced the role of a kind mother-in-law, completely immersed in the part, so Qi realized things could continue this way. He aimed to marry a true super-rich beauty. In this feudal dynasty, even if he couldn't marry a princess, he should at least marry a county princess, right? Those women would allow concubines, would they, mother? It's not like that. So Qi immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, Mu Jinwan's eyes welled up, her voice tinged with sadness. "Mother." The easily swayed Qi frowned, glaring fiercely at Qi. "Qi, don't you dare emulate those heartless men from the plays." The term Jianan scumbag was something Qi learned from Qi while they were watching a play. Qi reassured her again. "Don't be afraid. Mother will take care of everything. Lo King, go to the almshouse and see if there are any vacant courtyards in the manor." Qi instructed one of her personal maids. A young maid responded and immediately left the room. So Qi looked up and met Mu Jinwan's gaze. Her eyes were full of triumph and amusement. When she saw Qi looking at her, she narrowed her eyes slightly, winking provocatively. So Qi desperately wanted to pull this woman aside and ask her exactly what kind of witchcraft she had used on his mother. But with his mother present, even the little tyrant of Liangzhou City dared not act up. Just then, Qi said with a cheerful smile,
"All right, you two lovebird chat inside. Don't flirt here in front of me."
So Qi was overjoyed, while Mu Jinwan's pretty face flushed slightly. Seeing Qi and Mu Jinyuan go into the inner room, the smile on Qi's face deepened. In a barely audible voice, she murmured, "To actually encounter a direct descendant of the Mu family from the southern territories here in the northern territories.
What a stroke of luck! I must get this girl to marry my Qi."
Chapter Lo to 2D 60,000 Taels of Silver. "What in the world are you doing?" So Qi shut the inner room door, knowing the soundproofing was excellent, and immediately put on a fierce expression. Mu Jinwan showed no fear, tilting her head to look at Qi. Her slender, white neck was exquisitely beautiful as she let out a cold laugh. So the so-called family heirloom of young Master Su was a piece of inferior, mottled jade. How interesting? So Qi paused slightly, feeling a little ashamed, but his expression remained calm. Every family has had its humble beginnings. Young Master Su, stop beating around the bush. That thing is everywhere in Liangzhou Southern Market. Let's talk business, Mu Jinyuan said directly. "Look, hey." So Qi frowned slightly. "Business?" Mu Jinwan counted on her fingers. "To rebuild my Jingxu building, I need at least 18,000 taels. The losses from not being able to open for these months amount to at least 15,000 taels. And then there are various miscellaneous expenses."
"Well, in short, you owe me 60,000 taels."
When she said 60,000 taels, an astonishing light suddenly shone in Mu Jinwan's large eyes. "With this, the debt my deceased father owed would be completely settled, and I would even have more than 10,000 taels left to open the rude shop I've always dreamed of." So Qi immediately looked disgusted. "What does that have to do with me, young Master Su? It was you who destroyed my Jingxu building." Mu Jinyuan glared, her pretty eyebrows not looking fierce, but rather cute. So Qi stiffened his neck. "With these skinny arms and legs, do you really think him capable of bringing down a building?" Towards the end, So Qi felt a little guilty. After all, the collapse of Jingxu building was essentially because he had plundered the earth-suppressing seal. That earth-suppressing seal was a mid-grade magic treasure.
"Priceless and invaluable!"
So Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly felt that if 60,000 taels of silver could get rid of this woman, it wouldn't be a loss. Come to think of it, over the years, his pocket money and New Year's money had accumulated to no less than 100,000 taels. However, So Qi glanced at Mu Jinyuan again. He felt that this woman was clearly not someone easy to deal with. If he readily agreed and gave her 60,000 taels now, she might get it too easily and come back to extort him again when she ran out of money. Mu Jinyuan sneered. If young Master Su doesn't pay, then he'll just stay at your house. Stay then, stay. Su Qi rolled his eyes. There are plenty of empty courtyards and houses in the manor. Seeing Qi's expression, Mu Jinyuan felt a little uneasy and shrank slightly. Having already made up a story to Su's mother, she could hardly actually stay at the Su manor for long, so Qi lifted his eyelids slightly. What? Scared now? Scared? Not only not. I'm going to live under the same roof as you. Mu Jinyuan, never one to back down, puffed out her chest, her impressive bosom rising and falling. So Q's gaze flickered. Though slender, that woman certainly had assets. So Qi cleared his throat and said sternly, "That's impossible! My mother would never agree! Don't even try to trick me!" Having planted his flag, So Qi decided that since he didn't want to pay, there was nothing more to say. He turned and left the room, greeted his mother outside, and returned to his courtyard. As Suki reached his courtyard, several servants were clearing snow from the edges of the walkway. So Qi went back inside, grabbed an apple, and ate it while leaning against the window, watching the heavy snowfall. Suddenly, So Qi saw a group of maidservants approaching with things in their hands, entering one after another. So Qi's face showed some confusion, but as he watched the maidservants, all young and uniformly dressed, begin tidying several empty rooms on either side of the courtyard, his expression subtly changed, replaced by a knowing smirk. Could this be? Father thinks I've awakened my martial spirit and is giving me some leisure time activities. My father is so thoughtful. So Q's eyebrows danced as he looked at the maidservants, each slender and graceful as a budding flower. He felt he was already envisioning the upcoming shameless, blissful life. So Qi opened the door, intending to ask a maid to confirm his suspicions, but as soon as he stepped outside, he saw a figure and his brow furrowed. "Hello, young master, so we meet again." Mu Jinyuan offered a demure smile. So Qi frowned. "Why are you here?" "Madam asked me to stay here temporarily." Mu Jinyuan smiled gently. So Qi found this utterly impossible. Just as he was about to object, he saw the woman behind Mu Jinya, his mother's distant niece, the second in command of the household and his mother's personal secretary.
"Cousin Chengxia."
Su Qiu greeted her with a wave. She was practically his mother's daughter. He dared not be impolite. His mother, always regretting not having a daughter, doted on her excessively. Seeing Su Qi, Qiu Chengxiao also offered a serene smile, speaking softly. "Young master, madam asked me to settle Miss Mu here. She said you must listen to Miss Mu. You mustn't disappoint her. And you absolutely mustn't bully her." "Cousin Chengxia." Su Qi pulled Qiu Chengxia aside, whispering, "Why would mother agree to this woman coming to my courtyard?" Qiu Chengxia replied, "This servant doesn't know the details. Only that after you left, Miss Mu and madam had a private conversation, after which madam asked me to select 8 careful maids to attend to her. Since Qiu Chengxia said so, it was clearly settled." Su Qi subtly frowned, then smiled, producing a gold ingot and handing it to Qiu Chengxia.
"Thank you for your generosity, young master."
Qiu Chengxia's smile remained serene. So Qi watched Mu Jinyuan bustling about, tidying up the empty rooms in the courtyard, a growing sense of irritation bubbling within him. In terms of figure and appearance, Mu Jinyuan was undoubtedly far superior to the maidservants in the manor. However, So Qi, accustomed to his own way, had a strong aversion to this feeling of being forced into an uncontrollable situation. Especially now, he felt completely at the mercy of this woman, led by the nose, as if everything was under her control. This inexplicable sense of unease gnawed at Su Qiu's inherent masculinity. He couldn't understand why his mother had agreed to let this woman stay in his courtyard. Simply put, Su Qiu was feeling rather disgruntled and petulant. The snow continued to fall. The usually quiet courtyard now buzzed with laughter and activity, imbued with a homely warmth. Yet, Su Qi found himself restless and irritable, unwilling to stay. Ignoring the swirling snow, he strolled towards the manor gates. Just as he reached the gate, Su Xiaoliu spotted him leaving and hurried over. "Young master, are you going out alone?" Su Qi responded, then tightened his collar. Seeing this, Su Xiaoliu said, "Young master, please wait," and hurried back to the gatehouse. Su Qiu paid him no mind and walked out of the manor on his own. Su Xiaoliu caught up with Su Qiu from behind, smiling as he handed over a hat and raincoat. "Young master, these are brand new. Please wear them. Don't let the wind and snow wet your hat and clothes." A flash of surprise crossed Su Qi's eyes. His heart felt a warmth. He took them, nodding and saying, "Good, thank you." Then, Su Qi put on the hat and raincoat and walked alone into the snow-white world. There were few pedestrians on the street. The silver-clad world had an indescribable tranquility, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. Suddenly, Su Qi felt that his recent behavior had been like a spoiled child. Then his thoughts inexplicably cleared. Living with a beautiful woman wasn't that a good thing. Chapter 23. None of them a good thing. The new year was fast approaching, and the recent heavy snowfall added to the festive cheer. Children could be seen joyfully running and having snowball fights in the streets of Liangzhou City, and snowmen of all shapes and sizes dotted the landscape. As the sun rose and the sky gradually brightened, Mu Jinyuan stretched. Life at the Su residence these past few days had been far more relaxed than before, free from the constant harassment of creditors. After all, nobody dared to demand payment at the Su mansion, did they? Unconsciously, Mu Jinyuan found this life wasn't so bad after all. The only drawback, perhaps, was having to cook for that lazy young master every day. With this thought, Mu Jinyuan put on the fur coat Qi had brought her. She didn't know what animal the fur came from, but this seemingly thin coat kept her perfectly warm. Once dressed, Mu Jinyuan left her room. She was going to make breakfast. So Qi watched Mu Jinyuan enter the kitchen and a sly smile played on his lips. No matter how capable this woman was, she couldn't escape his grasp. She'd be cooking his meals whether she liked it or not. After braving the wind and snow in Langzhou that day, So Qi's perspective had shifted. He wasn't the lowly office worker he once was. As the most powerful young master in Liangzhou, what woman couldn't he conquer? Why let one woman cause him so much trouble? Thus, upon returning to the mansion, So Qi laid down the law with Mu Jinyuan, one of the stipulations being that she would be responsible for his 3 meals a day. However, this woman's cooking skills are truly exceptional. A smile touched Su Qi's lips. In the past, he had always disliked the food prepared in the mansion's kitchen, preferring to dine out. Since Mu Jinyuan started cooking, however, he hadn't left the mansion for several days. Furthermore, after these few days of interaction, So Qiu discovered that his first impression of Mu Jinyuan had been quite mistaken. While the woman possessed a certain shrewdness, she was remarkably guileless and straightforward. Otherwise, she would have readily agreed to his terms. They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and So Qiu hadn't even realized it, but he had gradually developed quite a fondness for Mu Jinyuan. Of course, the foundation of this affection stemmed from Su Qiu finding Mu Jinyuan truly beautiful. So Qiu finished writing the post, gently blowing on it and called out, "Xie, post this on the door, right away." Go Sai responded enthusiastically, rushing in to admire the couplet on Su Qiu's desk. Even though he couldn't read, he bobbed his head and exclaimed, "Magnificent calligraphy, your writing is truly adding wings to a tiger, adding feet to a snake. All right, get lost, stop spouting nonsense." Su Qiu rolled his eyes and kicked Yusi. Go Sai chuckled and left the room. Now that Su Qiu no longer dined out, the courtyard had become more lively, so had transferred Go Sai and a few others to serve him. After stretching his limbs, So Qiu picked up a nameless book on the table. His eyes narrowed slightly as a cold smile played on his lips. This Lu family father and son are quite something. This book, snatched from Lu Yuzhou, details his numerous instances of falsely claiming merit for killing innocent people, along with the financial dealings between his father, Lu Nongzhang, and several officials from Shao and Langzhou. This truly surprised Su Qiu. What a pair of scoundrels! Su Qiu then returned the book to his system inventory. He needed to consider whether to use it to extort money from the Lu family or give it to his father as political leverage. Catching the scent of breakfast, Su Qiu washed his hands and happily left the room. Master Su's nose is quite keen, just like Bei Bai, the dog I had as a child, and chuckled at Su Qi's inquisitive sniffing. Su Qiu naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to ask who Bei Bai was. Doing so would only invite humiliation. Just after breakfast, Su Qiu saw a servant leading a constable to the house. The constable was informing Go Sai that his father had summoned him to the prefectural government. Deciding it was best not to be ostentatious on his way to the prefecture, Su Qiu only took Go Sai with him. They left the courtyard, crossing several long corridors in the vast mansion before reaching the front gate and boarding the carriage. Upon arriving at the prefectural government, Jing Yuming, his expression grave, hurried to meet him. Once inside, "Don't speak unless spoken to." Seeing Jing Yuming like this surprised Su Qiu. It was the first time he'd seen him so serious. He gave Go Sai a nod and Gu Saoed his head slightly. Retreating to wait by the carriage, Jing Yuming led Su Qiu to the meeting hall and said in a low voice, "Governor, the young master has arrived." A calm voice replied, "Come in." Hearing the voice, Su Qiu felt slightly reassured. Having grown up in this world for 15 years, he had come to deeply respect his father, Su Taining. Upon entering the meeting hall, Su Qiu was slightly taken aback by the sheer number of people present. Liangzhou Prefect Chen Yi, Langzhou Sima Lu Nongzhang, and many other unfamiliar faces were gathered. Some appeared to be officials, while others wore more ordinary clothing. Su Tianning was examining the body of a person lying prostrate and seemingly asleep, his expression grave. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Qiu wisely remained silent and stood to the side. After a long moment, Su Taining withdrew his hand, wiping it with a towel. "The young master's pulse is gone." Lu Nongzhang's face was grim. "Governor, I believe you owe this subordinate an explanation." Only then did Su Qiu realize that the person lying there was Lu Yuzhou. Su Tianning ignored Lu Nongzhang, turning instead to several plainly dressed individuals. "Gentlemen," he asked, "have you determined the cause of the disappearance of Master Li's pulse?" The men exchanged glances. A white-bearded elder rose, his face etched with shame. "We are incompetent," he admitted, "and have failed to find the true cause of Master Li's vanishing pulse. However, based on our examination, external factors are unlikely." "Bullshit," Lu Nongzhang roared, his face contorted with rage. Su Tianning glanced at Lu Nongzhang but said nothing. Lu Nongzhang's eyes narrowed, fixed on Su Qiu. "According to my son, Yu Pu," he said, his voice dripping venom. "Su Qiu shot at my son Yu Zhuo with a crossbow. Yet, my son. Therefore, I wish to see this crossbow." Chen Yi raised his teacup, sipping delicately before turning his gaze to Su Qiu. He wanted to see for himself what this young man, whom he had long admired, was truly capable of. All eyes fell upon. With complete composure, he drew a 3-string crossbow from his sleeve. "This is it," he stated. Jing Yuming took the crossbow and presented it to Su Tianning. Su Tianning briefly examined it before passing it to Chen Yi, who sat below. Accepting the crossbow with both hands, He glanced at it before handing it directly to Lu Nongjiang. Lu Nongjiang examined the crossbow mechanism several times, even taking out the small bolts inside for careful observation. Lord Lu, there's no need for further inspection, Chen Yuang said calmly. This is a common imitation of the 9-curve crossbow, and the bolts are simply the standard ice-tipped arrows used in the army. The drug on them is just a common anesthetic. A flicker of gloom crossed Lu Nongjiang's eyes as he continued to examine the crossbow, ignoring Chen Yuang's words. So Q, did you indeed strike my son with this crossbow? Lu Nongjiang looked up, a cold glint in his eyes, abruptly questioning him. Chapter Rada 2 fought aggressive confrontation. Suki, did you use this crossbow to strike my son? Hearing Lu Nongjiang's somewhat sharp words, Suki didn't cower, responding calmly. Yes, sir. A triumphant touch Lu Nongjiang's lips. A hint of disappointment flashed in Chen Yuang's eyes. Truly a brainless wastrel, he thought, at this moment. If you deny it, what can Lu Nongjiang do to you? The tension among the other onlookers visibly increased. Tianning and Jing Yuming remained relatively calm. All of this was expected. Lu Nongjiang turned to Su Tianning, his expression pained, his hands clasped. Suki shot my son with a crossbow, rendering his magical martial veins useless. I beg the governor to do justice for my son. I trust the governor will handle this impartially. Su Tianning spoke calmly. Why are you so certain that your son's magical martial veins vanished simply because he was struck by an arrow? Li Nongjiang said coldly. Does this even need saying? It must have been that brat Suki who used a vein-destroying poison on the arrow. Otherwise, why would my son's veins vanish out of the blue? Before Su Tianning could respond, Lu Nongjiang declared loudly. The laws of Day One clearly state that anyone who privately manufactures vein-destroying poisons shall have their hands and feet crippled and be exiled 3,000 li. I implore the governor not to show favoritism simply because Su Qiu is your son. I will ensure that all the citizens of Liangzhou will witness whether the governor is as impartial as rumored. It was clear that Lu Nongjiang was directly confronting Su Tianning, essentially issuing an ultimatum. Everyone in Liangzhou knew Su Tianning loved his son dearly. If even a doting father like Su Tianning couldn't protect his son, and his son was exiled, what authority would Su Tianning have left in Liangzhou? However, if Su Tianning abused his power and disregarded the law to protect Su Qi, it would be a devastating blow to his public image. So Kai hadn't expected Lu Nongjiang to be so shameless. While it was true that he had indeed destroyed Lu Yuzuo's veins, the accusation of poisoning and exile was excessive. Now that the matter involved him, so Qi wouldn't speak rashly. A single misplaced word could ruin him. Su Tianning remained impassive, seated calmly. Refuting Lu Nongjiang wasn't a task that required Su Tianning to get his hands dirty. Immediately, someone from the crowd stepped forward and loudly rebuked him. Sir Lu, your words are far too presumptuous! While we sympathize with your son's misfortune, several physicians have ruled out external factors. Yet, you continue to press the issue, it's simply excessive! Can those people's words be trusted? Mere Yui Li Nongjiang merely snorted that single word. Yungi's incompetent doc caused the faces of several Liangzhou medical luminaries present to drain of color. One elderly physician trembled, his hand pointing at Lu Nongjiang for a long moment, unable to utter a word. Seeing Lu Nongjiang attempt to dismiss everything with a single accusation of incompetence, a playful smile flickered across Su Tianning's face. He chuckled lightly. Since Lord Lu believes these gentlemen's judgment insufficient to prove the facts, how about we invite Master Li Lingsheng to personally diagnose your son? Li Lingsheng, the renowned Li Lingsheng, one of the 3 great alchemists of the Northern Territory. We've heard that over a century ago, he was already a transcendent demon master, not only a revered guest of the Great Green Sword sect among the 9 sects, but even a guest of His Highness, the Yan King, to have the honor of witnessing Master Lai today. Both officials and physicians alike were visibly excited, some even voiced their astonishment aloud. Alchemists held a unique and highly respected position in the central great world, separate from martial artists, demon cultivators and demon masters. Legend says that potent pills crafted by masterful alchemists not only possess the power to mend broken bones and revive the dead, but also the ability to elevate a mortal to the realm of transcendence. And alchemist King Li Lingsheng is undoubtedly the most likely alchemist in the Northern Territory to possess such abilities. Hearing Li Lingsheng's name, Lu Nongjiang's expression shifted multiple times. If Li Lingsheng were present, he wouldn't dare call him a quack. Lu Nongjiang wanted to refuse. He didn't want any unexpected incidents. Li Yuzuo, who had been lying flat on the ground, suddenly sprang up, excitedly saying, then quickly summon that so-called Li Lingsheng. Quickly check my pulse and see what's wrong with it. Lu Nongjiang's face instantly changed. This fool. Hadn't they agreed that he should lie still today and follow his instructions? Good, since the patient requests it. Ben. Su Tianning responded with a smile. Master Lingsheng happens to be a guest at my manor today. I'll send someone to invite him. Please wait a moment. A clerk standing nearby, receiving a subtle signal from Su Tianning, immediately rose and left to personally invite Master Li Lingsheng from Sus Manor. The others present, hearing Su Tianning's words, showed expressions of disbelief and surprise. Li Lingsheng was a guest at Sus Manor. Were he and Su Tianning close? If Li Lingsheng came and definitively declared that Su Qiu was not involved, he wouldn't dare to contradict him. After all, even the person behind the scenes urging him to undermine Su Tianning's authority was someone Li Lingsheng couldn't afford to offend. Su Taining glanced at Lu Nongjiang's unsightly expression, knowing that someone must be behind Lu Nongjiang, instigating him to cause trouble. So Q, standing to the side, seemed like an outsider, leisurely and curiously watching everything unfold. Lu Nongjiang stood there, his expression shifting between anger and gloom. He thought that once Li Lingsheng arrived, the disappearance of Lu Yu's pulse might very well have nothing to do with Su Qi. In that case, all his struggles today would be for naught. Even Lu Nongjiang himself didn't believe that Su Qiu could destroy Lu Yu's pulse without harming her in the slightest. Just then, Lu Nongjiang suddenly saw a 3-bow crossbow placed nearby, and his expression lit up. Lu Nongjiang pointed at the crossbow and asked sinisterly, Su Gongzi, might I ask who made this crossbow? Su Qiu thought he could just wait for Li Lingsheng to arrive, but he didn't expect Lu Nongjiang to ask such a question. Instinctively, he remained silent. Jingying, standing beside him, didn't hesitate. He calmly replied, this crossbow was made by this general, Lu Doren. What questions do you have? Lu Nongjiang looked at Jing Yuming, a slight smile playing on his lips. General Jing, the power of this crossbow has reached the level of military-grade weaponry, hasn't it? Privately manufacturing weapons. General Jing, could it be you're planning a rebellion? Lu Nongjiang suddenly changed the subject, causing everyone's expressions to change. Everyone thought to themselves, accusing the Langzhou general of rebellion. This Lu Nongjiang is really daring! Is this guy crazy? So Tianning narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, Lu Nongjiang wasn't simply trying to investigate the disappearance of his son. Chapter Lozen 25. What is the appropriate punishment? Privately manufacturing weapons. General Jing, could it be you're planning a rebellion? As soon as Lu Nongjiang said this, Jing Yuming realized the issue was more complicated than it seemed, and was about to speak in his defense. Lu Nongjiang sneered again, bowing slightly to Su Tianning. General Jing Yuming's private manufacture of weapons is tantamount to treason. I implore the governor to order his arrest. Sir Lu, your words are rather rash, aren't they? An official immediately spoke up. Lu Nongjiang coldly snorted. What are you? This is an official discussion, not a place for a lowly clerk like you to meddle. You, the official's face flushed with shame and anger, standing to the side, was utterly perplexed. Usually a shifty, timid fellow, was acting so audacious today. Was he relying on someone? This thought prompted Su Qiu to glance at Chen Yuang, seated below Su Tianning. The magistrate's face was etched with surprise, seemingly genuine, devoid of artifice. Could Lu Nongjiang not be acting under Chen Yuang's orders? So Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. A cold smile played on Lu Nongjiang's lips as he bowed to Su Tianning. I implore the governor not to attempt to shield Jing Yuming. If the governor chooses to ignore this matter, I as Liangzhou's Sima must take responsibility for the military affairs within the prefecture. Once this is resolved, I will forward this case to the Ministry of War for a thorough investigation. Forward it to the Ministry of War. This seems to be escalating. Su Tianning lightly tapped his finger on the armrest of his chair, closing his eyes without responding in a flash. Lu Nongjiang had shifted the focus from Su Qiu to Jing Yuming, a sudden change of target that took everyone by surprise, leaving them speechless, looking at Su Tianning, who had begun to close his eyes in contemplation, and the silent officials around him. A surge of elation flooded Lu Nongjiang's heart. So he could be this awesome too. Sir Lu, have you lost your mind? A voice suddenly pierced the relative quiet of the study, jarring and sharp. Lu Nongjiang, seeing that Su Tianning and Chen Ye hadn't spoken up, and now someone dared to directly insult him, abruptly turned his head, his eyes blazing with fury. Everyone else turned to look at the source of the outburst. They saw Su Qi, who had been so polite and respectful, standing silent, a mocking smile on his face. This kid, what is he doing now? Isn't he trying to get General Jing killed? The governor has truly spoiled Master Su. He dares to be so presumptuous in such a situation. Things were already bad enough, and now he's publicly insulting Sima Lu. There's no way out of this. Sima Lu is a court official after all. Su Qi, what did you say? Lu Nongjiang's eyes narrowed slightly. If Su Tianning wasn't here, he really would have slapped Su Qiu to death. This young master doesn't repeat himself, but since Sir Liu insists. Yes, that's right, I said you're an idiot. Hehehe. Lu Nongjiang's eyes narrowed, cold light flashing. The governor has certainly raised a fine son. Let's hear what profound wisdom you have to offer. If you can't provide a satisfactory explanation today, even with the governor present, I will make you pay the price, you young brat. Su Qi scoffed, his voice ringing out clearly. Sima Lu, you accuse General Jing Yuming of illegally manufacturing weapons. Where's the proof? Upon hearing Su Qi's words, not only Lu Nongjiang but also the surrounding onlookers were stunned. Lu Nongjiang couldn't help but scoff. Evidence. Isn't this crossbow right here the evidence? Everyone here heard General Jing Yuming admit that he made it. Su Qi looked at Lu Nongjiang with an expression of utter disbelief. Lu, please use your brain. Have you even read the Great Yuan Law? Haven't I? Or perhaps you haven't. Your Master Zu. Lu Nongjiang, finally angered by Su Qi's repeated jabs, retorted. Su Qi chuckled. Actually I have. Lu Nongjiang sneered. Since you have, then you should know what a grave crime it is to privately manufacture military weapons. With that, Lu Nongjiang raised the 3-bolt crossbow. This is a replica of the North Liang Army's 9-bolt repeating crossbow. And the governor and Chen the prefect both saw it. And Jing Yuming admitted to making it. Everyone here witnessed it. Lu Nongjiang was now brimming with confidence, despite their inner displeasure. Those present could only nod in agreement under his intense gaze. Lu Nongjiang took a step forward, his face menacing as he glared at Su Qi. Those who privately manufacture military weapons are to be executed without mercy. Since you've read the Great Yuan Law, tell me, what's wrong with that? The Great Yuan Law states that those who privately manufacture military weapons are to be executed without mercy. Based on your analysis, Liu, General Jing should indeed be beheaded. Su Qi smiled. A murmur rippled through the crowd at Su Chu's words. What's going on here? Could it be that this young Master Su intends to have General Jing put to death? Impossible. Wasn't it said that General Jing and the state governor are teacher and student? As close as father and son, could this young Master Su be consumed by jealousy? Here this dandy who spends his days eating, drinking, and playing is truly nothing but a useless hindrance for a time. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Lu Nongjiang looking particularly smug. Su Tainye and Jing Yuming however remained calm. So Qi let out a burst of laughter, saying, no wonder they say in the 4 domains of Dongnan that we northerners are barbarians. It seems to be true. A Sima of a state doesn't even understand the Great Yuan Law. Before Lu Nongjiang could speak, Su Qi suddenly raised his voice. Since Sima Lu says General Jing privately manufactured weapons, a crime punishable by death, then I ask, what constitutes privately manufacturing weapons? Isn't this it? Lu Nongjiang pointed at the 3-curve crossbow. Privately manufacturing weapons is punishable by death. He had read about it in the Great Yuan Law after hearing the situation from his son. Su Qi stepped forward and said, you only know that the 3 chapters and 9 articles of the Great Yuan Law stipulate that the unauthorized or mass production of weapons constitutes the crime of private weapons manufacturing. But do you know that the supplementary volume at the end of the Great Yuan Law also notes that the north is harsh and borders the frontier? For those who manufacture weapons, those making less than 10 are considered innocent. Tell me, General Jing made only 1 crossbow trigger, how is that punishable? Hearing Su Qi's words, the clerk beside him took out a book and quickly flipped through it. Soon, the man exclaimed, ah, so it is! There is such a clause! Lu Nongjiang was about to speak. Seizing the advantage continued, but Lu Sima, you repeatedly attempted to frame our Liangzhou general. What is your crime? Chapter 002-6 scared the hell out of me. Lu Sima, what is your crime? Don't talk nonsense! Lu Nongjiang's face changed, then darkened. Even if I momentarily forgot the law and misspoke, so what? How can that be considered framing? Chen Yi, witnessing Lu Nongjiang momentarily losing his composure, looked at Su Qi in surprise. This kid seemed to have some skill. The other officials and clerks were stunned by Su Qi's barrage of words. They hadn't expected that Su De Gongzi, who had been acting the tyrant in Langzhou City, actually possessed some ability. Su Qi wore a half smile. It seems Lu Deren is truly incorruptible, a good official who pleads for the people. That's natural. Lu Nongjiang snorted, then attempted to sit down. He hadn't anticipated his impulsive attempt to use Jing Yuming against Su Qi would almost backfire on him. Su Qi sneered, and you also knew nothing about Li Yupuk's unauthorized sale of ice arrows. What? This unfilial son actually dared to do such a thing? Lu Nongjiang's face was instantly filled with shock, his mustache bristling. Su Qi watched the old man's performance quietly, then smiled and asked, it seems I've truly misunderstood Magistrate Lu. So, Liu Yuzhou bribing the Shazhou army officers with money, and the 3 smuggling teams under his name have absolutely no connection to you, sir. Hearing this, Liu Yuzhou, who had been standing silently behind Lu Nongjiang, suddenly changed color, pointing at Su Qi. It must be you who stole my ledger, you scoundrel! Lu Nongjiang stood up and slapped Liu Yuzhou across the face. Father, Liu Yuzhou's face was a mixture of shock and grievance. Lu Nongjiang looked at the assembled officials in the meeting hall, their gazes fixed on him, and force. Young Master Su, our Lu family has been loyal for generations. How could we do such a thing? Loyal for generations! Su Qi sighed, then said, Magistrate Lu, you're quite bold. It seems your son doesn't share your sentiment. He accuses you, you see, claiming you taught him the methods of killing innocents and taking credit for a ha-ha. Young Master Su is quite the joker. Lu Nongjiang's eyes flickered nervously, and yet he slowly approached Su Qi, laughing. I wonder where young Master Su heard such jokes. Do you have any evidence? Evidence? Naturally. Su Qi smiled, reaching into his sleeve as if to take something out. For a moment, everyone in the meeting hall looked at Su Qioi in astonishment. Could it be that he really had evidence? Even Su Taining, who had always trusted his son, showed surprise. Lu Nongjiang chuckled awkwardly. My, this is quite something. Die! A ferocious expression twisted Lu Nongjiang's face. Before the word jumped his mouth, Lu Nongjiang suddenly lunged, aiming a palm strike at Su Qi's head. A gust of wind rushed towards him. Su Qi jerked his head up. Holy crap! Villainous dog! You seek death! Jing Yuming roared. Stepping forward and punching Lu Nongjiang's palm, Lu Nongjiang was sent flying back several steps by the punch. Jing Yuming pressed his advantage, his figure flashing as he unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Lu Nongjiang in a sorry state after all. Lu Nongjiang had only just barely reached the 12th stage of the mortal realm. How could he possibly be a match for Jing Yuming, who had already entered the transcendent realm? Then, Jing Yuming grabbed Lu Nongjiang with one hand. Moly! Su Qi stared wide-eyed. That near-death experience had truly felt like it would scare the piss out of him. Seeing Lu Nongjiang subdued by Jing Yuming, Su Taining let out a sigh of relief, his clenched fist relaxing. He said to Su Qi, show me the evidence. Su Qi retrieved the nameless book from his inventory. pretending to take it from his sleeve. As soon as she saw the nameless book, Lu Yuzhu shrieked,
"Suki, my ledger, you stole it! You shameless thief!"
Hearing Lu Yuzhu's foolish outburst, Lu Nongjiang glared fiercely at his idiotic son. Not only did the fool forget his instructions, but he also lost the ledger. Lu Yuzhou fell silent at his father's glare, utterly bewildered by its cause. So Tianing accepted the nameless book, looking at Lu Nongjiang and saying calmly, "Lu Sima, you should know what's written in this book, shouldn't you? Ha ha ha. Su Tianing, I'm doomed today, but don't get too happy too soon. You know who's got their eye on you. Su Tianing. Even if they're hesitant now, once the situation changes, your end will be far more miserable than mine." Lu Nongjiang's face was a mask of madness. The next moment, Lu Nongjiang glanced at Suki and sneered, "And since I'm going to die, I'll drag you down with me, you bastard. I'll make sure they know about your private production of the vein, destroying poison." Suki's eyelids twitched. "Are you crazy? Privately made vein, destroying poison. Such a master exists." A man with snowed hair and a slow, deliberate tone walked in. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone stood up, especially the doctors who were visibly excited. "Mr. Li." Li Lingsheng nodded curtly, then asked, whose pulse suddenly vanished. "Mine." Seeing the newcomer's demeanor, even with his limited intelligence, Lu Yuzhou recognized him as a formidable figure. He immediately forgot his father's humiliating state on the floor. Li Lingsheng nodded slightly at Su Tianying, then with a flick of his wrist, 2 silken threads shot out, landing on Lu Yuzhou's arm. Su Qiu's eyebrows rose slightly at this scene. This old fellow seemed formidable. He wondered if the old man could really see anything. So Qi felt a slight pang of nervousness. There's no need for anxiety. This system's plundering capabilities surpass the comprehension of anyone in this world. It won't be detected by anyone. Hearing even the shy system boasting, so Qi felt slightly reassured. Sure enough, after a moment, Li Lingsheng retracted the silk thread. There were no traces of external force. The young man's pulse had seemingly atrophied on its own, most likely due to a problem with the pulse itself. As for poisoning, preposterous! With a dismissive wave of his hand, Li Lingsheng cast a disdainful glance at the despairing Lu Nongjiang before turning to leave. Lu Yuzhou, oblivious to her own precarious situation, tearfully asked, "Is there really no hope for me?" Li Lingsheng shook his head and slowly walked away. As Li Lingsheng was leaving, everyone's gaze fell upon him, showering him with respectful attention. On the ground, Lu Nongjiang, realizing his reckless actions had only brought ruin upon himself, seethed with resentment. He suddenly lunged up, his face contorted with ferocity. In this world, murder never needs a reason. With Lu Nongjiang's shout, so Qi's face also changed drastically. Lu Nongjiang suddenly produced a dagger, plunging it fiercely towards Su Qi's chest. "Cure!" Su Tianying cried out in alarm. Lu Nongjiang's dagger struck Su Qi's chest, but he suddenly felt resistance, his expression turning strangely peculiar. Seeing this, the pale-faced Su Qi suddenly remembered the golden silk armor he was wearing. Su Qiu raised a hand and slapped Lu Nongjiang across the face. "You scared the hell out of me! Go to hell!" Chapter 027, A Moment of Growth. Go to hell. As Su Qi delivered the slap, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Host used a slap attack on Lu Nongjiang, triggering the plunder effect and successfully plundering one martial vein. Lu Nongjiang's face changed, and he was about to raise his fist when Su Tianying swept his wide sleeves. Lu Nongjiang instantly felt a powerful force bearing down on him, leaving him completely unable to resist. He was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, following the warning. So Qi felt a tremendous shock resonate within his mind. Ding. The Great Plunder System has successfully upgraded, adding a synthesis function bar. The immense sound startled Su Qi so much that his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, his face paling considerably. Scene C. So Tianying and Jing Yuming's expressions changed drastically. So Qi clutched his chest, cursing at the system. "Are you trying to kill me with that deafening noise?" The system responded with feigned innocence and a hidden chuckle. Didn't the host request a loud reminder? "I merely followed instructions. Serves you right." This was the first time Su Qiu had felt the malicious intent of his internal system. He weakly replied, "Don't remind me next time." So Tianying touched Su Qiu's wood, discovering that the boy was wearing a high-quality soft armor, completely unscathed. Yet, his pale complexion was undeniably genuine, leaving Su Tianying quite perplexed. Chen Ye, standing to the side, peered through the tear in Su Qi's fur coat. Catching sight of the gold-threaded soft armor, his expression turned strangely peculiar. "This armor, wasn't this the one I gave Juna a few months ago?" Lu Nongjiang and Lu Yuzhuo were led away by the hastily arrived constables. Su Tianying offered Su Qi a slight smile. "You and your brother Ming should return to the manor. Father will handle the aftermath." "Let's go," Jing Yuming said, watching Su Tianying and the others leave the council chamber. But Su Qi, "What's wrong, brother Ming? Earlier Lu Nongjiang said my father is being targeted. What's going on?" Su Qi asked earnestly. Jing Yuming smiled, ruffling Su Qi's hair. "Those are matters for adults, not something little Q should worry about." "Huh, am I that small?" So Qi subconsciously thought of a certain something. "I'm not that small, am I?" The next moment, So Qi raised his head again and said earnestly, "Mingji, tell me, I'm about to enter the 9 sects. I'm no longer that knave boy?" After saying this line, So Qi felt a wave of nausea. This line was so Mary Sue, so typical for shonen manga! However, was clearly a line Jing Yuming appreciated. Hearing this, he looked at Su Qi seriously. So Qi hurriedly returned a serious look. Jing Yuming then slowly spoke. Little Q, have you heard of the Hawk faction? Hawk faction. So Qi looked slightly puzzled. Jing Yuming slowly looked towards the sky and said leisurely, the Hawk faction is the collective name for the god Eagle King's wings in our Great Yuan Empire. God Eagle King. So Q felt a strong long ocean vibe from this over-the-top name. No, the actual ruler of the northern territories, the Yan King. Could this god Eagle King be on the same level? Your guess is right, Jing Yuming said with a smile, seeing Su Q's expression. The god Eagle King is also a powerhouse who has long since stepped into the sixth realm of the king's level. He was once a pet eagle kept by our Great Yuan Emperor. Su Qi's eyes widened. In this world are there monsters? Jing Yuming hadn't paid much attention to Su Qi's expression. After all, anyone would be surprised to hear of an eagle cultivating to the sixth realm of the king level. Many years ago, when your father had just broken through to the transcendent realm, he traveled to the central region. Jing Yuming's voice grew low as he began to recount the events of that time. Su Qi listened, gradually understanding. Su Taining, during his travels to the central region, had also shone brightly among the younger generation there. But later, during a struggle for the legendary inheritance of the Emperor of Reincarnation, Su Taining was ambushed by the third son of the Divine Eagle King. Su Taining used his trump card to break out of the encirclement, killing the third son in the process, which greatly angered the powerful Divine Eagle King. Su Taining was then pursued by the Divine Eagle King back to the northern region. Fortunately, King Yan had always disliked the Divine Eagle King and sent his crown prince to prevent the Divine Eagle King from entering the northern region, allowing Su Taining to escape. However, recently, King Yan has been in seclusion for 20 years without any news, with some even speculating that the crown prince has already passed away. This has caused unrest throughout the northern region now. Even King Yan's 9 princes are restless, each developing their own power. It is rumored that the 7th prince often interacts with powerful figures from the central region, including the Divine Eagle King. In recent years, the 7th prince has often been acting on the Divine Eagle King's behalf. Because of the life-saving grace of the crown prince, Su Taining, the governor of Liangzhou, has always been considered an ally of the crown prince in the eyes of everyone. The other princes haven't tried to win him over, and Su Taining would demean himself by seeking protection. Those princes who dared not act against the crown prince out of fear of his strength, egged on by the 7th prince, have begun to subtly hinder Su Taining, testing the crown prince's reaction. But the crown prince is honest and upright, never engaging in factional struggles or forming alliances. Even now with the unfavorable situation, he remains uninvolved, leading to Su Taining's isolated and helpless position in the northern region. If it weren't for Su Taining's current status as a peak 9th stage transcendent realm cultivator, nearing the top 3 stages, and his immense value to the 3 state governors, his situation would be far more precarious. Hearing of his father's struggles over the years, Su Qi was astonished, living under Su Taining's protection and gallivanting about. Su Qi had never considered that his seemingly omnipotent father faced such immense pressure. Silent. His father had died young, leaving only vague memories. Since coming to this world, Su Taining had showered him with affection, their images merging in his heart. Su Taining was, in his mind, his father. So, after the New Year celebrations, once you go to the 9 sects, you must work hard, enter the transcendent realm as soon as possible, become a true disciple of the 9 sects. Only then can you help ease your father's burden. Jing Yuming. A genuine smile on his face. Su Qi remained silent. His heart-heavy Jing Yuming, mistaking Su Qi's silence for worry about his low meridian rank, patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Xiao Qi, don't worry. Your meridian rank only affects your cultivation speed, not your ultimate potential. With your mid-yellow rank meridian, breaking through to the transcendent realm is still within reach. Su Qi looked up, finally understanding Jing Yuming's work. Jing Yuming and Su Qi left the governor's mansion. Gosi immediately brought the carriage over, bowing and inviting them aboard. Su Qi and Jing Yuming climbed into the carriage. With a crack of the whip, the carriage swayed, heading towards the Su residence. Sitting in the carriage, Su Qi lifted the curtain, looking at Liangzhou City, where he had lived for 15 years. For the first time, he eagerly anticipated leaving, going to the 9 sects, and becoming someone who could alleviate his father's burdens. The growth of thought often happens in a single instant. Chapter Lo Honey 8 The Synthesizer. Upon returning to the manor, Su Qi hurried back to his own courtyard. Jing Yuming returned to the governor's mansion. Seeing Su's hurried return, Mu Jinwan asked, Su Degongzi, what would you like for lunch today? Whatever! Su Qi had no time for such trivial matters. Mu Jinwan pouted. When did you become so easygoing? Back in his room, Su Qi Igada Kinel, Grand Plunder System activated. Host bound Su Qi, host occupation none, host talent magic martial vein mid-yellow rank, host cultivation none, system function, Pudda 7 trigger chan. 1D hundreds, inventory 8 forward folding fan, inscribed by Tao Ching Chon. Phoenix seeking the Phoenix Bellyband. Tongmai's 1 year's worth of cultivation x3. Magic Martial Vey lower yellow rank. Town suppressing seal mid-grade treasured. Martial Vey upper yellow rank. Synthesizer any numbers more than 2 of the same type of items can be added as synthesis materials. Random upgrade improvement. Synthesized upgraded items are of higher quality than each individual synthesis material. Seeing this change, Su Qi was instantly dumbfounded, saying, Damn, you want me to plunder 100 times to reach level 3, correct? Is this synthesizer the thing you mentioned for upgrading veins?
So Qi curiously asked again, yes.
Receiving the affirmative answer.
Qi asked again, can this martial vein be refined together? Yes.
Today. The system, perhaps due to its level up, spoke with unusual brevity and aloofness. So Qi curiously asked, system, did you take the wrong medicine? Please refrain from making witty remarks.
From today onwards I will be a cool and aloof system. Cut the crap, so Qi scoffed Alice.
The system sighed with a touch of melancholy and a hint of guilt, ignoring the lively system. So Qi directly opened the synthesizer, revealing an empty box. So Qi placed the martial vein from his inventory into it, revealing a second box. He immediately placed Lu Yuzua's demon martial vein into it as well. An empty box and a synthesis button appeared simultaneously. Is that all there is to synthesis? So Qi asked. The suggestion system advised adding the magic martial pulse from his talent pool and setting it as the main synthesis material, ensuring it remained a magic martial pulse after synthesis. On this matter of vital interest. So Qi didn't dare to act childish and followed the system's advice. Afterwards, however, he tried adding a cultivation spirit pill to the extra empty box. Ding. Non-similar items cannot be added, it's pretty smart, huh? So Qi muttered. System, with no more pulses available. So Qi didn't waste time and directly pressed the synthesis button. A somewhat brilliant light flowed and flickered around the synthesizer's frame. Host. Synthesis upgrade successful. Obtained 1 yellow rank superior magic martial pulse. Ding. Due to the host selected items containing a host talent, the synthesized item has automatically replaced the original talent. Sure enough. So Qi saw 2 changes in the system interface. Host talent magic martial pulse, yellow rank, high grade. Item inventory 6 Folosong Folfai inscribed by Tao Qingchun, Phoenix embroidered Qiongxam. Tongmai Junior's worth of cultivation x3, earth subduing seal mid-grade magical artifact. So, yellow rank, high grade now. So Qi felt the process was unrealistically simple. Shouldn't there have been a burning, scalding sensation from the original pulse, and should he have sweated profusely from the pain to show the difficulty of improving one's talent?
Host, you're overthinking it!
However, if you want to experience it, I can let you try that feeling. No, I don't want to try. Qi resolutely refused, having effortlessly improved his talent. So Qi felt elated. He stood up and opened the door. You're right on time. Mu Jinyuan had just been about to call Su Qi for dinner when she saw him opening the door. A chuckle flickered in her large eyes. So Qi hadn't expected such perfect timing. He chuckled and walked over. So Qi sprawled at the dinner table as Mu Jinyuan served dish after dish. So Qi, sharp-eyed, pointed at a small bowl. Why is it here every meal? It's glutinous rice ball soup. So what? I love it. Can I? Mu Jinyuan rolled her eyes at him.
Fine, fine. So Qi didn't bother arguing. My lord is in a good mood today.
The two sat facing each other, eating. So Qi inadvertently glanced up at Mu Jinyuan. Upon closer inspection, her features possessed a remarkably harmonious beauty. Coupled with her flawless skin, she seemed even more beautiful the longer he looked.
What are you looking at?
Immediately looked up, wrinkled her delicate nose slightly, and put on a fierce expression. So Qi could help but laugh. This girl, why does she seem so cute? Could it be that my meridian just leveled up, and I'm in a better mood? Mu Jinyuan felt a little uncomfortable under Su Qi's laughter, but she couldn't match his thick skin, so she lowered her head and ate the small glutinous rice balls. However, being watched by Su Qi, she felt a strange mixture of annoyance and a little secret delight, eating the delicious food and watching the lovely beauty. Su Qi suddenly felt a pang in his heart, an inexplicable, wonderful feeling, like happiness. A young man with the mind of an adult, looking at a beautiful 18-year-old woman, so close he could practically touch her, eating the meal she had prepared, felt a fleeting sense of love. Eat quickly, then get out. Mu Jinyuan raised her head, her voice sharp as usual. Lost in a daze. Su Qi felt like he was back in his past life, eating with his girlfriend after graduation. Unconsciously, he said, "I'll wash them." Mu Jinyuan's face instantly lit up with girlish delight. Okay. Having finished her meal, Mu Jinyuan put down her chopsticks and vanished in a flash. What did I just say? So Qi stared blankly at the empty dishes. The system chuckled. Love makes you blind. Host,
you need to be more careful.
Unexpectedly finding himself mocked by the cowardly system, Su Qi felt a twinge of pain in his teeth. He had been about to call a maid to wash the dishes, but turning around he saw Mu Jinyuan peeking at him from the window. Their eyes met and Mu Jinyuan, startled like a frightened deer, quickly looked away. This is a simple little love song. Su Qi suddenly felt an inexplicable joy well up within him. He hummed a tuneless song softly, gathering the bowls, plates, and chopsticks one by one and placing them in a basin of hot water, washing them with evident pleasure. Listening to the unfamiliar song and strange melody Su Qi hummed, Mu Jinyuan, leaning against the wall, inexplicably felt a strange sense of joy herself. What was this? Chapter 029 Taking Su Tong there. Calendars are records made by people in every world, observing the laws of nature. The vast married world cycle and repeat endlessly. The beginning of each cycle symbolizes rebirth and is worthy of commemoration. The central great world is no exception. During the Great Abyss Empire's annual festival, the descendants of the clans would uniformly perform ceremonies to their deceased ancestors. The elders would even read aloud lofty pronouncements, reporting the year's harvest to the ancestors and consoling their spirits in heaven. As the eldest son of the head of the family, So Qi naturally stood at the forefront of the 5th generation of descendants in the ancestral hall. On the platform stood a clan elder, over 100 years old and frail, a mere mortal mage, yet extremely long-lived and of the highest seniority. Standing at the head, So Qi could only maintain a serious expression, his back ramrod straight. From the corner of his eye, he saw some 5th generation descendants in inconspicuous positions yawning incessantly, even slumping their shoulders. He couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. Of course, sometimes when one person envies another's ease, there are others who envy that person's glory. Su Tong's eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. He envied Su Qi, who stood in the dazzling spotlight, and resented his own fate. Relegated to the crowd of ordinary Su clan members outside the ancestral hall, they stood for more than 2 hours. Only after the New Year's bells rang and the representatives of the Su clan's elder council offered sacrifices to their ancestors did the Su clan's annual ceremony finally conclude. After bowing to the ancestral tablets with everyone else, So Qi slowly retreated with the crowd. It's so much better standing outside the ancestral hall, he mused. You get to leave early. A slow-moving illegitimate Su clan member glanced at Su Qi with disdain, inwardly cursing him. What a bastard, he thought. You have no idea how hard my father worked standing in that ancestral hall for the annual ceremony. When Su Qi returned to the courtyard, everyone except himself and his father was already seated. His mother was chatting and laughing with Ziju. Jingyu sat rigidly with his gaze fixed straight ahead, and Su Tong sat broodingly to one side him. Someone seems to be missing. So Qi's thought had barely formed when a sweet, cloying voice sounded from beside him. So Lang. So Qi's body stiffened, and he abruptly turned his head to look at Mu Jinwan, who had just entered behind him. Mu Jinwan offered a sweet smile, her bright features making her exceptionally beautiful. So Q knew that in front of his mother, she always played the role of a dutiful and obedient wife, but that Su Lang darling Su was just unbearable. System host, you're clearly delighted inside. Why are you being so hypocritical? Don't speak if you don't want to be taken for a mute. So Qi rolled his eyes. Mu Jinwan took a few small steps to Su Qi's side and directly linked her arm with his. So Q could only maintain a wooden expression as they walked to the dining table together. Q's eyes crinkled into slits as she smiled. Look how well matched they are. Zijuan nodded in agreement beside her, but her nails dug into her flesh. For some reason, seeing Qli and Su Qi happy filled her with pain. So Lang, I personally made your favorite yuanzi soup in the kitchen just now. Chengxia will bring it over when she comes later, Mu Jinwan said with a smile as she sat down. So Qi blinked, desperately wanting to say that's your favorite, you know. Taking a sip of tea, So Qi suddenly felt a hateful gaze fixed upon him. Looking up, he saw Jing Yuming's eyes blazing with anger, as if trying to burn him alive. Well, this is probably the wrath of a single dog, although I, your humble servant, am also currently a single dog. So Qi took another sip of water, even deliberately splashing a little in front of him, attempting to extinguish this jealous fire from the FFF flame. Why hasn't dinner started yet? You don't have to wait for me. Just as Q Chengxia had brought over the yuanzi soup and sat down, So Tianing also entered the room, immediately laughing upon seeing the scene. Q Li merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zijuan, however, immediately stood up with a love-struck expression. Jiao Dato said coquettishly, Master! How could we dare to eat before you arrived? He Su Tianing chuckled dryly and sat down. It was rare for Zijuan and Su Tong, mother and son, to eat with Su Tianing, so they naturally tried their best to impress him. As for Jingyu, his parents had passed away, so he spent every New Year's festival with the Su Qi family, now silently eating away. Mu Jinwen became much more proper and dignified after Su Tianing entered. After the meal was nearly finished, So Tianing cleared his throat and spoke. So Qi, when you go to the 9 sects after the New Year, take Su Tong with you. So Qi, who was busy gnawing on a chicken wing, abruptly looked up. So Tong also looked at his father with a face full of surprise and uncontainable excitement. Su Tianing pondered for a moment before explaining. Generally speaking, the governors of the 3 northern prefectures have the right to recommend one person every 5 years to the 9 sects for admission as an outer disciple, and those recommended also have a quota to bring one person as a 9 sects errand disciple. After considering it, I've decided to let Tonga go with you. You 2 brothers will be in the same sect and can look out for each other. Hearing that it was an errand disciple position, Zijuan was displeased. Master, how can you let Tonga go and do such menial work? Tonga is, after all, a young master of our Su family. Su Tianing immediately frowned. Jing Yuming calmly explained from the side. Little Xiniang, this errand disciple position of the 9 sects is coveted by many. To become a 9 sects errand disciple, one needs at least Xuan rank polls to even have a chance to enter. What's more, as long as Su Tong performs well as an errand disciple, there's a high chance he can become an outer disciple of the 9 sects, as long as he puts in the effort. No matter how nicely you put it, it's still just an errand boy, Zijuan muttered under her breath. So Tianing frowned. If he didn't want to go, let Su Q choose himself. Su Waizi's grandson also wanted to go? Father, I'll go. Su Tong quickly stood up to express his opinion. He was afraid his mother would follow her own womanly intuition and mess things up. It was the 9 sects! Even if it was just as a handyman disciple, how many gifted people didn't have the chance to get in? Ziju saw her son so anxious, but there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Keely said with a smile, Let's eat! Let's eat! Father, can I go with Su?
Suki, I won't take a spot, I just want to see it.
Mu Jinwan hesitated before speaking. Su Taining was slightly startled by Mu Jinwan's words, then laughed. Of course you can. Liangzhou will organize people to escort all the talented youths to the 9 sects opening ceremony to try their luck. If you want to go,
just follow, it doesn't matter.
Chapter 130 cornered. What are you going with me for? On the way back to the courtyard. So Qi had a pained expression. Mu Jinyuan's face showed a hint of triumph.
Don't think you're safe just because you're going to the 9 sects. I'm your creditor.
Until you repay your debt.
I'm sticking with you. You're no use to me. I have no money.
So Qi rolled his eyes. Mu Jin suddenly reached out a hand and pressed it directly onto Su Qi's shoulder. So Qi subconsciously stepped back, leaning directly against a pillar in the corridor. Mu Jinyuan extended a hand, pressing it against the pillar. Her nimble little tongue lightly licked her thin, rosy lips. What the heck? Am I being cornered? Su Qi's face flushed with embarrassment. Unfortunately at 15 he was only around 170 cm tall, and Mu Jinwan was slightly taller than him. So how about it? Give me the 60,000 taels of silver, and I'll leave you alone.
I'll go straight back to the southern territory.
Mu Jinyuan showed no awareness of the ambiguous closeness between them. Her thoughts fixed on the silver as her big eyes curved into a greedy smile. So Q felt the fragrant warmth of her breath on his face, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. Looking at Mu Jinwan's near-perfect facial features, her flawless delicate skin, and her thin yet full lips. Without thinking, So Q inexplicably used the tip of his tongue to lightly touch Mu Jinyuan's lips. Mu Jinyuan recoiled as if electrocuted, her face instantly turning the color of boiled water, even redder than the plum blossom behind her, accentuated by the snow. Speechless and flustered, Mu Jinyuan covered her face and ran away stumbling. The system was a little curious. Host, what kind of move was that? It was incredibly powerful, defeating the enemy in a single strike. Suki felt slightly embarrassed. The ancients were right, he thought. Men in their 20s like 18-year-old women, men in their 30s like 18-year-old women, and men in their 40s still do. And so do I am. It's not that our army lacked strength, it's just that the enemy was too enchanting. Unconsciously, through daily meals with Mu Jinwan, their playful banter, and watching her act before her mother, So Qi gradually shifted from his initial fear of giving her money too easily and being swindled, to a reluctance to give her money, fearing she might leave his life. Of course, the proud Su Qi would admit to this change of heart. Why couldn't I keep my composure? So Qi rolled his eyes. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the 10th day of the first month arrived, the day all the young men and women of Liangzhou City rushed to the 9 sects opening ceremony for recruitment. So Qi stepped out of the house, subconsciously glancing at Mu Jinyuan's dwelling. Since that day had impulsively stuck out his tongue. Mu Jinyuan hadn't spoken to him, though she still made his meals. She simply had Gosi deliver them. Sigh. So Qi sighed. Then touched the token his father had given him, the key to entering the 9 sects, which he couldn't lose. So Qi walked towards the manor gate. Along the way, he encountered several groups of Su clan youths of similar age, all heading out to try their luck. They greeted Su Qi respectfully, to which he responded with a casual nod. Reaching the carriage, So Qi noticed Gusi's strange expression. The man was gesturing something at him. What's wrong? So Qi asked casually, not waiting for Gusi's reply before lifting the carriage curtain and stepping inside. Ouch! So Qi stumbled back, landing squarely on his backside in the snow. What? Am I that frightening? Mu Jinyuan frowned delicately. No. Spirits lift but force down the urge to laugh. Mu Jinyuan glared at Su Qi before falling silent. So Qi climbed into the carriage sheepishly. The carriage set off, heading towards the designated assembly point outside the city. Despite the spaciousness of the carriage, Stu felt inexplicably cramped and sweltering, the feeling intensified by the wafts of perfume that drifted his way. So Q removed his fox fur vest, forcing a laugh. The weather's quite pleasant today, he declared. Mu Jinyuan glanced at Su Qi sideways before casually lifting the carriage window. As if on cue, a flurry of goose-down snow began to fall from the sky, accompanied by a howling, frigid wind. Perhaps the charcoal brazier is just too hot. Su Qi mumbled to himself. Mu Jin-like fingers delicately pointed towards the brazier within the carriage. So Q looked, his eyes widening as he realized the brazier was completely cold. Sir! What's going on? Why isn't the charcoal burning? He called out. Young master, the charcoal in the manor has run out for the time being. There's nothing we can do about it, came the embarrassed voice of Gu Sai from outside. So Qi demanded, are you planning to freeze me to death on this long journey? Young master, rest assured, I've already arranged with old Lang. He'll have a fresh supply of charcoal waiting for us at the north gate. Go Si replied nonchalantly, no longer feeling quite so awkward. So Qi finally felt the chill and put his fox fur waistcoat back on. Suddenly, Mu Jinyuan let out a light chuckle. So Qi sharply turned his head, only to find Mu Jinyuan still gazing out the window with a serious expression, for some inexplicable reason. Looking at that sharply defined profile, So Qi suddenly found himself with more courage. After all, he wasn't the little white-collar worker who couldn't afford a house in his previous life. So Qi bravely took Mu Jinyuan's hand. Yuan didn't react, still gazing out the window. However, a section of her white neck began to redden, the blush spreading all the way to her ears and staining her cheeks pink. Jinwan, when I go to join one of the 9 sects and become a true disciple, I'll come back and marry you. Okay, holding Mu Jinyuan's hand, Qi spoke softly, asking his question. Hearing this, Mu Jinyuan suddenly turned her head, her eyes shining with intense brilliance. But then, a hint of suspicion appeared on Mu Jinyuan's face. You would be saying this just to avoid paying back my 60,000 taels of silver, would you? Qi, who had been preparing for a deeply emotional expression, was instantly deflated by this comment. The atmosphere became awkward. Of course not, the young master said with a serious expression. The young woman looked at him skeptically. Really? Of course, I don't believe you. Then how can I make you believe me? Then, seriously? Kiss me? I knew you were lying. Hearing this, Qi instantly realized he couldn't hesitate. He swallowed, nervously shifting closer to Mu Jinyuan. Mu Jinyuan gently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, betraying her inner nervousness. Qi gradually approached Mu Jinyuan, seemingly able to feel her breath on his face, their breathing slowly synchronizing. The carriage curtain was suddenly thrown open, Xi's face alight with excitement. Young master, old Lang has delivered the charcoal. A gust of icy wind whipped in, leaving Xi dumbfounded. The sudden stiffness in the air made the atmosphere inside the carriage colder than the outside temperature. Yes, freezing cold. Xi pulled the curtain closed. But the previous idyllic atmosphere was gone. Qi sat slightly awkwardly after a moment. Qi and Mu Jinyuan exchanged a glance, then both burst into laughter. Chapter 3 was in Target Tenyao Town, outside Liangzhou City. Banners fluttered in the wind. With over 300 cavalry, waited silently, from Liangzhou City and the surrounding villages, young men and women continuously arrived. Some came in ornate carriages, others in simple straw sandals, some wore bright clothes, others patched coarse cloth, but at this moment, regardless of their attire, their faces were radiant with hope, a boundless yearning for the future. Those who came by carriage, line up and wait, those who didn't. The governor has prepared carriages for everyone, get your number, 6 people per carriage and board in an orderly manner, Lung Tidao shouted loudly. State officials had already organized the boys and girls into lines, distributing numbered tokens. Though Qi arrived in his carriage rather late, the Liangzhou officers responsible for maintaining order recognized his vehicle immediately, clearing a special lane for him. This constant privilege, it's really quite satisfying. Qi couldn't help but exclaim. Mu Jinyuan, seated beside him, rested her chin on her hand, a hint of amusement in her eyes as she watched Qi. Once the carriage came to a stop, Lang Tidao approached, bowing respectfully. This subordinate greets young Master Su. Qi curiously raised the carriage curtain, only to find he didn't recognize the man. Who are you? This subordinate thanks the young master for your just words on behalf of General Jing. Lang Tidao's expression was filled with emotion. A subordinate of Jing Yuming. Qi exchanged a few polite pleasantries before Lang Tidao went about his business. Task. Young Master Su is truly extraordinary. Attending the 9 sects mountain opening ceremony with servants and maids in tow, does he think he's off on a pleasure trip? A nasally, sarcastic female voice rang out, Qi didn't even need to look to know it was that girl. And immediately retorted, for me it's a simple matter. Once I arrive, I can choose any of the 9 sects to join. It's effortless, unlike certain people, whose pulse seems quite impressive, but still have to go through a series of tests. Humph. Even if you get into the 9 sects, what does it matter? You'll still just be stuck in the outer sect. Chen Bijin gazed at Qi from afar, gnashing her teeth. In her heart, however, she was secretly wondering if that scoundrel had stolen her soft armor and belly band after her last visit home. Qi ignored the woman and simply dropped the carriage curtain. Was that Chen Bijia's daughter just now? Truly a stunning beauty. Then exclaimed in admiration. Qi nodded, then scoffed, that little brat qualifies as a stunning beauty, please. Seeing Qi's attitude, Chen Bijin was furious. She recalled her father's earlier praise of Qi, saying things like this young man is destined for greatness, and instructing her to interact with Qi along the way if she had the chance. Interact with that sleazy guy. Chen Bijin was even angrier thinking about the woman in Qi's carriage. Chen Bijin's maid hesitated before speaking. Miss, that woman, she seems to be the owner of the Jingxiu building. The owner of the Jingxiu building. Chen Bijin's face showed a hint of confusion. The maid hesitated. I heard she's there to collect a debt from young Master Su. Seeing the young Miss brow begin to relax, the little maid breathed a sigh of relief. She remembered her master's instructions no matter what. She had to ensure that young Master Su and the miss grew closer, seeing that the procession hadn't yet begun. Qi summoned Laolang and Guoxi. The 3 of them started a game of mahjong inside the carriage. This world did have games similar to mahjong, Qi merely adapted them, modifying the rules to match the version he was familiar with from his past life. Hey, I win! Qi threw down his tiles, a broad smile on his face. Mu Jinyuan watched Guoxi and Laoliang, who seemed happier losing than winning, and huffed. Can you 2 stop feeding Sokyui tiles? Guoxi looked surprised. Miss Mu, we admit our skills are lacking. But you can't deny our young master's excellent technique and incredible luck. Exactly! Laolang nodded in agreement. Laolang wasn't good at flattery, he simply agreed with whatever Gu said and did. Mu Jinyuan was so angry she wanted to overturn the table. Qi, chuckling, had already begun shuffling the tiles. Brother, are you there? Suddenly, a deep voice called from outside the carriage, rapping on the side. Huh. Qi blinked. Could this be Su Tong? Guoxi hurriedly lifted the carriage curtain. And sure enough, Su Tong was standing outside. "Big brother!" Su Tong's face was full of warmth, and he lifted his foot to get into the carriage. So Qi frowned. "I don't know you well."
"Don't be so familiar!"
Su Tong's face stiffened slightly, a flash of gloom crossing his eyes, before he forced a smile.
"Big brother, you're still so fond of jokes!"
"Rest assured, you don't need to be so insincerely affectionate here. Since father instructed it, I will certainly take you to the 9 sects." So Q's interest in playing cards completely vanished. Su Tong's fake smile became even more exaggerated. "It's fine. I naturally trust Big Brother. I just wanted to get closer to Big Brother." So Qi waved his hand. "Forget it. If you're really uneasy and want to follow, then you can accompany Gosai and Laoliang driving the carriage later, since Big Brother wishes it. Then I'll listen to Big Brother." Su Tong smiled, but his fingers gripping the carriage shaft were white from the force. Then he stood outside the carriage. Seeing this, Gosai and Laoliang, understanding that Su Qi was probably not in the mood to play cards, bowed to Su Qin when outside. The system seemed somewhat perplexed. "Host, why don't you be kinder to your younger brother and improve your relationship? After all, you're plundering his life force, aren't you?" So Qi snorted. "What do you think he would do to me if I were down on my luck today?" The system felt this was wrong, yet didn't know how to refute it. Mu Jinwan, observing Su Qi from the side, hesitantly said, "Is your relationship with your brother really that bad?" "It's not that our relationship is bad. It's that some people don't deserve kindness. No matter how good I am to him, he won't appreciate it. So why should I wait you myself? It's better to simply not treat some people as human beings." So Qi said softly, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Remembering his past life experiences, Su Qi knew that being good was difficult while being bad often led to a more carefree life. Hearing Su Qi's words, Mu Jinwan sensed his low spirits hesitantly. She reached out and took his hand. Su Qi turned his head. Offering Mu Jinwan a smile, he gently squeezed her small hand, signaling that he was fine. At that moment, Lang Tai Dao's voice came from outside. "There are a total of 1,961 eligible youths from Liangzhou City who have registered for this year's 9 sects opening ceremony. They have all arrived." While Liangzhou comprised more than just Liangzhou City, youths from other areas couldn't make it in time and therefore weren't under Lang Tai Dao's responsibility. "Along the way, please follow our instructions implicitly. Anyone who leaves the group without permission and encounters danger will not receive our assistance. We will not be responsible for injuries sustained due to one's own negligence. My friends, let us set forth. Our destination Tianxiao Town in the Qingshan Mountain Range, Chapter 032. The Great Celestial Demon Emperor. The immense Qingshan Mountain Range completely divides the 3 northern prefectures Yuzhou, Langzhou and Shizhou. Tianxiao Town is the only habitable place in the sprawling Qingshan Mountain Range, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, and serves as the sole transportation hub connecting the 3 northern prefectures. Therefore, despite its name suggesting a mere town, Tianxiao Town is actually one of the largest cities in the northern region. "We've reached Tianxiao Town, everyone. Stay close to the formation." Lang Taidao's commanding voice echoed throughout the long, serpentine line of soldiers. The youths, having journeyed for 2 whole days, erupted in cheers. Su Qi gazed at the endless mountain range, its peaks lost in the clouds, a look of awe washing over him. Looking at these mountains, Su Qi was reminded of the Kunlun Mountains he had visited in his past life. Yet, even the towering Kunlun Mountains paled in comparison to this range, appearing merely as a few insignificant hills. This world truly is vast! Even after countless readings of text describing its immense size, the sheer scale of it still left Su Qi speechless. Although some minor scuffles inevitably occurred during the entry into the city due to the large size of the group, everything was resolved smoothly under the deterrent and mediation of the 300-plus cavalry from Liangzhou's border army. For unified dispatch and safety considerations, Lang Taidao had already arranged for people to pre-book one of the largest inns in Tianxiao Town for lodging. After settling his luggage, Su Qi immediately took Gosai and Laoliang out to find Mu Jinyuan. Saying he wanted to explore the sights of Tianxiao Town together, Mu Jinyuan found a light veil to cover her face before going out again. These days, Tianxiao Town was a melting pot of people from all walks of life. To avoid attracting unwanted attention due to her beauty and causing trouble for Su Qi, Mu Jinyuan proactively covered her stunning face with a light veil. Su Qi remained non-committal. While he wasn't afraid of trouble he disliked, and less was always better. Su Tong had just put down his baggage when he saw Su Qi heading out. He immediately followed, eager to keep up. He was especially afraid that Su Qi would disappear and he wouldn't be able to enter the 9 sects. So Qi could only roll his eyes in response. In fact, all the way from Langzhou City, Su Tong had been inseparable from Su Qi, almost wanting to follow him even to the restroom, fearing that Su Qi wouldn't take him to the 9 sects. To this, Su Qi could only offer a wry jest. "Even if I were to keep a dog, it wouldn't be this clingy." The Yotown market today was overflowing with animal hides and meat, along with some oddly pulsating fangs. According to the locals, these items were taken from demons. So Qi was slightly surprised. He'd lived in Liangzhou City for over a decade and had never heard of such things. Just then, So Qi heard a rhythmic, resonant voice from a nearby tavern, seemingly telling a story. Instinctively approached. Mu Jinyuan, Go Si and Su Tong quickly following. Old Lang, however, had heard news of the 9 sects founding and had gone to investigate. In those days, a peerless great demon was born in the Qingtong mountain range, calling himself the Heavenly Demon Emperor. he attempted to conquer the entire northern region. Our northern region's Prince Yan then summoned Grandmaster Da King's sword, Heavenly Profound Tao Master, and the likes of Xiao Yaozin Great Masters, to jointly slay the heavenly demon here. That battle was one that eclipsed the sun and moon, shaking the very earth. That is why this place is called Your Town, to commemorate Prince Yan and the 9 Masters' pacification of the heavenly demon. Later, to slay the demonic evils of the Qingtong mountain range and maintain peace in the northern region. Prince Yan and the 9 Masters agreed to cede the entire Qingtong mountain range, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, to the 9 Masters so they could establish their sects there. The prosperity of our northern region today is thanks to the 9 sects, and even more so to Prince Yan. Suki, who had curiously drawn near, finished listening to the story and clapped his hands with delight, laughing loudly. Well told. As soon as Su Q finished speaking, he pulled a large silver ingot from his sleeve and threw it out. The storyteller, upon seeing the size and trajectory of the silver, immediately knew it was at least 20 taels, equivalent to a year's worth of his earnings. He forgot all about his dignity, jumped off the stage, caught the money, and broke into a fawning smile. Thank you for your generous gift, sir. Seeing Su Q's extravagant generosity, the waiter, a quick-witted fellow, immediately responded with a flattering smile. Please, your private room upstairs awaits! Su Qi nodded and said to Mu Jinyuan and the others behind him, let's just have something to eat here. Having just stepped onto a stair, who do we have here showing off their wealth?
It's the barbarian from Liangzhou, Tisk!
A rather unpleasant voice rang out. Su Qi looked up and saw a fat man, dressed in yellow silk, resembling a pig, leaning over the railing on the second floor. Su Qi remembered this man, a merchant's son from Shazhou, the same fellow who had caused a minor altercation with the Langzhou people upon entering the city. He had tried to start trouble earlier, but had been chased away by the accompanying Langzhou border troops this way. Sir, the waiter, fearing a conflict, hurriedly led Su Q in another direction. Su Qi grunted in acknowledgement. After all, he wasn't in Liangzhou anymore, it was best to avoid trouble. Su Tong, following behind Su Qi, said sarcastically, Hey, weren't you so tough? What happened? All bark and no bite. Scared now that you're away from home? Believe it or not if you keep talking. Once the 9 sects open their mountains, I'll tell the sect steward I didn't bring any followers, and the extra disciple quota won't be needed. Su Qi said calmly. Su Tong's eyes instantly filled with resentment, but he dared not speak another word. Mu Jinyuan, her face veiled, glanced between Su Qi and Su Tong with bright, almond-shaped eyes. It seems their poor relationship isn't simply due to one person's fault, sitting in a private room on the second floor. Su Qi listened to the storyteller downstairs boasting about the miraculous feats and abilities of the 9 sects members, each described as a godlike immortal. After settling down, Mu Jinyun removed her veil and fanned her face gently with her small hand. Imshificating, Su Qi glanced at Mu Jinyuan's charmingly delicate movements, feeling a surge of empathy. He thought to himself, she's so cute. The waiter went downstairs with their chosen menu. Lao Liang hurried upstairs at this moment, saying, Young master, I've found out. The 9 sects opening ceremony is tomorrow at noon. Really? Su Tong exclaimed excitedly, leaping to his feet. Su Qi looked at Su Tong. This guy is so annoying, he thought. Old Liang, have a seat. Qi greeted Old Liang soon. Dish after dish of food was brought out, almost all game. Mu Jinyuan took a small bite, then said with a hint of disdain, It's not as good as mine. Su Qi echoed her sentiment, his eyes drifting towards the downstairs storyteller. He's quite a good speaker. Su Tong kept his head down the entire time, saying nothing. Go Sai and Lo Liang naturally kept a close watch on their surroundings while eating, wary of any danger to their young master. Just as Su Q put down his chopsticks, a fat face appeared in his line of Joe, you're awfully calm, aren't you? The fat man pushed open the door, one hand supporting his belly, squeezing his way inside. Chapter 033, the 7th branch of the Mu family. Liang, you're awfully calm, aren't you? The fat man had barely squeezed through the door when Lao Lang lunged forward. Hey, what are you doing? The fat man yelped in surprise, but Lao Lang applied a little pressure, sending the fat man sprawling back out the door. Su Qi stood up indifferently. Mu Jinyuan whispered a reminder. Don't cause trouble. Consider yourself lucky, Su Q said to the fat man, then left with Mu Jinyuan and Guosi. Su Tong, who hadn't had enough to eat, grabbed a few dishes to take with them and hurriedly followed, held down on the ground by Lao Lang. The fat man yelled, Kid, don't get too cocky, remember my name. Huang Lisheng, don't let me run into you again. Sir, that's 2 taels and 3 keen. It'll just take 2 taels of silver. The waiter greeted them with a smile, and Guosi immediately stepped forward to pay. Su Qi left the restaurant. Not long after, Lao Lang caught up. Are you alright? Guosi asked softly. Lao Lang chuckled. I just punched the fat man, he won't be bothering us today. Guosi gave a thumbs up. Su Tong, however, felt a pang of regret that nothing unlucky had happened to Su Qi. Meanwhile, deep within the Qingtong mountain range, atop a cloud-shrouded peak, stood a series of ancient and imposing buildings. This is the core area of the outer sect of the Great Qing Sword Sect, one of the 9 sects of the northern region, where all the deacons and inner sect disciples reside. An old man with white hair and eyebrows, his posture like a green pine, stood on a wide square, gazing into the distance. Within a few breaths, 2 men in green robes arrived on their swords, followed by an old woman leaning on a snake-headed cane. Deacon Feng Junior of the Great Qing Sword Sect greets Madame Mu. The old man bowed slightly, his voice like a bell. The old woman with the snake-headed cane was still in the sky a moment ago, but with a single step, she suddenly surpassed the men on swords, appearing directly on the square. Old Feng, haven't seen you in years, I didn't think you were still alive. The old woman looked at the sword-carrying elder, her tone teasing. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Feng Junior's face. Madam is jesting. At this time, the two young men on swords finally arrived. Your Great Qing Sword Sect is truly going downhill. These youngsters aren't even as quick as this old woman. The old woman mocked again. One of the two young men on swords blushed, filled with shame. The other wore a look of indignation, as if about to retort. Nanqing Jinliu. Feng Junior hurriedly said to the two young men, "You're representing our sect to recruit disciples tomorrow.
So don't stay here back and prepare."
This way, madam, Feng Junior said respectfully to the old woman. Seeing Feng Junior and the old woman enter the grand hall, Jinliu indignantly said, "Who is that old woman, so arrogant?" She's from the Mu family of the southern region. Fei Nancheng's face changed instantly. Jinliu showed little respect. So what if she's from the Mu family of the southern region? She's not the head of the Mu family. Does living longer give her the right to be so arrogant? Puff! Before Fei Nancheng could speak, Jinliu spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbled, and fell to his knees. The old woman's voice echoed across the square. "Little brat, who taught you to gossip behind people's backs?" Feng Junior's wry voice followed. "Madam, this junior is disrespectful. Please spare him for my sake." The old woman snorted, and the square fell silent again. Jinliu's face was filled with dejection. He never expected that someone would dare to attack him within the Daking Sword Sect. Even more unbelievable was that the executive he respected had chosen to let it go. Fenan City helped Jinliu to his feet, giving a wry smile. "Junior, why provoke them with your sharp tongue? The Mu family of the southern regions is one of the 5 great families, and that old Madame Mu is a major figure, on par with our sect's elders. Even Elder Feng treats her with the utmost respect. How could we possibly offend her?" Jinliu's face was pale, his head shaking in regret. "Old Feng, you say you have news of my granddaughter?" In the great hall, Mu Fengrong sipped her tea and asked. Feng Junior replied, "Yes." "I never would have imagined," Mu Fengrong said, a touch of mockery on her aged face, "that my rebellious son actually left me an heir to this branch." Feng Junior said nothing more, producing a scroll which he handed to Mu Fengrong. After reviewing, Mu Fengrong stood up, taking out a jade bottle. She said lightly, "Old Feng, my Mu family's 7th branch owes you a debt. Also, these are 3 of our family's Tongxuan pills. They should help you break through to the Yin-Yang realm." Feng Junior was overjoyed. He had been stuck at the 3rd stage of the Tong realm for over 80 years. If he could advance further, breaking into the middle 3 stages of the Tong realm, he could genuinely strive to leave the outer sect and become a sect elder. Feng Junior immediately tucked the jade bottle into his robes. Without another word, Mu Fengrong tapped her cane lightly against the ground. With a single step, she left the hall. 2 or 3 more steps, and she was out of the Great Qing Sword Sect. Feng Junior watched the old woman's retreating back, remembering that Mu Fengrong was over 100 years younger than him, and murmured, "Has this old woman already broken through to the upper 3 realms? Her talent, her strength, it's truly terrifying." In a certain part of the Qingshan mountain range, a figure with disheveled hair suddenly fell, clutching a staff broken in 2. As soon as their feet touched the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted out. "Next time you dare to injure anyone in my Great Green Sword Sect, even if you escape into the Devil Valley Ghost Cave, I will surely kill you." With this furious shout, the disheveled old woman revealed her face. It was Mu Fengrong. "Those old geezers of the Great Green Sword Sect are so protective. I merely taught a disrespectful brat a lesson, and they actually harbored killing intent towards me." Mu Fengrong wiped the blood from her lips, sweat already soaking her back. When she had disciplined Jin Lu, she sensed a gaze filled with killing intent enveloping her. Even though she escaped as quickly as possible, she was still injured by a sword intent. Fortunately, her Mu family of the southern territory wasn't an ordinary presence. Although some old geezer deep within the Great Green Sword Sect had made a move, they didn't dare to actually kill her. After taking 5 pills, Mu Fengrong's injuries finally eased somewhat. "I won't be able to make a move for 3 years. How hateful." Opening the scroll again, Mu Fengrong looked at the light point not far from her and muttered, "Fortunately, my granddaughter isn't far. I'll take her and hurry back to the southern territory." Chapter 349. In the early morning, So Kai sat on the bed listlessly, lacking any energy. Last night, an old woman who appeared from nowhere produced a jade pendant with the exact same inscription as the one Mu Jinyuan possessed. And in a ridiculously melodramatic turn of events, she was revealed to be Mu Jinyuan's grandmother. Especially striking was the fact that the old woman seemed to be from some prominent family in the southern territory, and naturally, a grandmother taking her long-lost granddaughter home was only right and proper. So Kua had no reason to object, and happily chose to be a spectator. But the fact that the old woman had to leave with such a condescending remark was simply too much. So Ki clearly remembered the old woman glancing at him before taking Mu Jinyuan away, and the words she left behind: "With your talent and background, don't even dream of marrying my Mu family's daughter. Give up that clinging ambition, boy." It was the first time So Ki had encountered such a gaze. He felt that the old woman might not even be the same kind of life form as him, because when she looked at him, it wasn't like she was looking at a living person, but more like an ant. If the old woman hadn't looked pale, as if injured and unable to fight, so Qi had no doubt that she would have swatted him like a fly to eliminate any future problems. But even if you say so, old woman. At this moment, So Q's lips curled into a slight smile. Because he still remembered Mu Jinyuan's whispered words to him as she turned to leave, the lip movements clearly said, "I'll wait for you, young master. Everyone's leaving for the ascension platform. Aren't you getting up?" Guosi poked his head through the open door. So Qi responded with a hum, then added, "Mu Jinyuan has gone to visit relatives. Tell the madam when you return she should be back for a few years." "Oh, alright." Although Guosi was curious about Mu's sudden departure after just one evening, the young master's orders were all he needed to follow. So Qi had just stood up when a cold smile played on his lips. "Damn old hag, she dares to look down on me. Just you wait until I come knocking on your door and crush you under my heel. And as for her granddaughter, he." Hearing this, Guosi was utterly bewildered. Old hag, he looked around. But there was no one there. Where was this old hag? Besides entering the transcendent realm to help alleviate his father's burden, So Qi now had another goal: to crush the Mu family of the Southern Territory under his foot. However, So Qi didn't yet understand the true nature of this Mu family from the Southern Territory. 30-odd miles outside Tianxiao town lay a vast, level platform spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. No one knew how this place was formed. It seemed to have existed even before Tianxiao town was built. Locals in the Northern Territory called it the Ascension Platform. Ascension Platform, a step to immortality. To ordinary people, the Nine Sects' disciples were immortals. Joining the Nine Sects was achieving immortality. Su Qi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was followed only by Su Tong. "What's wrong with young master's a kidney deficiency?" Chen Bijon, who happened to be passing by, chuckled, her tone full of teasing. Su Qi glanced at the woman indifferently, having no interest in conversation. "The woman you brought didn't come with you. Perhaps she lacks talent." "Oh, I forgot. Even you, young master Su, are only mid-yellow rank in pulse cultivation. What kind of exceptional talent could your friend possibly have?" Chen Bijon continued to chatter. Qi looked up, his tone flat. "Chen Bijon, are you a fly, me?" Chen Bijon pointed at herself, a look of surprise on her face. The maid behind her, seeing that the two might start arguing, suddenly pointed to the side. "Miss, look, there's a beautiful bird over there." Where? There isn't." "You little wretch, you're trying to trick me again." "The bird is right over there. Miss, just take 2 more steps forward." Lost in thought, Su Qi was suddenly approached by Chen Bijon's little maid, who smiled, revealing 2 sharp little canine teeth. "Master Su, which sect are you most inclined to join?" That. So Qi felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. He hadn't paid much attention to the 9 sects lately. In fact, he only knew their names in a general sense. Seeing So Q's expression, the little maid with the tiger teeth showed great understanding. "Of the 9 sects," she said, "the Great Green Sword sect is undoubtedly the strongest. They primarily recruit magic warriors, which would be quite suitable for you." "Sir!" Hearing that the sect suited magic warriors, Su Tong anxiously asked from behind, "Miss, are there any sects suitable for martial artists?" The little maid with the tiger teeth chuckled. "Of the 9 sects, the Great Green Sword sect, the Heavenly Profound Daoist sect, and the Small Jua sect primarily recruit magic warriors. The Beast Taming sect, the Golden Corpse sect, and the Demon Suppression Heavenly sect primarily recruit magic masters, while the remaining sects, the Xuanhuan Xiao sect, the Lingwu sect, and the Qianyang sect primarily recruit martial artists. Conventionally," she continued, "we refer to the 3 sects that primarily recruit magic warriors as the upper 3 sects, the 3 that recruit magic masters as the middle 3 sects, and the 3 that recruit martial artists as the lower 3 sects." So Qi was slightly puzzled. Isn't it said that magic warriors are the strongest at the same level? Why is there such a strange bias among the 9 sects? The little maid smiled sweetly. On the one hand, it's due to the sect's founding cultivation methods. However, more importantly, if all 9 sects recruited magic warriors, there wouldn't be enough talent in our 3 northern provinces to supply them. Therefore, the 9 sects had to negotiate and compromise among themselves to solve this problem. The little maid spoke with even more seriousness. "Generally speaking, if a magic warrior joins a sect other than the upper 3 sects, they won't receive as good treatment. Similarly, magic masters and martial artists entering the upper 3 sects may not be valued." So Qi looked at the little maid with a few freckles on her face and thought she was quite cute. At least better than the ill-tempered Chen Bijon. "Little Huan, you little rascal! You dare to deceive me!" At this moment, Chen Bijon stormed up from behind, grabbing little Huan's ear. "Miss, it hurts! Be gentle!" Little Huan cried, her face a picture of misery. Chen Bijon placed one hand on her slender waist. "You little brat, you know it hurts. Huh, who taught you to lie, miss? I'm a year older than you." Little Huan retorted, somewhat unconvinced. Chen Bijon became even angrier. "You dare to talk back, miss? Young Master Su just said he wants to join the Great Green Sword sect too." Little Huan suddenly beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she revealed this piece of news. Chen Bijon immediately fell silent, looking suspiciously at Su Qi. "You don't deliberately choose this sect for me, okay? The Great Green Sword sect is the number 1 sect in my northern region. With your level of pulse, skates for you." So Qi chuckled. This girl really has a high opinion of herself. Su Tong, however, was deep in thought. Suki would certainly not choose a sect that favors martial prowess, then what should he do? When Suki stepped onto the ascension platform, the wide rock stage was already teeming with people, a crowd of at least 10,000. At that moment, every boy's face was alight with excitement. Suki didn't try to push his way to the center of the commotion. He stood covertly. "Hey, the kid from Liangzhou, finally found you," a voice boomed, and a fat man, his body wobbling with blubber, leaped out from the side, sneering. Chapter 035 Guests among the clouds. "Hey, the kid from Liangzhou, finally found you?" Suki saw the man and frowned slightly. "Damn it, this ugly fat slob, he really is a persistent ghost." The next moment, 5 more boys with fierce faces appeared behind Huang Lisheng. They spread out, attempting to surround Su Tong. Su Tong's face turned pale. He immediately distanced himself from Suki, waving his hands and shaking his head frantically. "Big brothers, I don't know him! Don't try to fool me! I've seen you two together more than once." Suki smiled. "I really don't know what this thing is." Hearing this, Huang Lisheng looked at Su Tong questioningly. Although Su Tong hated Suki for cursing him, he could only nod repeatedly at this moment. Seeing this, Huang Lisheng waved his hand generously at Su Tong. "Since you don't know him, then justice will be served, and according to the ways of the Jiang, how can innocence be harmed?" "Just stay out of the way! Don't get hurt!" Su Tong glanced at Suki, then his eyes filled with glee. "Beak is finally going to be unlucky. Hopefully, these guys will kill Suki. Then he can find the token his father gave him and choose a sect on his own." "Brothers, give this Liangzhou boy a good time," Huang Lisheng said with a smile. 5 strong young men immediately stepped forward. Suki felt a bit pent up and wanted to square off against these few and have a fight. Even if he got a little hurt, it didn't matter. Maybe he could even loot something. A sharp cry rang out. "You'll see who dares to touch him!" Huang Lisheng turned his head, and a look of excitement immediately appeared on his chubby face. "Damn, is there such a beautiful girl?" Seeing these fellows who dared to look around during a fight, Suki's heart leaped with joy. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately raised his leg and delivered several kicks. The teenagers, their expressions somewhat vacant as they stared at the pretty girl, suddenly contorted their faces in unison. "Oh! Ah! Oh!" Depending on the speed and force of Suki's kicks, the 3 who had been struck cried out with varying sounds. "What the hell?" Not a single loot trigger. Suki went for a 4th kick, but the boy who had managed to react blocked him with his arm. Huang Lisheng, seeing this, was instantly enraged and began to shout, "You Liangzhou brat! A sneak attack! Do you even answer the ways of the Jianghu?" "Jinkle my ass! I'm not a Jianghu thug!" Suki scoffed at the fat boy's words, then swiftly punched the boy in front of him square in the nose. Suki had, after all, run roughshod over Liangzhou. This preemptive strike, this sneak attack, these few kids were no match for him. Blood gushed from the boy's nose, the searing pain causing tears to stream down his face. No loot trigger again. This crappy system, wasn't it supposed to be upgraded? Suki muttered to himself, his eyes now fixed on the only remaining unscathed boy. Seeing his 4 companions rolling on the ground, clutching their crotches and howling in agony, while another wiped tears from his nose, the tall boy felt a pang of guilt. He glanced back at Huang Lisheng and shouted, "I don't want your money, goodbye!" With that, the tall boy disappeared into the crowd without looking back. Suki turned his gaze to the only one still standing, the fat man. "Brother, misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding!" Huang Lisheng said awkwardly, subtly increasing the distance between himself and Suki. Feeling dissatisfied with his lack of loot, Suki took a large step forward, approaching the fat man and reaching out to grab him. Ding! Host used Dragon Claw Hand to attack Huang Lisheng, triggering the looting effect and successfully looting 1 gold leaf money pouch. 2! Suki spat several times. Quickly withdrawing his hand, he had just grabbed the fat man's ample bosom, and the man was surprisingly soft, so damn gay. At that moment, Suki felt a pair of eyes suddenly gleam beside him. From his peripheral vision, he saw that Xuanhuan behind Chen Bijin seemed inexplicably excited. "Is this the burning soul of a Fujoshi?" Huang Lisheng was now crying, his face a picture of pathetic defeat. "Big brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please forgive me." He hadn't expected the 5 men had paid to be such pathetic weaklings. Su Tong, however, ran over and began to beat Huang Lisheng mercilessly. "Damn you! You fat pig! You dare try to ambush my big brother!" Huang Lisheng shrieked. "What the hell? Who are you? Weren't you supposed to not know each other?" Suki didn't even bother to respond to Su Tong's actions. Chen Bijin looked at Suki with surprise. "So Gongzi, your martial arts are quite impressive." "Of course. Do you really think my title as Liangzhou's #1 young master is unearned?" "I earned it with my fists," Suki said with a touch of self-satisfaction. Chen Bin couldn't help but roll her eyes. She turned and left gracefully, Xuanhuan quickly following suit. Suki glanced at Huang Lisheng and Su Tong wrestling on the ground. Suddenly finding it all rather uninteresting, he walked into the crowd. Seeing this, Su Tong was startled. He shoved Huang Lisheng away and chased after Suki. Suddenly, a monstrous roar ripped through the sky. The numerous young men and women standing on the ascension platform recoiled in fright. A gigantic lion's head emerged from the clouds, its eyes shimmering with golden light. Some of the more timid youths began to retreat rapidly, desperate to flee the mountain. Then, the monstrous beast fully emerged from the clouds, revealed as a lion-headed body. 5 figures rode upon its back, a white-haired elder in black robes, and 2 men and 2 women similarly clad. The beast-taming sect arrives at the Ascension platform today to recruit 49 outer disciples and 108 servant disciples.
Southeastern location!
A voice, incredibly resonant, boomed from the elder, and the lion-headed, eagle-bodied monster landed to the southeast of the Ascension platform. At that moment, another tremendous tearing sound echoed from the heavens. A 7-colored, radiant gate suddenly appeared in the clouds. As the gate swung open, one by one, handsome men and beautiful women, looking like celestial beings, flew out. The unfettered sect arrives at the Ascension platform today to recruit 64 outer disciples and 81 servant disciples. Northwestern location. The dramatic entrances of these two sects left everyone on the Ascension platform utterly astonished. So Chu's eyes shone brightly. He had only imagined such a magnificent scene in his mind. Even the special effects in his past life's movies had never achieved this grandeur. Now that this scene was unfolding before his very eyes, So Qi's longing was beyond words. Su Tong, upon hearing the name of the Xiaoxiao sect, rejoiced, exclaiming, "Brother,
Look how handsome the immortals of the Xiaoxiao sect are! Let's go to the Xiaoxiao sect!"
He still remembered that the Xiaoxiao sect was primarily composed of martial artists, each with their own methods. Lingwu sect's Ascension platform recruiting 72 outer disciples and 306 servants today.
Location southwest.
Qianyang sect's Ascension platform.
Location west.
Soon. The so-called middle 3 and lower 3 sects had all arrived. The other 4 sects' appearances were similar to the previous 2, except for the Jinshi sect, whose entrance was the most bizarre. They actually emerged from the ground. Yet after their appearance, the surface of the Ascension platform remained perfectly smooth and undamaged. The Zhemo heavenly sect arrived riding a black cloud, their disciples somber and forbidding, giving off a keep-out vibe. Xiaozhu flower sect's Ascension platform recruiting 361 female disciples today. Location south. The moment a group of beautiful and alluring women appeared in the sky, the eyes of every young man present widened in awe. So Tong looked even worse, his eyes bulging out like a love-struck pig. "Young master, what are you looking for?" Xuanhuan curiously noticed that Su Qi wasn't looking at the women from the Xiaojuozong, but elsewhere. "I was thinking, this Ascension platform doesn't only have 8 directions, 9 sects can't all fit, can they?" "There's the very center, of course," Xiaohuan said with a giggle. Su Qi felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. There was such a thing. Xiaohuan asked her, "Young master, aren't you interested in the fairies from Xiaojuozong that, whatever sect only takes women? What's there to be interested in?" Su Qi rolled his eyes. Just then, a middle-aged man with sword-like brows and star-like eyes, accompanied by 2 younger disciples, flew in from the horizon on their swords. All 3 stood with their hands behind their backs, their clothes flowing in the wind, looking incredibly dashing. Simultaneously, a wave of energy surged up in the center of the Ascension platform. The crowd of young men and women initially gathered in the middle were all pushed back by the wave, clearing a large space in the center. "The Daiqing Sword sect has arrived at the Ascension platform. All those who pass the entrance examination may join our sect.
Our position is in the center."
The middle-aged man with sword-like brows and star-like eyes landed, and a voice as cold and hard as metal instantly echoed across the Ascension platform.
"Damn, this sect has such high standards, I like it!"
Su Qi's eyebrows immediately shot up. The imposing aura of the Great Green Sword sect clearly attracted a large group of young men from the northern region. Many immediately surrounded them, some already beginning to register. At that moment, a gigantic golden gourd appeared on the horizon, carrying an old Taoist and 9 pretty boy and girl disciples. As the golden gourd touched the ground, the old Taoist gestured, and the gourd, originally several zhang in size, instantly shrunk to an inch and was stored away in his hand. Tianxuan Daozong has arrived at the Ascension platform. Those with Earth rank or higher meridians need no examination and may directly join my sect. Others must undergo examination. Our position is due east. The old Taoist's words immediately drew complaints from other sects.
Old Taoist Qingsu, you're too shameless!
What do you mean? Earth rank and above need no examination. Could it be that those with Earth rank meridians can't even pass your trifling examination? The old Taoist, however, remained calm and unperturbed by the other sect's words. Tianxuan Daozong has been widely recruiting disciples in the Northern Territory for the past few years. While the disciples within its ranks are undoubtedly of varying abilities, the number of gifted disciples is incredibly high, hinting at a potential surpassing of Daiqing Sword sect. Xiaohuan's voice rang out again. So Qi looked at Xiaohuan in surprise. How could this little maid know so much? Chen Bijan glanced sideways at Su Qiu, sneering. My Xiaohuan is a genius girl with a lower-grade Earth-rank magic martial meridian. For the past year, my father has hired experts to explain the strengths and weaknesses of every sect to her.
Just listen and learn properly!
What's with that expression? So Qi suddenly realized it seemed Xiaohuan was a specially trained assistant that Chen Yewang had prepared for Chen Bijan, thinking of his own father's hands-off approach to his education. So Qi immediately felt that, well, his own father was still better. The enrollment for the 9 sects was already in full swing. Chen Bijan and Xiaohuan had already headed towards Daiqing Sword sect. So Qi wasn't in a hurry to choose a sect, so he strolled around the Ascension platform. So Qi discovered that Huang Lisheng was now in line for Tianxuan Daozong. 2 of the youths he had kicked earlier were standing behind Huang Lisheng. Su Tong tugged at Su Qi, whispering, Brother, the Xiaoxiao sect is over there. He still hadn't given up on Su Qi choosing one of the lower 3 sects that focused on martial artists. In his observation, the Xiaoyou sect seemed particularly strong amongst them. "Don't touch me!" Su Qi flicked his sleeve, ignoring Su Tong. Huang Lisheng stepped forward and produced a booklet. The young attendant took it, glanced at it, and chirped, "Inferior Earth-grade spirit veins. No examination needed!" Having said that, the attendant returned the booklet to Huang Lisheng. Huang Lisheng, with a fawning smile, went to stand in an empty space behind the dozing old Taoist. Seeing the booklet, Su Qi finally remembered this was the booklet issued after the Langzhou City Spirit Vein Assessment ceremony, so this thing had this use. Su Qi couldn't help but think of the various diplomas and degrees from his past life. The function was about the same. After circling around, Su Qi returned to the Great Green Sword sect's position. Su Tong's face was rather grim. It seemed Su Qi wouldn't be joining the lower 3 sects. After observing the proceedings, he clearly understood that those with Earth-grade veins basically had no chance of joining the 9 sects, even for Chor's disciple. The lowest requirement was a profound grade vein to be eligible for assessment. He himself had absolutely no chance of joining any sect independently. Damn it, Su Tong gritted his teeth. If he hadn't been hesitant to risk seizing the token from Su Qi, he would have confronted him already. At this time, the Great Green Sword sect's various tests were proceeding in an orderly fashion. The Great Green Sword sect essentially disregarded the grade of the spirit vein, only registering the information on that diploma after the tests. The test consisted of only one item. A young man held a slightly green stone. The test subjects only needed to glance at the stone and then draw what they saw on a piece of white paper. This test is interesting. Could it be that different people see different things? Su Qi watched curiously from the sidelines. After watching several people, Su Qi discovered that their drawings were indeed different. Some drew animals, others drew flowers and plants, and still others drew weapons. Out of curiosity, Su Qi also wanted to see what was in the stone, so he joined the queue. Su Tong's face darkened. Su Qi was actually lining up for the assessment. What was he trying to do? The queue reached Chen Bijun and Xiaohuan. Su Qi watched from afar, wondering if Chen Bijun would pass the test. The next moment, the disciple in charge of the test let out a cry upon seeing Chen Bijun's drawing. "Master Uncle, come quickly and look." Chapter Odra 370. Are you here to cause trouble? Looking at Chen Bijun's drawing, the poker-faced middle-aged showed a change of expression for the first time. A slight smile appeared on his usually impassive face. "Miss, might I ask what rank your pulse is?" "I have a high-grade Earth-rank demonic martial pulse," Chen Bijun answered honestly. "Good." A flash of brilliance filled the man's eyes, a look of satisfaction on his face. He then took Chen Bijun aside to the already selected disciples, questioning her extensively. Xuanhuan successfully passed the assessment after tracing with her pen. After queuing for half an hour, Su Qi finally reached the man. Feiyancheng placed the green stone in his hand before Su Qi. Su Qi stared intently at the green stone for a moment, then his expression turned strange. "Draw." Feiyancheng gestured invitingly. Su Qi drew a vertical line on the paper and looked at Feiyancheng. A hint of displeasure appeared on Feiyancheng's face. "Don't doodle." "How do you know it's wrong?" Su Qi looked surprised, his face full of astonishment. Hearing this, Feiyancheng frowned at Su Qi. "Are you here to cause trouble?" "No, no." Su Qi responded repeatedly, picking up his pen to draw again. Su Tong watched with gleeful satisfaction, feeling utterly content at Su Qi's force still wrong. Fenan City said, displeasure evident on his face. "Ah." Su Qi hesitated slightly. It seemed these cultivators were indeed not to be underestimated. They actually had a way to judge whether his drawings matched what he had seen. Fenan City reached out, as if to push Su Qi away. Su Qi, fearing he would anger the man, quickly pulled out the item his father had given him. Upon seeing the order, Fenan City paused slightly, then frowned. "You're recommended by the governor of Yangzhou." "Yes," Su Qi replied, a perfectly practiced four-toed smile on his face. "Senior uncle." Fenan City called out to someone else. The middle-aged man, who had been engaged in lively conversation with Chen Bijun, quickly approached. "What is it?" "Another disciple with exceptional swordsmanship talent." So that girl also had exceptional swordsmanship talent. Su Qi was surprised and slightly annoyed. Why did he always only plunder insignificant things from her? This is a recommendation from the governor of Liangzhou. A look of surprise flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. He then smiled at Su Qi and asked, "What is your relationship to Su Tianxing?" "Su Tianxing is my father." Su Qi bowed slightly, feeling he should make a good impression on this man. The middle-aged man nodded. "That does meet the requirements of the recommendation. Being a blood relative within 3 generations, you can enter the sect unconditionally. Are you alone?" So Tong immediately and excitedly chimed in from the side. "And me?" So Tianxing isn't wasting the quota. Just right for 1 outer disciple and 1 chore disciple." The middle-aged man nodded. Seeing that Su Tong seemed about to speak again, he waved his hand. "Any identity will do for a chore disciple. You needn't say more." Su Tong felt another wave of frustration and jealousy. "Follow me," the middle-aged man said indifferently, and Su Qi and Su Tong followed behind him. Fei Nanqing frowned slightly. He hadn't yet told Master Song about that fellow's disruption earlier. "Hello," a handsome young man interrupted Fei Nanqing's thoughts with a smile. "I'm Song Changfeng, an executive of the Daking Sword sect, and I've also met your father Su Tianxing once." The middle-aged man with sword-like brows and bright eyes was just smiling and talking to Su Qi. "Ah, Master Uncle, come quickly!" A cry of alarm came from Fei Nanqing's direction again. Song Changfeng frowned. a little annoyed. What was this kid up to? Then Song Changfeng gave Su Qi a slight smile and hurried away. Su Qi looked around curiously. At this moment, Chen Bijan walked up to Su Qi and curiously asked, "What did you see on the bluestone just now?" "I saw myself holding a cleaver." Su Qi glanced at Chen Bijan then looked back at the scene. Chen Bijan looked strangely at him. "That bluestone can show your own reflection." Xuanhuan chuckled from behind.
"Miss, young master Su is teasing you."
"That bluestone is the great green sword sex testing stone. Seeing flowers and plants means one's sword heart is not firm. Seeing animals means one has talent in sword cultivation. Seeing metal objects means one's sword heart is pure. The drawn object differs from what is seen in the testing stone. Those who hold the stone will also have a reaction. It's not a mirror. How could you see yourself?" Hearing Su Qi teasing her, Chen Bijan immediately looked indignant. Su Qi curiously asked Xuanhuan, "Then why did I see some who drew metal objects, even swords, being eliminated, and some who drew flowers and plants also passed? If the metal object seen is incomplete, it means there's a flaw in their sword heart. Such people are prone to extremes in sword cultivation and are unsuitable for it. And those who see flowers and plants with branches may still be able to cultivate the sword," Xuanhuan explained. Su Qi nodded in understanding. But another problem arose. He had really seen the outline of himself holding a knife, which is why he couldn't draw anything. Seeing oneself in the trial stone, what exactly was going on? At this moment, Song Changfeng, who had walked over, also let out a cry of surprise. He couldn't help but praise the handsome young man, saying, "Innate sword heart. Innate sword heart. I, Song Changfeng, never expected to have the good fortune of accepting a disciple with an innate sword heart into the sect." "Young man, what is your pulse's aptitude?" Song Changfeng asked with a kind smile. If this child possessed a magic martial pulse of earth rank or above, then based solely on the merit of recruiting this child, he would at least receive. "I have a lower grade heaven rank magic martial pulse," the young man said with a smile. "Lower grade heaven rank." Hearing this, Song Changfeng, Fei Nancheng beside him, and another inner disciple of the Great Green Sword sect all changed color, exclaiming aloud. Hearing the commotion from over here, the other disciples who had passed the sect admission assessment were instantly astonished. Their faces filled with envy as they looked towards the young man. So Tong's eyes were filled with admiration and respect. When the gap between people reaches a certain extent, even jealousy cannot arise. So Qi stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the young man several times. He thought to himself, "This guy seems like a promising prospect. Can I get something out of him?" Just as Su Qi was thinking this, the young man walked towards his position with a smile. So Qi was slightly startled. "This guy, what's he doing here?" Just as Su Qi was raising his guard, the boy broke into a sunny smile and addressed Chen Bijan.
"Beautiful miss, hello, it's an honor to meet you."
"My name is Qin Zifang, and I'm from Yuzhou." "Oh, how honored are you?" Chen Bijan asked curiously. Hearing this, the smile on Qin Zifang's face instantly froze. Su Qi could help but burst out laughing. Chapter R3 The Great Qing Sword Sect. As dusk approached, the talented disciples on the Ascension platform had naturally been accepted into the sects. The remaining ones, of course, each had their own reasons for not joining the 9 sects. Su Tong saw among the remaining group a youth he recognized, a boy with a mid-height rank martial vein who had come from Langzhou City. The youth now wore a dejected expression, having failed to even secure a position as a menial disciple in one of the 9 sects. He lingered unwillingly, his demeanor listless. Witnessing this, a surge of smug satisfaction welled up in Su Tong's heart. No matter what, I, Su Tong, have joined the Great Qing Sword Sect, one of the top-ranking sects among the 9 sects. Even with my inferior martial vein, Su Tong thought to himself. Song Changfeng surveyed the 36 outer disciples and 72 servant disciples before him, a satisfied expression on his face. This satisfaction deepened when his gaze fell upon Qin Zifang and Chen Bijan. His eyes then landed on Su, and Song Changfeng nodded subtly. Su Tianing, the governor of Langzhou, was a prominent talent in the northern territories. His son should be no less impressive, he mused. The time has come. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, on the verge of setting, the heads of the 9 sects simultaneously bellowed a single, unified cry. Instantly, the Ascension platform blazed with brilliance. The leaders of the 9 sects, each employing their unique methods, began to escort their new disciples away from the platform. This was also a subtle contest of sorts. None wished their disciples to feel overshadowed by the ostentatious departures of others. Song Changfeng let out a light shout and a sudden gust of wind erupted around him. So Qi had barely narrowed his eyes when 3 colossal swords materialized in the air, descending slowly.
36 to a sword, I shall convey you back to the mountain,
Song Changfeng stated calmly. A wave of excitement washed over the young men and women. We can experience sword flight. At this moment, Su Qi was finally separated from Su Tong, a secret thrill coursing through him. 3 giant swords soared into the sky, carrying everyone with them. So Qi was surprised to find that although the giant swords appeared open to the elements, they felt no wind at all. It seemed as if the swords were encased in a barrier, protecting everyone within. Meanwhile, Song Changfeng stood with his hands behind his back, his robes billowing slightly despite the lack of wind, exuding an indescribable air of nonchalance. So Qi curiously turned to Xuanhuan. I remember these 3 arrived at the Ascension platform on smaller swords, didn't they? Those smaller swords were their spiritual weapons. These 3 are standard, issue flying tools from the Great Qing Sword Sect, magical artifacts, Xuanhuan explained with a smile. so Qi nodded in understanding, then glanced enviously at Chen, who was admiring the scenery. Her father is so thoughtful, he even provides her with a walking encyclopedia. Chen Bijun turned her head, sensing his gaze. What are you looking at? So Qi could only roll his eyes. Then, so Qi fell into a gloomy contemplation of his own useless system. Actually, I do understand a lot of things. The system weakly asserted its presence. So Qi asked, do you understand cultivation? No. The system immediately wilted. At this time, Qin, sitting in the distance, his eyes filled with a trace of anger and resentment, looked at Su Qiu, who was sitting beside Chen Bijun, when half the setting sun had sunk, painting the sky a fiery red that reflected on the mountains below. Careful! Song Changfeng let out a sudden, long cry. Everyone had just become alert when they saw the long sword suddenly plunge into a thick layer of mist. Within this mist, shadowy dragon and phoenix figures formed from the clouds, let out roars as they flew past. Su Qi, seeing these legendary divine beasts appear before him, even if they were only misty phantoms, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Suddenly, the giant sword broke through the mist, and everything opened up before them. Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn to the 9 towering peaks in the distance, piercing the sky. Above those towering peaks, ethereal pavilions, like celestial palaces, shimmered faintly amidst the clouds. How beautiful! Are those the dwellings of immortals? Many of the young men and women couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Fall! A light command escaped Song Changfeng's lips. Only then did the young men and women see that beneath them, where the giant swords were about to fall, lay a range of relatively low but continuous undulating mountains. Houses lined the mountains in an orderly fashion, with several majestic palaces standing tall on the heights, exuding an air of authority and grandeur. The 3 giant swords descended directly in front of a large gate. So Qi looked up and saw the words Daking Sword Sect inscribed on the gate in vigorous strokes. Fei Nanqing, you take 36 outer disciples to report to Brother Lu Zui. You take 72 service disciples to report to Brother Bai, Song Changfeng instructed, then strode off nonchalantly. Yes, Master Song. Fei Nanqing and Zuo Zhu responded in unison. So Qi and the 36 others were led by Fei Nanqing into the gates of the Daking Sword Sect, while the other 72 were guided by Zuo Gozhu down a small path outside the mountain gate, seeing Su Tong further behind. So Qi felt even happy, instantly thinking that the bird-singing, flower-scented Daqing Sword Sect was simply a paradise. Fellow disciples, please keep up, lest you fall into the wilderness and be trapped in some formation. Fei Nanqing smiled back and gave a warning. Uncle Master. Many young men and women responded in unison. The Daqing Sword Sect had 5 generations of disciples. True disciples were the 2nd generation, inner disciples the 3rd, outer disciples the 4th, and servant disciples the 5th. Entry didn't depend on the order of arrival. Those with high cultivation or meritorious service to the sect ranked higher. Inner sect managers were eliminated. True disciples, still considered the 2nd generation. Therefore, So Qi, as outer disciples, should call Fei Nanqing Uncle Master. Naturally, Su Tong would also have to call Su Qi Uncle Master in the future. The sun had already set. As the date was near the 15th, a nearly full moon hung in the sky. The moonlit stone steps were clean and dust-free. As it was evening, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Numerous purple bamboos with speckled leaves emitted a mysterious and ethereal glow under the night sky, captivating everyone's attention. Fei Nanqing remembered his own initial awe when he first entered the sect, so he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing his junior disciples to take in the sights. So Qi, however, was still a little impatient. As a time traveler, to actually be entering a sect, how could that not be exciting? Uncle Master, can we go a little faster? Unable to bear it any longer, Su Qi finally asked as Fei Nanqing walked ever slower. Fei Nanqing's eyebrows twitched, and turning around, he saw the fellow who had been causing trouble earlier. He let out a cold snort. If you're in such a hurry, go ahead and leave! No, Su Qi responded awkwardly, immediately realizing he needed to be cautious. He reminded himself that now that he was out from under his father's watchful eye, he needed to maintain a low profile at all times. Seeing this, Qin Zifang let out a cold laugh. Chen Bijun, witnessing Su Qiu's humiliation, beamed with delight. Having just walked down the stone steps and out of the purple bamboo forest, a large hall appeared before them. In front of the hall sat a wooden table, and 2 people were beside it. A disheveled and unkempt Taoist priest lay half reclined, his bare feet resting on the table. Beside him stood a young man with an extremely pale face. Seeing the young man's pallid complexion, Su Qi inexplicably thought of Mu Jinyuan's grandmother from the night before. Their faces were almost identically pale. Chapter 09. You are simply too incompetent. Master Lu. Fei Nanqing stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the unkempt Taoist priest. The disheveled Taoist removed the finger from his nostril, rubbed it between his 2 fingers, flicked it casually, then sat up straight. Are these all the new disciples? Yes, Fei Nanqing replied. Jin Lu, his face pale, squeezed out a smile. Senior brother Fei. Jin Lu, are you alright? Fei Nanqing asked with concern. Jin Lu shook his head. Lu Yunfei scoffed. Luckily that old Madame Mu didn't use her full strength. This kid just needs to rest for 10 days or half a month and he'll be mostly recovered. Fei Nanqing and Jin Lu both smiled without replying. Lu Yunfei asked, any good seed? A lower, grade heaven-ranked demonic martial vine, Fei Nanqing said, and another with innate sword intent, an upper, grade earth-ranked demonic martial vein. The others are fairly ordinary. Wow. Song Changfeng, that guy is lucky. He only went out once in several years, and he picked up 2 such treasures, Lu Yunfei said, his face filled with envy. But the sect has rules. Whichever deacon brings back the disciples, the credit belongs to them. Jin Lu, take these kids for a checkup! Then reached down to scratch his foot. Jin Lu responded, then assembled the 36 outer sect disciples and led them into the grand hall behind him. So Qi stood in line, curiously following the others into the grand hall soon. All 36 boys and girls emerged from the hall, but their expressions were peculiar. Qin Zifang, usually handsome, was flushed, clearly suppressing laughter. Jin Liu, however, was pale and visibly embarrassed. Witnessing this, not only Fei Nancheng, but even Lu Yunfei, who had been picking at his feet, was surprised. What happened? He asked. Jin Liu hesitated before answering. One of the youth's pulse rank differs from the governor's mansion's assessment. How much lower is his aptitude than the result? Lu Yunfei was astonished. Were there actually people trying to deceive their way through? Jin Liu shook his head repeatedly. It's not lower, it's higher, higher. So what? Why the strange expression? Lu Yunfei instantly relaxed. If someone's aptitude was lower than the assessment, not only Song Changfeng, but even he himself could face punishment. Though the rule was unreasonable, it was the sect's rule. As for aptitude being higher than the assessment, that was much simpler. Jin Liu finally couldn't help but speak. Even if it's higher, he's still only a yellow rank superior. Magi martial pulse, what? Yellow rank. Lu Yunfei's face was a picture of astonishment. He trembled, falling straight from his chair to the floor. It's over. There's actually a yellow rank disciple. Song Changfeng is going to be held responsible for his poor supervision, and as a member of his team, I'm going to be implicated. Rewards aren't shared, but punishments are. That's the hallmark of the Daking Sword Sect's rules. Lu Yunfei muttered a curse. Damn it. Why did Song Changfeng, that idiot, have to drag me into this? Fei Nancheng's heart sank, his expression changing. How is this possible? I checked everyone carefully. There's no way a yellow rank disciple could be here. Just then, Fei Nancheng spotted Suqiu's slightly sheepish face in the crowd. A wave of relief washed over him. Could it be this guy? Lu Yunfei scrambled to his feet, his face contorted with rage. A yellow rank. Which one of you is it? Show yourself! Qi felt the eyes of everyone converging on him. Feeling a little awkward, he took a step forward. How did you get in here? Lu Yunfei roared. Shrug. Just as Lu Yunfei was about to shout again, Fei Nancheng hastily explained. Lu Shishu, this person came with a recommendation letter from the governor of Liangzhou. Even so. Wait, Lu Yunfei's eyes lit up, he said, excited. So this kid is a third-generation relative of the Liangzhou governor? Yes, has the son of the governor of Liangzhou. Fei Nancheng nodded, relieved. Since it's him, then it's understandable. Hearing that Qi was actually the governor's son, the earlier mocking glances lessened considerably. After all, many of them had only ever seen their county magistrate, some even only the county chief, let alone a high-ranking official like a governor who held such power. Qin Zifang's previous subtly disdainful gaze towards Qi also abruptly subsided. With that, Lu Yunfei, seeing no major problems, was also relieved. He beckoned to the 36 new disciples. Since that's the case, come and register. He then returned to his seat at the table. Jin Liu, always quick to express his indignation, was once again dissatisfied. He glanced at Qi, his face a mixture of surprise and mockery. I've heard that Su Qianing, the governor of Liangzhou, has unparalleled cultivation and is a true hero, and yet he produced this. Qi felt a surge of anger. You're the one who's worthless, he thought to himself. The system chimed in. Host, don't back down, fight him. Maybe you can steal his pulse technique. Forget it. Qi remained unmoved. Jin Liu was not only an inner disciple but clearly a manager as well. Why would he risk it all just because of his pride? Even if he wanted to slap him later, he needed to learn from Gujian and bide his time, striking back secretly when the opportunity arose. Jin Liu, however, wouldn't let it go. He looked at Qi again, his tone cold. What are you doing in our sect? You're a waste of resources! If I were you, I'd rather bash my head in than waste this spot. Shaking his head. Some people are like mangy dogs, useless and annoying. Not only that, they go around bringing shame to their father. A Taija father can indeed have a dog son. There must be some untold scandal here. Finan City cast a displeased glance at Jin Liu. This junior brother Jin really didn't learn his lesson. What good came from such a venomous tongue besides momentary gratification? The other onlookers all stared at Qi. The deference initially afforded him as the governor's son had completely vanished. Yes, this was the Grand Qing Sword Sect. What did the governor of Liangzhou matter here? Hearing this scoundrel insult him was one thing, but to indirectly insult his family. Qi's anger flared. Qi had a principle regarding verbal sparring. You could insult him, but you couldn't insult his parents. Go to hell with your enduring hardship. Qi narrowed his eyes, turned to look at the pale Jin Liu, and said with a gentle smile, I didn't know, senior brother, that you were so eloquent. How many years have you been in the sect? What is your cultivation lineage? And what is your current cultivation level? I, Jin Liu, possess a superior grade earth-ranked demonic martial lineage. I've been in the sect for 5 years and am currently at the 10th stage of the mortal realm. I became an inner disciple a few months ago. So what? Jin Liu said, a hint of pride on his face. Qi chuckled. 5 years and only at the 10th stage of the mortal realm. Ha ha! Jin Liu laughed angrily at the disdain in Qi's tone. You brat, you're utterly clueless about your place in the world. It's not that I'm clueless. It's that you're utterly useless and still don't realize it. So Qi rolled his eyes and retorted. The newbie onlookers, initially excited spectators, now wore expressions of shock. This newcomer, barely through the door, dared to challenge an inner disciple.
This, truly befitting the son of a state governor?
The awe that had momentarily vanished returned to their faces. Chapter Ola 4 The item bar and spirit pills. Hearing Su Qi call him trash, Jin Lia's pale face flushed with angry crimson. You trash. How dare you speak such insolence? Do you know I cultivated to the mortal realm, 10th stage in 5 years? That's considered quite fast in the history of our great Qing sword sect. So Qi found Jin Lia's seemingly powerful yet utterly weak words rather amusing. In his past life, a similar conversation would have ended with, "What the hell are you babbling about? If you could reach mortal realm, 10th stage, in 5. Ill eat shit live on stream." But people in this world wouldn't say that. They wouldn't even know what a live stream was. Su Qi glanced at Jin Lu, his expression a mixture of amusement and mockery. "I thought you were the fastest, not the far. Yet you dare to boast. If I were you in this situation,
I'd be too ashamed to live."
Jin Lu, infuriated by the boy's relentless taunts and mockery of his earlier words, took a step forward, ready to strike. Seeing this, Financian quickly intervened. "Junior brother Jin, this isn't a duel arena.
No unauthorized fighting is allowed. Don't violate the sect rules."
Hearing this, Jin Lu lowered his raised hand, though his eyes remained blazing with anger, seeing that he couldn't lay a hand on this guy. So Qi immediately felt relieved. Damn it, if it's just a war of words, who's afraid of who, you little brat?
Come on, hit me! If you don't dare, then you're my grand sin!
So Qi had no qualms about unleashing a scathing verbal attack on someone who so readily insulted another's family. He threw down the ultimate insult. Despite his simmering rage, Jin Lu lacked the courage to violate the sect rules. He had only just joined the inner sect, and he didn't want to be kicked back to the outer sect so soon. Seeing Su Qi's arrogant demeanor, Fei Nanqing frowned and opened his mouth to rebuke him. Lu Yunfei, who was busy working nearby, suddenly spoke. "Nanqing, come help me." "All right." Fei Nanqing readily agreed and hurried over. It seemed that no one was going to intervene in the conflict between Jin Lu and Su Qi. The newly admitted disciples watched from the sidelines, observing the situation. Seeing the strange looks from the other new disciples, Jin Lu decided against further humiliation and attempted to end the conversation, sneering, "Kid, even if I give you 10 years, not 5, you'll never make it into the inner sect. Think everyone's like you." So Qi sneered back, "Inner sect I can get in whenever I want." Hearing this, Jin Lu burst into laughter, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed so hard that he inadvertently aggravated his yesterday's injuries, breaking into a violent coughing fit. Su Qi's expression immediately became comical. Qin Zifang, who was standing nearby enjoying the show, seized the opportunity to chime in, hoping to curry favor with Jin Lu. "Junior brother," he staunted boast. "Senior brother Jin merely lectured you. How could you say something so reckless?"
"You're truly unappreciative."
So Qi turned and gave Qin Zifang a cool look. A false smile plastered across Qin Zifang's handsome face. Seeing Qi looking at him, he nodded. "Junior brother, though you were in the wrong, I think if you kneel down and apologize now, senior brother Jin won't make things difficult for you. Are you freaking nuts? Who's your junior brother? Besides, the whole story is right here. Figure out who's causing trouble with that pea-sized brain of yours before you speak." Su Qi's retort left Qin Zifang utterly embarrassed. The scattered laughter around them only deepened his blush. Jin Lu, having finished coughing, saw Qin Zifang speaking up for him and glanced at him, giving a slight nod. He remembered this Tiamai disciple. Several others nearby, seeing Jin Lia's expression, regretted their inaction. Why hadn't they spoken up like Qin Zifang? What a missed opportunity to ingratiate themselves with this inner sect senior. Then, Jin Lu turned back to Su Qi, letting out another cold laugh. "To be frank, if you didn't rely on your father, the governor, to supply you with cultivation resources, with your talent and aptitude, you'd train for 100 years and still not reach my level, let alone enter the inner sect. Senior brother, you keep saying I shouldn't rely on my father." Su Qi grinned. "So I'd like to ask, isn't the lineage and aptitude you're so proud of given to you by your father? Did I give them to you?" Jin Lu was momentarily stunned, the unnatural flush on his pale face receding slightly. The few new disciples around him were also taken aback, falling into thought. What this guy said seemed to make sense. You all rely on your fathers, yet you keep saying I rely on my father. Who's more noble? So Qi scoffed, his mockery evident. Lu Yunfei, who had been quietly observing from the side, rubbed his hands, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Truly worthy of being Su Tianxuan's son, those words were spot on. "Don't try to fool us with sophistry," Qin Zifang said. Seeing that Jin Lu remained silent, Jin Lu also snapped back to reality. "Why bother with reason? My fists are reason." Jin Lu then said with a faint smile, "Since you're so confident, let's make a 5-year bet. 5 years from now, we'll duel on the sect's arena." Was this a challenge? Some disciples remembered that Song Changfeng had previously said that any conflict between sect disciples could be resolved through a duel. In the dueling arena, only the sect elders would ensure the survival of both duelists. Everything else was fair game. While everyone was on edge, Su Qi sneered. "You just say duel and that's it. That makes me look bad. I refuse. I don't agree. Scram!" Having already torn off the mask of civility, Su Qi didn't bother giving this person any face. Jin Lia's brows furrowed expression. A duel invitation was invalid if one party refused, which was why Su Qi was so fearless. If this kid, whom I could easily crush, were still jumping around today. How could I Jin Lu ever get by in the inner sect? Jin Lia's eyes suddenly sharpened. Even if he had been the one to speak first, could an outer sect disciple dare to talk back? There are always some people who, if someone goes against their will shift all the blame onto others. Inner sect disciple Jin Lu hereby challenges outer sect disciple Su Qi to a life or death duel for 500 merit points. Jin Lu roared suddenly, his long sword flying out from behind him. Jin Lia's sword floated in the air, seemingly connected to the Great Qing Sword Sect's protective mountain array. A majestic voice boomed from the array. Outer sect disciples who have not been in the sect for 3 years are not permitted to engage in duels. However, 3 years from now, disciple Jin Lu and disciple Su Qi will be permitted to fight to the death at the 8 Directions Arena. Whoa, I've messed up big time. Seeing this, Su Qi was completely dumbfounded. Was this even possible? Jin Lu glared at Su with a cold sneer. Scared now, are you? Even in 3 years, Su Qi would still be a fish on a chopping block. Therefore this challenge was effortless for him. As for the merit points, the loser's merit points would naturally go to the winner. For a moment, Su Qi felt that he could afford to lose face even if he lost the fight. Su Qi forced himself to remain calm. Since senior brother Jin is so insistent, I'll make a declaration here, believe it or not, without relying on my father in 5 years. No.
He'll crush you.
Perhaps, you might still have time to beg for mercy now. Having said that, Su Qi felt he wasn't entirely without a chance against Jin Lu. After all, he still had 3 years worth of culture pilfered from Su Tiancheng in his system inventory. Chapter 041 The Erratic System. No one knew what a flag meant, but everyone knew that Su Qi, a youth with insufficient talent who had gotten in through connections and hadn't even begun cultivation, was doomed. Why? Because he had the audacity to provoke Jin Lu, already an inner sect disciple. Lu Yunfei had witnessed the entire incident from the sidelines without interfering, as everything was perfectly within the sect's rules. Seeing Su Qi's calm demeanor, Lu Yunfei smiled, rubbed another mud pellet on his body, flicked it away and exclaimed, "Truly worthy of being Su Tianing's son, calm under pressure and possessing true grit. The Great Green Sword Sect never prevented its disciples from dueling. If a duel wasn't acceptable, then issue a death warrant." No one demanded that fellow disciples must love each other. In this vast world, only the fittest survive. In all things, the strong prevail. This was the very first principle of conduct instilled in disciples of the Great Green Sword Sect. Whether fellow disciples or outsiders, in this brutal world of the survival of the fittest, nothing is more important than one's own strength and the sword in one's hand. To Jin Lu, Su Qi was already as good as dead. So he didn't bother saying anything more and simply walked away. After completing the registration process, Su Qi received his identity token, a jade token, green in color, with engraved patterns and a sword character at its center. Go ahead, Lu Yunfei said. When you reach the small peak ahead, choose a room and insert your identity token into the slot in front of the door. Get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow morning, change into the equipment prepared in your room, and a senior brother from the outer gate will take you to choose your cultivation techniques. Having said that, Lu Yunfei left with Fei Nancheng and Jin Liu. The 36 new disciples naturally headed towards the place Lu Yunfei had indicated in groups. Someone wanted to talk to Su Qi, but his companion immediately pulled him back. Are you crazy? What? That's the son of a state governor. What harm is there in getting to know him? So what if he's the son of a governor? This is the Great Green Sword Sect. Forget the fact that he was just given a death warrant by Uncle Jin Liu and won't live for a few more years. Think about it. Offending an inner sect senior brother, can he even survive in the sect? If you go over there, aren't you afraid of being implicated?
Yes, thanks for the reminder, thanks.
Such discussions were common among the new disciples. Qin Zifang watched Su Qi from behind, sneering.
This guy really didn't know when to stop.
Then his eyes paused slightly, and jealousy flared up again. Chen Bijun walked to Su Qi's side and scolded him sharply. Are you stupid? You could have just endured it. Why offend an inner sect disciple? Do you think you're still in Liangzhou City? Why do you care so much about me? Are you smitten with my dashing good looks again? Su Qi glanced at Chen Bijun and chuckled.
A dog's mouth can spit out ivory, Xuanhuan!
However, raised a small fist. Miss, I think young Master Su's choice was the right one. Su Qi and Chen Bijun both let out a soft exclamation, looking towards Xuanhuan. Slightly blushing, said, that Uncle Jin clearly disliked young Master Su and wanted to target him. Even if young Master Su had swallowed his pride, Uncle Jin would have certainly continued to suppress him in the future, but young Master Su directly confronted Uncle Jin today, forcing him to issue a challenge. For the next 3 years, Uncle Jin will not be able to directly suppress young Master Su, lest he be labeled as narrow-minded and afraid of losing the duel, thus earning a disgraceful reputation. Chen Bijun's delicate brows furrowed slightly. So, by making such a fuss today is actually safer? Of course not. After today's Uncle Jin won't personally do anything, but those disciples who want to curry favor with him will certainly target young Master Su in various ways. However, this situation is undoubtedly much better than if Uncle Jin had acted himself. Xiaohuan analyzed it locally. Chen Bijun felt things weren't that simple.
What about after 3 years? 3 years? Ha! I have faith in young Master Su!
Xiaohuan said with a cheerful smile. If young Master Su's cultivation doesn't progress well, he can always escape back to Liangzhou. With the governor there, even the Daking Sword Sect would have to give him some face. so Qi was also surprised. He had simply couldn't stand the humiliation, but the situation had spiraled out of control. This little maid had, in a few words, painted him as a wise and capable man. He really could take it. Hearing Xiaohuan's words, Chen Bigen's brow smoothed out. She then let out a humph, and with a rather arrogant air, off Xuanhuan trailing behind her. So Qi followed the group for about a quarter of an hour before arriving at the place Lu Yunfei had mentioned earlier. Everyone rushed forward to choose their lodgings, so Qi casually picked a south-facing room with what seemed to be good lighting, and placed his identity token into the slot. Instantly, patterns glowing with a faint green light on the slot seemed to come alive, flowing in layers. With a click, the door lock opened, so Qi noticed a light spot illuminating on the slot, corresponding to a specific point on his token, as if locking onto his identity. Not as convenient as a campus card, so Q muttered, before entering the room. It was much like a small basement apartment a recent college graduate might rent. A hard wooden bed, a table, bedding and a set of robes on the bed, and a floor cushion on the ground. The only plus was the window. After placing his belongings on the table, so Qi took out the money pouch he'd plundered from the fat man, only to discover it wasn't filled with gold and silver, but with shiny stones. What is this? So Qi asked. The system hesitated. It didn't know. So Qi rolled his eyes and casually tossed the item into his inventory. Sensing Suki's disdain, the system said, "Hoss, perhaps you could synthesize the contents of that money pouch. The synthesizer might tell you what it is, huh?" So Qi paused, slightly surprised. The synthesizer is that amazing? Of course, the system finally had something to be proud of. Host. No matter what you obtain, or what you have, as long as there are multiple of the same type, you can use synthesis to upgrade them into something more advanced. So, that means if I find 2 more veins, I can upgrade to top tier yellow rank. The system suddenly hesitated. Probably. Why are you being unreliable again? So Qi complained. The system explained. Theoretically, synthesized items will not be of a lower rank than any single raw material. But there might be differences between items of the same rank. Sometimes if the synthesis materials are too poor, that small upgrade might not be enough to raise the rank of your vein. Whatever makes you happy. So Qi didn't want to deal with this inconsistent system anymore. He pulled up the covers, turned over and fell asleep. The moon hung quietly in the sky, and the entire Daking sword sect was very quiet. As the first rays of morning sunlight shone upon the earth, the entire Daking sword sect came alive. After washing, So Qi took off his thick fur coat and put on his thin robe. The moment he donned the green robe, So Qi felt an indescribable sense of coolness. Stepping out of the house, even in the chilly early spring weather, he felt no cold at all. Just as Su Qi was appreciating the strange robe, a young man, a sword strapped to his back, strode confidently into the room. "Fellow junior brothers and sisters who have newly entered the sect, please assemble before me." The young man with the sword cleared his throat and instructed everyone. "I suppose this is the senior brother who took us to choose our cultivation techniques." Everyone thought this, quickly assembling before the sword-bearing man. Chapter 042 The Scripture Pavilion. When all 36 newly admitted disciples had emerged and stood in neat lines, Chalansheng, the sword on his back, silently counted them, then said simply, "Follow me to the Scripture Pavilion."
Yes.
36 young men answered in unison. So Qi followed behind, noticing that senior brother Chai walked with his head held high, his eyes seemingly fixed on the heavens, even from several feet away. The chilling aura emanating from the sword on his back was palpable. "Kid, how well do you know Chen Bigen?" As Su Qi walked, a rather arrogant voice suddenly reached his ears. So Qi turned to see Qin Zifang, his expression condescending and his eyes filled with a mixture of disdain and pity. "Who the hell are you?" So Qi felt a surge of irritation. What the hell is this guy's problem? Qin Zifang chuckled lightly and spoke calmly. "I'm here to help. Considering you've offended Master Uncle Jin, let me tell you, I have a cousin who entered the inner sect of Daking Sword Sect years ago. If you're willing to help me get Chen Bigen, I'll ask my cousin to put in a good word for you, so that Master Uncle Jin will let you off the hook and cancel the death warrant." So Qi's face was filled with bewilderment. "This guy wants me to be his pimp. Does he think I look like a procurer? Besides, do you think I'm really afraid of Jinlius' little game? My cousin is a core figure in the inner sect, listed on the inner sect's famous swords list. Solving your problem would be a simple matter for him." Seeing Su Chu's strange expression, Qin Zifang, assuming he was disbelieving, spoke with disdain. "Now, if you want me to ask my cousin to help you, tell me about your relationship with Chen Bigen. Let me see your worth." "Oh, B. Jun Chen and I have been childhood sweethearts, always on the verge of a passionate encounter." Suki Kajabid. Qin Zifang's face instantly darkened. He said in a low, stern voice, "Young man, watch your tongue, or don't blame me for being impolite." "Impoliteness, come on then, let's see what you've got." So Qi chuckled. "You're acting all high and mighty the moment you arrive. Did I owe you money or ask for your help?" Qin Zifang looked at Su Qi's arrogant face. Ultimately he didn't dare to actually make a move, only coldly saying, "Since you're so uncooperative, let's see how you die. Whether I live or die isn't your concern. Go somewhere else," Su Qi said indifferently. Qin Zifang gritted his teeth and sneered, "Kid, don't think you can run wild in the Daqing sword sect just because your father is the governor."
"This is it, Longzhou!"
So Q turned his head to look at Qin Zifang, then revealed a rather strange smile, a hint of contempt, a hint of smugness, and an indescribable something else. His eyes were like those of someone looking at an idiot. This smile sent a surge of anger through Qin Zikfang, so Qi silently cheered him on.
If you hit me, I can claim self-defense!
So Qi was desperately hoping to seize Qin Zikfang's heaven-tier demonic martial pulse to accelerate his cultivation speed. All disciples are forbidden from engaging in unauthorized fight. Violators will be punished according to the sect rules. If you have any grievances, settle them on the dueling platform. Chelan Sheng, walking at the front, spoke without turning around. Qin Zifang suddenly realized his mistake. Giving Chelancheng a wary look before glaring fiercely at Su Qi, he then quickly walked away, putting some distance between himself and Su Qi. Su Qi rolled his eyes, feeling a pang of regret, the sensation of a fat sheep escaping his graph shortly after. The group followed Chelancheng into the dense forest. They traversed various types of woodland until they arrived before a building so tall its peak was lost to sight. This building must be 100 jiang tall, exclaimed a disciple in. Chelancheng announced, "This is the scripture tower.
Go inside and seek your own opportunities, seek!"
The crowd was momentarily stunned. Su Qi also looked at Chelancheng with confusion. Chelancheng remained in his slightly elevated, head-tilted posture, appearing rather arrogant. My great Qingjian sect scripture tower contains countless cultivation techniques. Everyone who enters will receive the cultivation technique they are destined to obtain. A disciple spoke up. Senior brother, I'm a demonic cultivator. Will the predecessors inside the scripture tower? Chelancheng said indifferently. There is no one inside the scripture tower, so there are no predecessors. However, you will all receive the cultivation technique you deserve. Because the scripture tower and the cultivation techniques within are one and the same, the scripture tower understands better than anyone what cultivation technique you should receive. You merely need to continue ascending the tower until you obtain your technique. Charan Sheng uttered a sentence that none of them understood, but he offered no further explanation, merely gesturing for them to enter the library. So Qi felt a strange stirring in his heart upon hearing that the library and the cultivation techniques were one and the same. As everyone began to ascend the steps about to enter the library, Charan Sheng suddenly spoke. Right. Regarding these cultivation techniques, regardless of what happens, you can only take one. Once you've chosen, the library will offer you no more. The others remained baffled, silently committing his words to memory. So Qi followed the group, his mind already racing. The next moment their surroundings shifted, and they found themselves abruptly inside the library. So Qi looked around in bewilderment. He hadn't even pushed the door open, had he? The tall building contained only a spiraling staircase on either side. Everything else was shrouded in a hazy, luminous curtain. Within that curtain, it seemed, lay countless cultivation manuals. Everyone gathered in the center of the first floor. All they needed to do was go upstairs. Someone repeated what Charan Sheng had said, and then people began to ascend the stairs in a scattered fashion. Xuanhuan suddenly beckoned to Su Qi, knowing that this little maid was knowledgeable. So Qi quickly approached her. Master Su, she whispered to the pair, the Grand Azure Sword Sect's library is most wondrous. It's as if it possesses a life of its own. When you go upstairs later, remember this: if the aura surrounding a displayed cultivation technique isn't a particularly deep gold,
don't reach for it!
Keep going! So Qi and Chen Bijun both paused slightly. Golden. Xuanhuan nodded. Yes. If a cultivation technique appears with gold tinged with purple,
you absolutely must take it!
Generally speaking, she continued, the cultivation techniques of our central great world are divided into 5 grades: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, and Wu, based on the creator's understanding of the Tao and its veins. In this library, the deeper the gold, the higher the grade. Those with gold tinged with purple are likely above Jia grade, the legendary Tao source level techniques. But these are incredibly rare. It said the entire library contains no more than 10 Tao source level techniques. Because the library selects the most suitable cultivation techniques for each person on each floor. Xiao, everyone here will find at least 5 or 6 compatible techniques. I suggest Master Su and Miss don't rush. Try to reach the top floor, see all your compatible techniques, and then choose the one with the deepest golden aura. Chen Bijun glanced at Su Qi with displeasure. Why did you tell this guy such important information? Xuanhuan, naturally, dared not reveal that it was her master's orders, and could only playfully stick out her tongue. So Qi glanced back and saw that of everyone present, besides the 3 of them, only Qin Zifang remained standing watching. Everyone else had already begun to ascend the stairs. Chapter 043, Plundering the Book Tower. As Su Qi stepped onto the first step, he felt a strange and wondrous power enveloping him. So Qi felt that mysterious power, once it had enveloped him, begin to vibrate at a peculiar frequency. Gradually, when the frequency reached a certain point, so Qi felt that the power seemed to connect with his pulse in some marvelous way, achieving a kind of resonance. This power seems to be investigating the host's condition. The system suddenly spoke, so Qi nodded silently, his eyes narrowing slightly. At that moment, the first person to ascend the stairs let out a surprised cry. The other 30-odd people looked over in surprise. They saw that from the side of the staircase, within the mist-shrouded space veiled by a luminous curtain, a point of golden light was flying out. Is this my cultivation technique? The youth questioned, his curiosity piqued as he reached out to grasp the golden light. The next moment, a flash of golden light erupted and the youth, along with the golden speck. What happened? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Getting a cultivation technique sends you out of the library, so that's how it is! Amazing! Witnessing this incredible scene, Su Qi felt a chill run down his spine, instantly growing cautious. He was planning something big and couldn't afford to be randomly teleported out after obtaining a technique. In fact, upon hearing that the library and the cultivation techniques were one and the same, Su Qi had conceived a rather daring plan. Though he wasn't sure if it was even feasible, they were now climbing the stairs, and the distance between everyone gradually widened. Su Qi glanced back, only Qin Zifang remained behind him, the fellow engrossed in counting the stairs, such a peculiar hobby. Su Qi punched a hand at the faint, mist-like luminous barrier, ripples spread across the surface, and a wave of resistance pushed back against his hand. Qin Zifang, behind him, felt Su Qi's movements and looked up, letting out a cold, derisive chuckle. Kid, are you an idiot? Do you really think you can break through this light screen? Su Qi didn't even bother to respond to Qin Zifang. He slammed his foot down hard on another stair, then, a second later, slapped the light screen again. Qin Zifang chuckled coldly, continuing to count the stairs. He remembered his cousin mentioning that the library contained at least 5 Dao source-level cultivation techniques, with 2 highly likely to be located on the 1e9 stair. He had to count carefully. So Qi silently asked the system in his mind, "System, can this method plunder cultivation techniques?" The system resolutely replied, "Yes." "So decisive, is it really true?" So Qi asked curiously. The system honestly admitted, "Actually, to be frank, I don't know." "Then you're useless." So Qi rolled his eyes and slapped the light screen again. Ding. Host used a palm strike attack on the library, triggering the plunder effect and successfully plundering 1 copy of the 9 chapters manual. So Qi was instantly surprised, finding himself still inside the library. He relaxed, opened his system's inventory, and looked at the key information. System level 2 Ha 100 inventory 7 to 4 and 9 chapter C grade magic martial arts. Oh, it's only a C grade technique. So Qi rolled his eyes, then suddenly noticed Qin Zifang still counting the steps behind him. This guy following behind is annoying. Should I deal with him? Just then, a skill book appeared in front of Chen Bijin, who was walking ahead. Glancing at the skill book, Chen Bijin hesitated slightly before continuing to walk forward. "Huh, why didn't she take that skill book? Then I'll take it." A young man with only rank magic martial meridian excitedly lunged for the skill book. A skill book suitable for a deep rank magic martial meridian would be better than his, no matter what, right? With a whoosh, the golden skill book vanished back into the light screen. The young man missed completely, tumbling down the stairs. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. Could it be that if someone deemed unsuitable for a cultivation technique refused it, the technique would return to the screen? But why would she refuse it? Could there be different tiers of suitability for this technique? The crowd buzzed with speculation, but Su Qi suddenly formulated a plan. He began communicating with the system. "System, can you add special effects to the items in my inventory?" "Add special effects? Yes." "Enhance the golden light of that cultivation technique I just plundered, and add a bit of purple or something." Su Qi chuckled mischievously. "This system has quite a few functions, host." Su Qi interrupted. "Cut the crap. I'm busy." As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Qi heard the system confirm it was done. He checked his inventory, and sure enough, the 9 chapters manual now shimmered with golden and purple light. Hee. Su Qi let out a wicked chuckle and tossed the 9 chapters manual from his inventory. The cultivation technique appeared in the building out of nowhere. Like a bewildered child unsure of how it got there, simply floating in mid-air, a little lost and unsure of itself. Qin Zifang, who was counting the stairs, suddenly noticed a cultivation technique appear where Su Qi had just passed. He quickly looked up. "Hey, your cultivation technique! It's your cultivation technique!" Su Qi smiled back, a smile that absolutely met international standards. Hearing this, Qin Zifang paused slightly. Catching sight of the purple and gold aura surrounding the cultivation technique, his joy knew no bounds. He clearly remembered the details of the aura surrounding Daoyuan level cultivation techniques, as described by his cousin. Could this be the legendary Daoyuan level cultivation technique, beyond the A, B, C, D and E levels? Looking again at Su Qi's smile, Qin Zifang's heart swelled with unrestrained joy. This idiot, such a fool, to let such a good cultivation technique slip away. Who cares who will? He'll take it. Mine now. Remembering how the previous person had failed to obtain Chen Bijin's cultivation technique, Qin Zifang gave it his all, leaping up with the ferocious speed of a lion attacking a rabbit. Grabbing the 9 chapters manual that Su Qi had dropped, the next moment, both the cultivation technique and the library seemed to snap out of their daze. With a flash of light, Qin Zifang vanished from the library. Su Qi, having witnessed Qin Zifang's gleeful snatching, had already been fighting back laughter. Once Qin Zifang disappeared, he finally burst into unrestrained laughter. Several disciples looked down in confusion. What's wrong with this guy? What's he giggling about? I don't know, he's probably gone crazy. Hey, not only is he talentless, but he's also an idiot. Poor Liangzhou governor, how could he have such a son? Yeah, I wish my dad was the Liangzhou governor. Having successfully pitted Qin Zifang against others, Su Qi finally relaxed. He then began frantically pummeling the light screen beside him. At first, there was no reaction. Gradually, however, Su Qi began to hear system prompts in his ears. Ding. Host used a palm strike on the library, triggering the plunder effect and successfully plundering 1 copy of the Qiang Gong. Ding. Host used a punch on the library, triggering the plunder effect and successfully plundering 1 copy of the 9 Heavens Limitless method. while others rejoiced at obtaining even a single cultivation technique. So Qi had already plundered several. So Qi desperately wanted to plunder a Dao origin level cultivation technique, but it was clear that such techniques weren't as common as weeds. He hadn't managed to acquire one yet. Meanwhile, outside the scripture pavilion, Qin Zifang held the lowly Sea Grind chapter's manual, his face a mask of bewilderment after opening it. Chapter 044 The Way of Choice. Ding. Host used a rushing punch to attack the scripture pavilion, triggering the plunder effect and successfully plundering one copy of the precious vase Q cultivation technique. This was probably Su Q's 900th plus punch, and the 19th cultivation technique had plundered. So Qi glanced at his inventory.
Another A-grade! Garbage!
If a fellow disciple, toiling away for an A-grade technique, heard that they'd surely explode with rage. During this time, So Qi had obtained 6 A-grade, 3 B-grade. Among them were techniques for magic warriors, magic masters, and warriors, just not a single Dao origin level technique. This is just unbelievable. So Qi felt a dull ache in his hands. So Qi then looked around besides himself. Chen Bejun and Xiaohuan, 5 other youths inside the scripture pavilion, had also figured out the system for selecting techniques. At this moment, the others continued to climb the pavilion, striving to choose better techniques. So Qi decided to give his hands a rest, so he began to stomp his feet forcefully on the stairs, hoping this would also trigger the plunder. So Qi climbed a few more steps, when suddenly, ripples appeared on the light screen beside him, and a cultivation technique with a faint golden light floated out. Judging by the brightness, it should be a classy cultivation technique. So Qi didn't even glance at it and continued walking forward. After climbing more than 60 steps, So Qi began to wonder if stomping his feet was ineffective. He was about to punch the light screen when, ding, host used stomp attack on the book tower, triggered the plunder effect and successfully plundered one copy of the Black
Sha Body Forging Manual!
So Qi happily glanced at his inventory, then immediately frowned. Great. A martial artist cultivation technique. The system was slightly surprised and asked Su Qi incomprehensibly, Host, why do you insist on obtaining a Daoyuan level cultivation technique? Is that even a question? Since I can plunder, of course I'll work hard and get the most powerful cultivation technique. So Qi retorted irritably. The system fell silent for a moment, then awkwardly asked, Host, don't you think it would be better to use the synthesizer to synthesize an unprecedented cultivation technique? So Qi stopped abruptly. The system asked, somewhat bewildered. Host, what's wrong with you? Having become more familiar with Su Qi, the system now spoke without stuttering. So Qi awkwardly scratched his face, then uttered that classic line, why did you say so earlier? The system suddenly felt it might have overestimated its host's intelligence. Of course, continued to act nonchalantly, asking, can the synthesizer even synthesize cultivation techniques? Of course, as long as they're similar items, the synthesizer can synthesize and upgrade them, the system replied. So, feeling a surge of confidence, in that case let's try again. If I still can't get a Dao source level technique after reaching the top floor, we'll just grab a flying one and leave. Thinking this, So Qi walked upstairs, one hand patting the screen. Although Su Qi's actions were strange, no one paid him much attention. Everyone was focused on finding their own techniques. Outside the scripture tower, Xuanxin also saw the technique in Qin Zifang's hand. Feeling a pang of regret, what a pity, he thought. This heaven's vain disciple only got a Class C technique. Qin Zifang's expression was now ferocious. He intended to enter the library again. Xuanxin said indifferently, every disciple of the Great Green Sword sect, unless they achieved great merit, was only allowed entry once in their lifetime. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? I am a heaven's vain! Qin Zifang's voice was strained. He knew from his cousin that a good cultivation technique was as important as natural talent itself. Xuanxin glanced at Qin Zifang and said calmly, that's the library's rule, the library's rule. Qin Zifang paused, slightly surprised. Wasn't this a sect rule? Qin Zifang mused. If it wasn't a sect rule, then he would simply force his way in. Qin Zifang charged for. Xuanxin did not stop him, merely stepping aside slightly. With a thud, Qin Zifang crashed headfirst into the door, splitting his forehead open. Xuanxin maintained his proud expression, his head slightly tilted. The library's rules were inviolable. Even if the sect elders came, it would be useless. Because the library wasn't simply the Great Green Sword sect's library. It was the library! Xuanxin's words remained utterly enigmatic. Most of the disciples looked bewildered upon hearing this. Only a few with family backgrounds recalling mentions in their family's secrets about the Great Green Sword sect. The Great Green Sword sect in the Northern Territory has a library. Its origins are unknown. Only that the library predates the sect in the Qingtong mountain range. Qin Zifang looked at Xuanxin with a grim expression, asking, so, I can't exchange cultivation techniques with others, or practice multiple techniques simultaneously? Naturally not. Seeing the grim expression of Qin Zifang, a disciple of the celestial vein, Xuanxin hesitated before speaking more than usual. This is your first lesson choice. Xuanxin continued to look up, speaking slowly. When faced with benefits, do you choose to take them immediately, or calmly consider if better options exist? Both are choices. But senior brother, we don't know how many cultivation techniques the library will give us. The first few disciples sent to the library looked distressed, wondering if they'd missed better techniques. Xuanxin lowered his head for the first time, staring at those disciples, his eyes slightly narrowed. So what? The path of cultivation is also unknown. No one will remind you of anything. Hearing this and seeing Xuanxin's expression, the disciples suddenly felt a chill. At that moment, a middle-aged man with sword-like brows and bright eyes strode over. Seeing Xuanxin, he showed slight surprise. Brother Che, shouldn't guiding new disciples to the library be the task of outer disciples? Why are you here personally? The crowd was startled at the sight of this middle-aged man. It was none other than Song Changfeng, the steward in charge of recruiting disciples at the Ascension platform yesterday. Elder Song actually calls this man senior brother. Doesn't that mean? Xuanxin tilted his head back, resuming his previous air of arrogance. He said indifferently, "Let me see Su Tianying's son." Hearing this, Song Changfeng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed that senior brother Cha still harbored resentment over his defeat at the hands of Su Tianying all those years ago. Song Changfeng chuckled. "I heard this kid forced Jin Lu to issue him a death challenge yesterday. I'm here to see him as well. Also, I want to see what cultivation techniques my heaven's vine embryo, who possesses the innate sword heart, and that talented little girl will obtain." Xuanxin showed no extra expression, merely nodded. At that moment, faint ripples of power emanated from within the library, and Suki's figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 45, The Boy Who Smiles. Inside the light, Suki stared at his almost full inventory, his brow furrowing uncontrollably. This library was strange. After obtaining that cultivation technique, Suki felt a faint, almost imperceptible gaze fixed on him. But no matter how much he looked, he couldn't find anything, as if some strange presence had noticed him. Thus, feeling wary, Suki didn't dare linger. Spotting a cultivation technique, he reached out, grasped it, and immediately left the library. Correspondingly, the feeling of being watched instantly disappeared. At that moment, Suki held in his hand the cultivation technique the library had given him, a C-grade martial art, Fudi Kui. Suki suddenly felt two pairs of intensely focused eyes on him. Turning his head, he saw Xuanxin and Song Changfeng staring intently. It seemed that Su Tianying's exceptional talent had exhausted all of the little Su family's fortune, even from a distance. Xuanxin instantly recognized the C-grade ranking of the technique in Su Qi's hand, and he sighed. Song Changfeng shook his head and chuckled. Indeed, it seems Su Q is not only ordinary in his meridian rank, but also in his luck. Those with exceptional luck, even if their meridian rank is low, can obtain at least B-grade cultivation techniques in the library. Since that's the case, Song Junior brother, the rest is up to you. Xuanxin seemed disheartened, shaking his head. Immediately, the sword on Xuanxin's back unsheathed itself, falling before him. With a tap of his toes, he lightly stepped onto the sword and flew towards the distant 9 peaks. That senior brother, he actually went to 9 peaks. Could it be that the person just now was a true disciple of our great Qing sword sect? I had the honor of meeting a true disciple! A sharp-eyed disciple exclaimed in astonishment. My heavens! I actually had the good fortune to meet a true disciple. And he even brought us to the library. Why didn't I strike up a conversation and get to know him better? Has a true inner disciple, someone with the status of an elder. Song Changfeng watched Xuanxin's retreating figure disappear into the 9 peaks, a hint of envy in his eyes. Once upon a time he too had been a glorious inner disciple, but now, he was nothing more than a discarded inner sect attendant. Disciple Song, was that Brother Cha? No. Grand Uncle True Disciple, a tall young man asked, summoning his courage. Suki then realized that this youth was the last one who had escaped when Huang Lisheng had paid him to run away. This boy was incredibly inconspicuous. How had Suki not noticed him before? Song Changfeng smiled gently. A murmur rippled through the new disciples. So that was a true disciple! No wonder I felt an extraordinary aura about Grand Uncle Cha from the moment I saw him! Give me a break! Didn't you whisper that he just started a few years earlier? What's so great about that? Oh no, he wouldn't have heard us, would he? I just called him brother! Oh my god! That was so rude! But he called us junior disciples first, didn't he? Seeing the terrified expressions of the outer disciples, Song Changfeng waved his hand and said, Brother Cha wouldn't mind such a minor slip in address. What's more, he likes to mingle with all levels of people to hone his swordsmanship. Has even been cursed out by beggars! He certainly wouldn't hold a small thing like a misspoken title against you. You can all rest assured! The outer disciples finally breathed a sigh of relief. So Qi blended in with the outer sect disciples, nodding along with the group. His mind already elsewhere, in his inventory. In the last few raids, So Qi had obtained a Dao source-level cultivation technique. Unfortunately, it was a Dao source-level demonic cultivation technique. Ah, so much for the saying that smiling boys have good luck. So Qi shook his head regretfully. The system, if it had eyes, would have rolled them hard. At that moment a roar exploded towards Su Qi. Suki, you bastard! That cultivation technique is yours, isn't it? You made me take it! So Qi looked up and saw Qin Zifang's handsome face contorted, a swollen wound on his forehead. Completely unlike the elegant young master he had been before, Qin Zifang lunged at Su Qi. So Qi frowned slightly, but inwardly he was urging Qin Zifang on. Hit me. Hit me, bastard. Qin Zifang threw a punch, aiming for Su Qi's face. So Qi dodged slightly, then backhanded him. Slapping someone, it was probably the skill Su Qi was most familiar with in Liangzhou. After all, slapping someone, especially someone he disliked. Qin Zifang, enraged by the slap, was beside himself with fury. Su Qi, having failed to trigger the plunder effect, planned to try again. Qin Zifang, unlike Su Q who had spent his childhood in Liangzhou, enduring countless brawls among the sons of noble families, lacked years of fighting experience. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, appearing evenly matched on the surface, their blows exchanged with equal force, in reality. However, So Qi's underhanded tactics had already dealt Qin Zifang countless unseen blows. Enough! Seeing the two brawling right before him, Song Changfeng was displeased. Hearing the shout, So Qi, well aware that obedience to elders brought rewards, stopped after a well-aimed hook. Ding! Host used a hook punch to attack Qin Zifang, triggering the plunder effect and successfully plundering one jade green bottle! A flicker of confusion crossed Su Qi's eyes. Qin Zifang, however, launching another punch towards Su Qi's face. Witnessing this, Song Changfeng, surprised that this mere outer disciple dared ignore his rebuke, frowned slightly and positioned himself between So Qi and Qin Zifang. The next moment, Qin Zifang was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground in an even more pathetic state. Fighting in front of me, do you take me? Song for nothing. Song Changfeng's thick eyebrows shot up, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Qin Zifang finally reacted, kneeling on the ground, his face full of terror.
Just a song, this disciple knows he's wrong! This disciple knows he's wrong!
So Qi didn't offer much explanation, slightly bowing his head in admission of guilt. Song Changfeng was clearly pleased with their attitudes, coldly snorting. This time, considering this is your first offense, I'll let you off with a warning. Qin Zifang then raised his head again, pointing at Su Qiu. Juice Song. This guy framed me. Song Changfeng, seeing the boy speak again, looked displeased. He took the cultivation technique that should have been mine. Otherwise, how could I have only obtained a C-grade technique? Qin Zifang's face burned with anger. Song Changfeng, upon hearing that, couldn't help but laugh. I've never heard of anyone in the scripture library obtaining a cultivation technique belonging to someone else. Boy, don't talk nonsense. But, Qin Zifang tried to speak again. Song Changfeng's face instantly darkened. I know you're a disciple of Tianmai, he said, but if you continue to be so unreasonable, I will punish you to the back mountain to clean the stone steps with the other servant disciples. Hearing this, Qin Zifang finally shut his mouth, but his eyes blazed with anger as he glared at Su Qi. So Qi ignored him. The guy was incredibly annoying, but considering he'd just tricked him and obtained a mysterious small bottle, he decided to let it slide for now. Chapter R46 cannot let old Su be humiliated. Chen Bijan and Xuanhuan were the last ones to emerge from the library. Seeing that Song Changfeng had replaced the original instructor, the two women showed slight surprise. After confirming that all 36 disciples were present, Song Changfeng finally spoke. New disciples, he announced. Now that you've all received your cultivation methods, you will have 3 months of free cultivation time. After 3 months, you will face your first cultivation test. Anyone who hasn't reached the first stage of the mortal realm within 3 months will be demoted to servant disciples. Demoted to servant disciples. The new disciples gasped in unison. So Qi's expression was peculiar as he muttered to himself, this is like getting a job after graduation and having a 3-month probationary period. And among you, the top 3 will each receive a spirit blood pill refined by an elder. The top 5 will each receive a talisman to resist the pressure of Qishan Mountain. Song Changfeng ignored the murmuring disciples and continued. What? It's actually a spirit blood pill, the legendary breakthrough elixir from the mortal realm. Specifically used to overcome cultivation bottlenecks, a spirit blood pill. Legend says a single spirit blood pill is worth a king's ransom. Ha ha ha, you can all forget it. This spirit blood pill is definitely mine. After all, I obtained a class A demon master cultivation technique. Hearing the surprise and discussion from the crowd, Su Qi touched his nose. He secretly enjoyed it when those who knew a lot started giving lectures at the drop of a hat. Ignoring the astonishment below, Song Changfeng continued. During these 3 months, every morning, a deacon will be stationed at the Shuling Hall in the outer sect for 1 hour to answer questions about cultivation. On the 1st and 15th of each month, there will even be sect elders present to offer guidance. Sect elders, those are at least cultivators of the 3rd stage or higher in the transcendent realm, but our cultivation techniques are different. How can the deacons and elders help us, you fool? While the cultivation techniques differ, the cultivation process and problems encountered are broadly similar. There's no fundamental difference, so that's how it is. Song Changfeng added a few more encouraging words before waving his sleeve. Alright, get back to your cultivation. Having said that, Song Changfeng didn't even use his sword. With a speed incomprehensible to ordinary mortals, he appeared on a distant mountaintop within a few breaths, then vanished without a trace. So Qi, what grade of cultivation technique did you get? Chen Bijan's tone held a hint of arrogance. So Qi glanced back. The girl stood there, haughty and aloof, as if possessed by the spirit of that Chan Lansheng from earlier, without even needing to think. So Qi knew she must have obtained an incredibly powerful cultivation technique. Otherwise, why the sudden arrogance? So Qi didn't reply, hurrying back to his room. He needed to use the synthesizer to combine the more than 30 cultivation techniques he'd obtained, hoping to create a groundbreaking, earth-shattering technique unparalleled in the central great world. He had no time for this arrogant little girl. Seeing So Qi walk away, Chen Bijan's brow furrowed slightly. Little Huan, standing beside her, immediately ran to intercept him. Little Huan appeared before him with a smile. So Qi paused slightly. After all, this walking encyclopedia had enlightened him on many things. Granting her a little face wasn't excessive. Young Master Su, my young lady is very concerned about you. What cultivation technique did you get? Little Huan asked, smiling sweetly, concerned about me. So Qi turned to look at Chen Bijan's sour face. Her expression was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. What kind of concern is this, nevertheless? So Qi showed Little Huan the cultivation techniques in his hand. Xiaoan saw the footy chair Foplin Suki's hand was merely a C-grade cultivation technique, a look of astonishment and doubt flashing in her eyes. A thought sprang into her mind. Could it be that the usually wise and valiant master had truly misjudged this time? A C-grade magic martial arts technique. You're quite the talent. Chen Bijan walked over, her voice laced with sarcasm as she saw it. What a waste of time, considering how much my Xiaoan explained to you, Xiaohuan. Without looking back, Chen Bijan left Xiao and glanced at Suki. She wanted to leave immediately, but remembering Chen Yewang's instructions, she bowed respectfully before hurrying after Chen Bijan. So Qi had long anticipated Chen Bijan's materialistic nature, so her reaction didn't surprise him. So Qi, wait until you're relegated to being a menial disciple in 3 months, then he'll make you pay for this. Qin Zifang glared at Su Qi, his face contorted with fury. Although Qin Zifang secretly suspected his own haste in choosing such a low-grade technique, his pride prevented him from admitting his mistake. He shifted all the blame onto Su Qi, but to be fair, Su Qi was indeed to blame. No argument. 2 other newly admitted outer disciples passed by Su Qi, their conversation not deliberately lowered. Hey, is that the son of the Liangzhou governor? Yeah, that privileged kid! Too bad he probably didn't realize there are assessments after entering the sect. C-grade techniques are notoriously garbage, they're incredibly difficult to master. With his yellow rank magic martial pulse, he'll likely never even begin, haha! Just as senior sister Jin said, it's not only a waste of a precious opportunity but also hurts others. The worst part was, he was going to disgrace his father, task. These people spoke loudly without lowering their voices, clearly not taking Su Qi seriously in Liangzhou. If Su Qi had heard these words, he would have naturally rushed over and given those gossiping fellows a good beating. But now, as a little nobody in the Great Green Sword sect, he couldn't act so rashly. Looks like I need to work harder and make a name for myself in this Great Green Sword sect. So Qi narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, whatever, it's fine if those lowlifes look down on me. But if it's because of me that they look down on old Su and talk behind his back, then he'll be letting old Su down. So Q didn't consider himself a dutiful son. But if he brought shame on his father and mother, allowing others to gossip about them, that would make him a terrible son. So Qi jogged all the way, quickly arriving at his residence. Reaching his sparsely furnished room, so Qi didn't hesitate, immediately and eagerly opening the system's synthesizer. Can I synthesize all the cultivation methods at once? So Qi asked the system directly. Yes, but I suggest the host choose one main magic martial cultivation method, otherwise hahaha. It would be interesting if the host synthesized a magic cultivator or warrior cultivation method. Interesting you say. A self-proclaimed humorous system. Chapter 047 The Way of Nature, without a moment's hesitation. So Qi selected all 32 cultivation techniques in his inventory and placed them into the synthesizer. Finally, so Qi also directly placed the foodie he obtained from the library into the synthesizer. Among these cultivation techniques, the highest grade was naturally the Dao Source level magic cultivator technique. However, so Qi naturally couldn't choose a magic cultivator technique as the main item for synthesis. Therefore, among the numerous A-grade cultivation techniques, so Qi chose a martial magic cultivation technique called Qi Lu Dun Jia Gong as the main synthesis item. So Qi looked at the glowing synthesis button and pressed it directly. The moment he pressed synthesize, a slight nervousness crept into Su's heart. He had absolutely no idea what kind of cultivation technique would be created. According to Su Qi's understanding of cultivation techniques gleaned from others, he knew that the higher level techniques were easier to learn and cultivate. Because the Dao is simple, only the simplest and most straightforward cultivation methods are closest to the ethereal Dao of legend. Therefore, the lower the grade of a cultivation technique, the harder it is to learn, the more difficulties one encounters in cultivation, and the slower the progress. Of course, all this is predicated on a fundamental condition: compatibility with one's own meridian. In the central great world, everyone knows that cultivation strengthens one's meridian, and a strong meridian, in turn, strengthens the cultivator. The rank of a meridian determines the intensity of its perception of external energy, while the degree of compatibility with a cultivation technique determines, to a certain extent, the speed of the meridian's strengthening. However, to this day, no one in the central great world knows how to definitively judge the compatibility between a meridian and a cultivation technique. After all, only the Great Green Sword sect possesses a comprehensive library. Other sects generally choose to initiate disciples with a specific technique, then, based on the meridian's strengthening progress, switch to other higher level techniques of the same type. Ding. Excessive synthetic materials. Host. Ding. Complex synthetic materials. Please wait patiently. Host. 2 consecutive prompts made Su Q even more nervous. Damn it, this system. It always likes to cause trouble whenever I'm most anxious. Despite understanding the system perfectly well, So Qi couldn't help but vent his frustration at the system in his anxious state. The system replied somewhat awkwardly, "Host, please don't criticize me. Our meeting is fate, and besides, we depend on each other. Why the hostility?" "Right, you're right." So Qi felt a little embarrassed after the system's words. The system exclaimed in surprise. See, it's much better when you speak politely. Your attitude just now was like, well, like when you talk to your father. System, screw you. So Qi thought that the system really couldn't be reasoned with a little encouragement, and it becomes insufferably arrogant. It even dared to take advantage of him. At that moment, So Qi suddenly felt his pulse enveloped by a strange force, a force vibrating at a peculiar frequency. So Qi's face changed slightly. This feeling was exactly like the one he experienced in the library. Could it be? The system said. Host, don't worry. This is a special function temporarily extended by the synthesizer during the cultivation technique synthesis process, to ensure maximum compatibility with the host, So Qi exclaimed in surprise. This synthesizer is so much better than you. The system bashfully replied. Host, please don't say that. The synthesizer is just a minor advantage of mine. Just as Qi was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a resonant frequency between himself and that special power. Congratulations, host. Synthesis upgrade successful. Obtained one unnamed magic martial arts cultivation technique unknown rank. So Qi didn't have time to chat with the system anymore and directly retrieved the cultivation technique from his inventory. A thin, jade-like booklet appeared in So Qi's hands. The moment it landed in his grasp, it transformed into a stream of light and vanished into his eyes. Then, So Qi felt himself entering a peculiar state. Waves of Taoist sounds began to softly resonate in So Qi's ears. Like a vast and tranquil river flowing gently, yet possessing an extremely powerful undercurrent, masked by its breadth. Simultaneously, golden characters, unlike any he had ever seen, flashed through So Qi's eyes. Strangely, So Qi felt that each character was incredibly familiar, as if he had known them since birth. Requiring no learning at all, the sounds echoed softly in his ears, then reverberated in his mind. The golden characters flowed before his eyes, then etched themselves into his memory. So Qi felt his body involuntarily fall into a rhythmic state, responding to the stream of characters and sounds. He didn't know when it happened, but So Qi was now sitting cross-legged, immersed in an inexplicable. Sensing So Qi's perfectly receptive and beneficial condition, fell silent, afraid to disturb this mysterious state. About a quarter of an hour after So Qi began his seated meditation, unseen currents of energy began to flow into his body. Martial vein. As these unknown currents surged in, So Qi's magus, martial vein began to expand and contract, pulsating gently, at a specific frequency. His magus martial vein rhythmically expanded and contracted, causing his entire body to mirror this movement. With each expansion and contraction, the magus martial vein grew stronger, secreting strange substances. These substances, entering his bloodstream and permeating his entire body, seemed to subtly strengthen and alter So Qi. The resonant sounds were profound yet not harsh. The inscriptions flowed numerous yet not cluttered. In this state, So Qi suddenly felt that his ordinary body had broken through some barrier, with a crisp ding, like a fledgling gently pecking its way out of its shell. So Q's entire aura instantly changed. This sound marked So Q's transformation from an ordinary person into a magic warrior who wielded pulse power. After So Q took out the jade-like, unknown cultivation method, all this happened naturally, as if it were a matter of course without any hindrance. After that crisp sound, So Qi opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the change in his system information bar. Great Plunder System Ast bound host profession, magic warrior, host talent, magic pulse I high grade yellow rank, host cultivation mortal realm, stage 1 cultivation method unnamed, system functions, send trigger chance, system level, 2 Heifad and 3 on 7040 fun, since it all feels so natural, I'll call my cultivation technique Hemem Dao of Nature, So Qi said with a sudden, slightly mischievous tone. The instant Su finished speaking, the system information panel changed. Host cultivation mortal realm stage 1 cultivation technique Dao of Nature. Chapter 48 Mo Xingwu, in the central great world, cultivation techniques, once begun, transform into streams of light and enter the cultivator's sea of consciousness for storage. The sea of consciousness is a special space within the brain. This is why Charon Sheng told Qin Zifang that two people couldn't cultivate the same technique simultaneously. From the moment Su Qiu took out the jade slip containing the Dao of Nature, and it directly transformed into inscriptions and Dao sound, allowing him to break through from ordinary person to mortal realm, stage 1 in just 3 hours. Su Qiu knew this technique was far superior to any other. The Great Green Sword Sect's 3-month assessment requires outer sect disciples to become mortal realm stage 1 cultivators within 3 months, an extremely stringent requirement. One can only imagine how terrifying it is that Su Qiu broke through to mortal realm stage 1 merely 3 hours after opening the cultivation technique. So Qi wasn't a heaven-rank magic martial vein, so his extraordinary talent could be the reason. This could only be attributed to the mysterious cultivation technique synthesized by the synthesizer. Ordinary class A, B, C, D, E-level cultivation, even after transforming into streams of light, cannot produce Dao sounds. They only appear as rudimentary inscriptions in the sea of consciousness. The lower the level of the cultivation technique, the dimmer the inscriptions. The clarity of the inscriptions in Su Qiu's mind, detailed enough to see the texture of each character, was practically unheard of. Furthermore, even the legendary Dao source level cultivation techniques, there's a saying, the lingering sound reverberates in the rafters for 7 days without ceasing. This describes the wondrous scene of a Dao source level cultivation technique transforming into streams of light and Dao sounds. A Dao source level cultivation technique generally resonates with a Dao sound once, and for the following 7 days and nights, one can continue to hear the lingering echoes of the Dao sound. Then, those with exceptional talent can comprehend the echoes and meditate for another 7 days and nights. Those with average talent meditate for 7 times 7, 49 days. In either case, they can successfully enter the cultivation realm and become a mortal realm stage 1 cultivator. However, Su Qi's cultivation technique continuously emitted a gentle Dao sound, and the inscription seemed to come alive and flow. Innate, a waste cultivator with a yellow rank superior magic martial vine, to reach mortal realm stage 1 within 3 hours. This situation is not just something unheard of in legend, it's something that no one in the entire central great world would dare imagine. If Su Qi were to spread the news of his achievement, reaching mortal realm stage 1 in just 3 hours, not only would the entire Great Qing sword sect be shocked, but the entire Great Abyss Empire would be shaken. Even Magic, the supreme emperor of the Great Abyss, would rush to investigate personally. Of course, Su Qi wouldn't do something so foolish just to show off. If others were to learn about this, his outcome wouldn't be pleasant. If my pulse grade were just a little higher, reaching the earth grade or even the heaven grade, perhaps I wouldn't need 3 hours, 1 hour, no, maybe even a single breath to break through to the first stage of the mortal realm with my Dao for Ziran, Su Qi muttered to himself. Su Qi's Dao for Ziran is undoubtedly the greatest cultivation technique in the central great world throughout history. No other legacy can compare to it. Having broken through to the first stage of the mortal realm, logically, my body should be in a state of extreme hunger, but Su Qi felt no hunger whatsoever. Instead, he felt a sense of fullness, a feeling of every cell in his body being saturated, as if his entire being had overeaten. It seems I can't cultivate any further today. Su Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing out the window. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours had passed in the blink of an eye and darkness had fallen. Su Qi felt no urge to sleep, so he decided to go for a walk outside. Although Su Qi now possessed the cultivation of a first-stage mortal realm magus warrior, he hadn't yet cultivated any battle techniques, or more accurately, magus warrior techniques. Therefore, his current cultivation only served to enhance his physical capabilities. Leaving his room, Su Qi stretched. The lodging area for new disciples was ablaze with lights. It seemed everyone was diligently cultivating, striving to reach the first stage of the mortal realm as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a tall young man looked at Su Qi with surprise. Su Qi recognized the tall youth who had previously helped Huang Lisheng block him. Hello, the tall youth greeted Su first, a hint of apology on his face. I'm very sorry, I almost did something bad because I couldn't resist the temptation of money. Su Qi was taken aback by the youth's reaction, then said playfully, even if you didn't almost do it, you wouldn't have been able to. Have you forgotten what happened to the others? Hearing this, the tall youth's face flushed slightly. The system immediately spoke to Su Qi. Host, you're going to end up with no friends this way. This is the first person to show you kindness since you left Liangzhou. Su Qi, for once, didn't directly refute the system. Instead, he felt a little ashamed. It seems I was wrong. On the journey out of Liangzhou city, Su Qi had transformed into a self-proclaimed Su the Heavenly, antagonizing everything and everyone. He looked down on others, and others looked down on him. In such a state, it was impossible to make friends. Therefore Su, for the first time ever, added a conciliatory sentence to the embarrassed youth. Let's not talk about the past. Good. A simple, honest smile spread across the tall youth's face. My name is Mo Xingwu. I'm from Shezhou, and I have a mid-rank martial vein. Yes? Su Qi smiled slightly. Mo Xingwu interrupted with a chuckle, saying, I know you're Su Qi, the son of the Langzhou governor, the worst of our batch, a mere yellow rank superior pulse. Su Qi's smile froze on his face. If it weren't for the sincerity in the tall young man's eyes, devoid of any mockery, he would have suspected he'd been tricked. Goodbye. Even so, Su Qi couldn't help himself and turned to go back inside. Mo Xingwu didn't understand why Su Qi, who had just been smiling, suddenly wanted to leave. Had he said something wrong? By the way, Su Qi, tomorrow is the 15th. Do you want to go to the Shuling Hall together to hear the elders answer our questions? Mo Xingwu called out, feeling a little annoyed. Su Qi continued walking, raising a hand and giving the middle finger. Mo Xingwu thought Su Qi was responding to him and said happily, Okay, call you tomorrow morning. Su Qi slammed the door shut. Being deliberately mocked by those scoundrels didn't bother him, but being unintentionally struck down by a straightforward fellow, that truly shattered his heart into a million pieces. Sitting on the bed, Su Qi clearly felt his body had reached saturation point. He figured further cultivation would be difficult, so he didn't bother wasting spirit pills on it. Su Qi suddenly remembered looting a bottle from Qin Zifang, so Su Qi opened his inventory and curiously opened the jade bottle. Inside were 3 pills, the scent alone refreshing and invigorating. Are these pills? Su Qi felt a slight cue. The system said they should be. This system suggests the host put these 3 pills into the synthesizer to combine them. Firstly, it can clarify their effects, and secondly, it can remove impurities, clarify their effects. Remove. Su Qi repeated curiously. Yes, any refined pills are certainly not as good as those produced by the system. They contain many impurities, and rash consumption may leave the host with sequelae, with the host's current aptitude, if there are any sequelae. Su Qi felt that the system seemed to be getting increasingly jumpy recently, so he decided to suppress this fellow's inexplicable arrogance. He rolled his eyes. Well, talk about it later. The system suffered another inexplicable setback. Sigh. Chapter 49 must not be wasted. The next day when the sun only revealed a crimson edge. Dong, dong, dong dong. Suki was suddenly awakened by a series of knocks on the door. Who is it? Fortunately,
Suki didn't hear open the door.
Fellow countryman, otherwise he would have definitely thought twice before opening it. Well, this is a phrase that Japanese translators in past life TV dramas love to use. Well, let me add an explanation. Don't get any wrong idea. As soon as Suki opened the door he saw Mo Xingwu, whose face was alight with excitement as if he were about to visit a brothel. Suki, let's go, Mo Xingwu said without preamble. Suki was surprised. Go where? To the Shuling Hall. What for?
You go.
Didn't we agree to go together last night? Who said that? Fine. I'll go. Seeing the hopeful look in Mo Xingwu's eyes, Suki suddenly felt that it wouldn't hurt to visit this so-called Shuling Hall. So he agreed. Suki had just finished brushing his teeth and washing his face when the impatient Mo Xingwu grabbed him, set a direction, and started running wildly.
Hey, don't drag me. Hey, I haven't locked the door yet. Hey.
By the time Suki and Mo Xingwu arrived at the Shuling Hall, it was already packed with outer disciples of the Daqing sword sect.
Suki, you're so slow. I should have called you earlier.
Mo Xingwu regretted his decision, beating his chest in frustration as there wasn't even a place to sit. Seeing Mo Xingwu's self-reproach, Suki felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time he'd met such a straightforward young man who took the blame for everything that went wrong. Suki then looked around the Shuling Hall, searching for a place to sit. The small Shuling Hall was crowded with countless outer disciples, mostly low-level ones. According to rumors, the hall's teachings were too basic, so rarely did disciples above the mortal realm, 4th stage, attend. Suki noticed that, apart from the newly inducted disciples, all the outer disciples standing had swords on their backs, while those seated held swords in their lap. There are a few seats over there. Suki suddenly noticed a few empty seats in the front. Mo Xingwu glanced at the empty seats, where several people were standing without taking them. He felt a little uneasy and hesitated. Should there be someone sitting there? In his previous life, during his university days, Suki had never been fond of those who hogged seats. Now in this different world, he wasn't about to indulge such behavior. He and Mo Xingwu went and sat down. After Suki and Mo Xingwu sat down, several outer disciples showed surprised expressions on their faces, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. The few outer disciples who had been standing began to whisper amongst themselves. These 2 disciples are too bold. Yeah, this is senior brother M's designated seat. Maybe they're new initiates who don't know the rules. Hearing the whispers, Suki showed no reaction, but Mo Xingwu became even more flustered. He tugged at Su Chu's sleeve and whispered,
Suki, should we? It's fine.
Suchi frowned slightly. It was clear to him that this Shuling Hall was probably like a university lecture hall, with no assigned seating. In other words, it was fur. Even if this senior brother me were as strong as a dog. Suki felt that as long as he hadn't overstepped any boundaries, it was fine. Had clashed with seat hoggers in his past life. After all, Mo Xingwu wanted to say something more, but suddenly stopped at that moment. A fair-skinned young man with rosy lips and white teeth walked in from the back of the hall and directly ascended the only main seat, the so-called lectern. This young man wasn't carrying a sword, but wore only a slightly loose white robe, his long black hair falling naturally. Greetings everyone. In today's lecturer, the man's voice was slightly effeminate. However, the numerous outer disciples present immediately sat up straight. After all, to be the lecturer today one must be a figure at the level of a sect elder, sect elders at the very least. Possessed cultivation at the 3rd stage of the Tong realm or higher. Today, I'll mainly talk to you about the 3 major hurdles in the Fan realm. Namely, the transitions from 3 to 4, 6 to 7, and 9 to 10. The man extended his rather slender fingers and casually adjusted his hair. It seems we have some new disciples. Well, after today's lecture, I'll explain some things to the new disciples as well. The 10 or so outer disciples who had rushed over immediately erupted in cheers. The long-haired man didn't speak further and began his lecture. To understand how to overcome the bottlenecks in advancement, we must first understand why these 3 advancements are more difficult. The difficulty lies in the fact that the transition from the 3rd to the 4th stage of the Fan realm represents a significant enhancement of the meridians, and the other 2 advancements are similar. Suki listened to the man lecturing on the platform, but he felt rather bored. Mo Xingwu, however, produced a small note, unfolding it and swiftly writing on it with a fine brush. Suki couldn't help but twitch his facial muscles. Was this taking notes? Glancing around, Suki found that quite a few disciples were taking notes in this manner. After lecturing for over an hour, the man finally spoke. Today's individual Q&A session is cancelled. Next, I'll have a casual chat with the new disciples, discussing matters to be mindful of when transitioning from mortal to the mortal realm. I presume you new disciples have now had your cultivation methods inscribed into your consciousness as runes. What you need to do next is to ponder these runes in your consciousness repeatedly every day. When your meridians can begin absorbing and cultivating Wan Qi, that's the beginning of your cultivation. The man paused abruptly. No one else in the room noticed the elder's action, except Suki. He noticed the man's pause. It was a genuine, direct glance at him. What are you looking at me for? Did he discover I broke through to the mortal realm? A flicker of slight panic flashed in Suki's eyes. After all, having just obtained the cultivation technique, breaking through to the mortal realm in a single day was simply unbelievable. A brief pause without any ripples. After about another quarter of an hour, the man got up and left serenely. Mo Xingwu put away his notes and stood up with Suki.
Hey, these two fools are really lucky. Brother Me and the others didn't come over today. If they had, these two guys would be finished. Definitely.
Brother Mai is a mortal realm 3rd stage mage, in this illusory spirit hall. How many are his match? Mo Xingwu also showed a look of relief. So Qi, however, remembered the last words of the man in white. Theoretically, there's no such thing as meridians and body saturation. If you feel this way, it means there's a large amount of excess energy when entering the mortal realm, so you should work even harder and focus on cultivation, which will be greatly beneficial in the future. Don't neglect it. Chapter O's and Flu. What's wrong with your face? Returning to his residence, So Qi sat cross-legged and began to ponder. The seemingly nonsensical words of the white-clothed man to others were perfectly clear to Su Qi. After all, So Qi clearly felt the white-clothed man glance at him once and then, when uttering that abrupt and incomplete sentence at the end, glance at him again. Couldn't there be a state of saturation? So Qi murmured to himself, then closed his eyes. In his consciousness, the golden characters floated quietly. Observing those characters, So Qi gradually entered a state similar to yesterday's. However, this time there were no echoing sounds in his ears or mind. His mind was clear, simply in a state of cultivation. While contemplating the inscriptions in his consciousness, So Qi felt the magical martial meridians in his body begin their peculiar rhythmic pulsation again, expanding and contracting, secreting tiny specks of a strange substance. When he realized that continuing this cultivation didn't further increase the feeling of fullness in his body, but instead felt quite relaxed, So Qi understood that the white-clothed man's words were indeed directed at him, and were correct. Knowing that cultivation could continue beyond the saturation point, So Qi didn't hesitate. He directly retrieved from his inventory the cultivation pills he had plundered from his second uncle, So Tiancheng. This so-called year's cultivation. So Qi knew his second uncle was always lazy, so this so-called year's cultivation probably wasn't very strong, but he was still a little apprehensive about taking it. What if, like in those TV dramas, he is? Just as Su Qi was hesitating, a knock came on his door. So Qi, are you going to eat? It was Mo Xingwu again, his face full of smiles. So Qi shook his head. No, don't call me if it's nothing. I'm going to close myself off to cultivate. Every cell in Su Qi's body was brimming with energy. He had no appetite for food. Mo Xingwu asked again. Then, should I call you next time the elder gives a lecture in the Shuling Hall? Mid-sentence, Mo Xingwu paused, but Su Qi had already closed the door. Mo Xingwu scratched his head helplessly, then muttered to himself, "He'll probably still go. It's the elder lecturing on cultivation after all." It wasn't that Su Qi's impolite attitude toward Xingwu was due to any ill feelings, it's just that Su Qi was primarily focused on whether or not he should try one of the spirit pills first, and wasn't in the mood for mundane politeness. After closing the door, So Qi asked the system, "I've only just started cultivating, can I eat this spirit pill directly?" Yes! The more insistent the system was, the more certain Su Qi became of its nervousness. He stopped arguing with the cowardly system, muttering to himself, "Oh well. The bold thrive, eat!" With that, So Qi popped the spirit pill into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, the pill dissolved into a tasteless warmth, sliding smoothly down his throat. Before he could register the sensation, a surge of heat erupted from his stomach. His demonic martial veins trembled a strange, erratic frequency. Damn it! So Q's face fell. Without bothering to adjust his posture, he immediately focused his mind on his spirit sea, several simple runes glowing brightly. As he continued his visualization, the violent energy surging from his body gradually calmed, slowly seeping into his demonic martial veins with a rhythmic pulse. With each expansion and contraction of his demonic martial veins, So Qi felt a tingling sensation in every silent cell of his body. Simultaneously, as the peculiar substance secreted by the demonic martial veins circulated through his bloodstream, impurities began to excrete from his body. Cultivation knows no time. So Qi had often seen this sentence in novels and dismissed it as empty rhetoric, but in this moment, he truly understood its meaning. It was the absolute truth. It took Su Qi a full 15 days to simply refine a spirit pill and absorb all the energy it contained into his demonic martial veins. Fortunately, the spirit pill contained the purest energy in the world, eliminating the need for food and directly replenishing his bodily needs. Otherwise, Su Qi felt he would have starved and died of thirst long ago. However, after absorbing the pure energy Su Tiancheng had cultivated for a year, So Qi found that he had only barely reached the peak of the mortal realm, first stage. So Qi muttered to himself. No wonder Jin Lu said that his 5 years of cultivation to reach the mortal realm, 10th stage, and entering the inner sect was considered rapid. Su Tiancheng's year's worth of cultivation wasn't even enough for me to reach the mortal realm. Second stage. Just as Su Q finished his muttering, a knock came on the door. It was Mo Xingwu's voice from outside. "So Q, it's the first of the month. There are elders at the Shuling Hall answering questions and clarifying doubts. Open the door quickly." As soon as the door opened, Mo Xingwu's disgusted voice came from outside. "Wow, it stinks, So Qi. You wouldn't have been eating, drinking, and relieving yourself in the room for the past half-month, would you? You're the one who relieves yourself wherever you live." So Qi glared, then noticed that his body was indeed covered in many smelly black substances. He had probably gotten used to the smell and hadn't noticed it until now. "I'll go take a bath first." Suki said, embarrassed. Mo Xingwu pulled out a small jade talisman from his bosom and handed it to Suki. Suki, you really? Why bother bathing? Isn't there a free cleansing talisman you can get every month?
Oh, right, I forgot you haven't been out. Cleans
the body. Suki suddenly felt a chill in a certain area and subconsciously tightened his legs. Of course. It turned out that this cleansing was not that cleansing. The talisman merely used a cool, high-speed stream of water vapor and a gentle breeze to quickly clean the body and clothing. This was far simpler and more refreshing than a bath. After a wave of coolness, Suki felt a lightness in his whole body, and a comfortable fragrance lingered on his skin and clothes.
Thank you!
Suki finally looked up slightly to thank Mo Xingwu. Then, Sochu's smiling face stiffened slightly, his eyes showing a hint of coldness as he asked, "What happened to your face?"
Ah, nothing, aha!
I fell down the other day. Mo Xingwu's expression was slightly unnatural. Suki looked at the bruised marks on Mo Xingwu's face. Whether it was from a beating or a fall, he, the little tyrant of Liangzhou, could tell, to be honest. Suki had a premonition it might have something to do with the seats they'd chosen that day. Mo Xingwu shook his head repeatedly.
It was a fall, I swear!
Suki gnarling.
Then let's go! So let's skip the Shuling Hall today!
Mo Xingwu said with a goofy grin.
I found an even better spot on the side.
We can hear the elder perfectly.
And we can lie down!
Suki looked deeply at the tall boy, then nodded. Good. This episode is complete. Welcome to subscribe, turn on the small bell forward, please leave your comments. I will continue to update the content behind.